had your back to the wall. Never had the odds against you stacked tall. Never felt like you were about to fall. One wrong move and you lose it all. We can win the day if we unite. Come on. Yeah. Hey, we can win the day. What just happened?
Aegis Flames is what happened! Oh my god! Oh my goodness, the steal!
Zynus is single-handedly shutting down Zeta Division! Oh my god! One of the best to ever do it! Luminosity Gaming! It's a turn! It's a turn! Peru Unite are your world champions!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
Hello trainers and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series Regional Leagues Week 3, Day number 2. I am Kirk, your absolutely fraudulent cowboy, Yee-hoo, and I'm alongside me is the forecasters that we've had yesterday that we're going to keep riding through the rest of the weekend with. So we got to check in with them for at least a brief moment here. And Zoinks, I'm going to start with you. Zoinks, how you feeling about this weekend, where we've been, where we're going?
I've been having so much fun this weekend. I love that we are halfway through the season now, so we've had a chance to see every team play against every team now at this point in the regional leagues, and it's rematch time. It is going to be so exciting to see teams get a second chance to take down their rivals or keep up that run of dominance. This is a really exciting time for the regional leagues right now.
Definitely heating up for sure. So, first time covering the regional leagues, certainly not a stranger to PUCS. How you feeling about this weekend?
Okay, so I was muted. Let's go. I'm doing good. All right. So just saying that I'm very excited because yesterday we had some banger matches that were very important for the standings and just for the health of the environment that we have in every region. For NA, we had Rudig versus Evil Geniuses. We had Force Gaming against CACM yesterday, which were incredible to watch. So I'm super excited to what we're going to be seeing today.
I am very excited that we can hear you on top of all the wonderful action that you just mentioned as well. Now, for those of you that don't know, Kella was bragging before the stream started today that she has not yet gone to sleep. So running on absolutely zero sleep here. Kello, how are you going to make it through the weekend on no sleep? And is the energy of the matches what you're expecting to carry you through?
Look, what can I say? I'm a robot. Beep, boop, beep, boop. But no, I am really excited. We had an incredible first half to the season. I'm really excited to see these rematches and whether we're actually going to end up seeing some upsets because we had a few upsets yesterday.
It was definitely nice to catch some upsets yesterday as well. It felt like a breath of fresh air almost in these regional leagues. And of course, rounding out the team that we've got today is my friend Wonder Chef Shefsky. Talk to the kid.
I'm back, I'm here, I'm slightly better, but I'm still going to be in the tall grass, so I'll be bringing you the Pokemon Unite Championship Series Regional League Week 3, Day 2 off-stream matches for the European... Oh, no, actually, we're going to start with the Latam region. So that bit didn't work, but I'm going to be bringing all the off-stream matches from the tall grass one more day in a row, and I'm excited. They were really good yesterday, honestly. Some of the best, I think, off-stream matches that we've had, so hopefully they continue on.
I hope they continue on as well. It's going to be tough to match day one, but if there's any crop of teams that can, it's certainly the ones we're watching today here in day 2. And we have some highlights from that day 1, regional highlights. To kick those off, we're going to go over to Kello and talk about a match she selected from EU that she'd like to highlight.
Yes, as we head over to Europe there, 2 out of the 3 matches from yesterday we had on broadcast did end in a 2-0. But it's these matches here, Los Catacados versus BH3, where they were 1 apiece. But it really came down to BH3 having absolutely no bar of it. They just went full aggressive, going in with an early composition with running double evolutions and a spectacular and clean team fight where none of their members ended up going down. And Resu on this Glaceon was an absolute powerhouse. But because of that win against Los Caducados, they do end the first portion of our regional leagues undefeated at 7-0. So great to see them at the top there. Otherwise, we do have our updated standings there. Unfortunately, Avalanche did not end up coming out with a win for the first half, still ending at 0-8. And we have the middle of the pack, Engage and Volticons unite. I'm excited to see these two teams go up against each other and whether we end up having some switch-ups happening in the middle here.
I'm looking forward to that too, but I'm also looking forward to Latam. So Soph, walk us through Force Gaming CACM Esports, a great match from yesterday.
Totally was, Kirk, and honestly, it was such a pivotal match for us to watch and get just how these two teams are going to be playing as a little bit of a teaser for the ACL finals, since they are going to be present in Japan. And it was a series that went to game 3. It was very par on par, even scores all throughout the series, and this game 3 in particular showed how Force Gaming was so good in isolating the prime targets of CACM on that Miraidon, on that Glaceon, and being able to score quite a lot of points alongside this defense that was also very necessary for them to really seal the deal. So the standings right now include Force Gaming still undefeated, only dropping one singular game, but no series on a record of 7-0, and a couple of teams that have continued on the same part of the standings, much like 2Z Esports and CACM. And unfortunately, their DreamHack, that we also know have done really well at ICs, is now on a record of 2-6, not feeling so bright.
Fortunately, they have the back half of the season to try and right that ship, but rounding, of course, day 1 was an amazing match between Evil Geniuses and Root Dignitas, and Zoinks, unsurprisingly, chose that match, so talk to me about it.
How could I not? I mean, we have to showcase this match. It was such an exciting conclusion to day number 1, and honestly, a bit of a conclusion to the first half of the regional leagues. Evil Geniuses and Root Dignitas is one that we were all looking forward to, and I believe it lived up to the hype. This was such a fun end to the series. Evil Geniuses secures the Groudon. They get a few KOs. They have a lot of room to work with, but Root Dignitas just does not give them enough, shutting them down at every turn with a heroic goal zone defense on this tier 2. Evil Geniuses throwing everything they got, but Root Dignitas hold strong and put themselves in that 7-1 position. Root Dignitas and Evil Geniuses now both with one match loss, with Root Dig taking a loss to Lunex earlier on in the day, who had an amazing start to their week number 3 with wins over some really big teams in Root Dig and IX.
Great momentum from Lunex Gaming. We'll see if they can maintain that through today as well. But we have already had some matches go down in EU, and who else to bring coverage of those than our man in the tall grass, Shefsky. Honestly, banished to the tall grass, it feels like at this point. So, Chef, talk to me about these off-stream matches, which, from what I've heard from you so far, might have been kind of duds.
Well, a little bit. And yeah, I'm here 2 days in a row. I'm a little bit like a Snorlax. Gotta find a Pokemon flute and wake me up because I'm definitely taking a nap between these. But no, these ones were, I think, a little bit more obvious. Of course, we had Gem de Poulet going 0-2 in 2 of our off-stream matches, and then Avalanche going 0-2 in another one, which unfortunately those teams, they just haven't quite found their footing. They got their back to the wall, but they can still win the day if they unite, I guess. But they're gonna have to really work for it because we're already in the second half. There's not that much time left in the league. And that does mean that a few of our other teams have pushed up a little bit further in the rankings. BH3 Esports will, by the virtue of being the first of the day, be our first 8-0 in the entire league. And that has been a strong, consistent showing from them, as well as Volticons now up to a 4-4 and Los Caducados up to a 4-5. So those were all the winning teams, which brings that kind of middle ground even closer. And it's now kind of up to Engage to try to catch up, I think, to the rest of that pack.
You're completely right. And if we're talking about Engage, I think now's a great time to show our full match schedule for today, because Engage specifically has a real tough road ahead of them. First off, to kick off our day against the undefeated BH3, Team Peps, Worlds qualified against Volticons, trying to capture some of that EUIC magic that they had. But look at Engage again against the second team in EU, Komai, at a 7-1 record. Jumping into Latam, we've got our world champs trying to keep a streak alive here. Peru squares up against undefeated Force Gaming. CACM Esports against Stamina Esports. CACM Land Monsters trying to convert that into an in-home performance. And of course, the undefeated Force Gaming, they hope to be going against Tuesday Esports to round out Latam. And just to rip through the rest of our broadcast schedule for NA, Lunex Gaming keeps the momentum going against Citadel Gaming. EG to see if they can square things up to 7-1, catch up to Root Dig against Extinction, and then Root Dig IX rounding out our day. So tons and tons of great matchups here for week 3, day 2 in our broadcast schedule. But at the top of that list is your undefeated BH3 Esports against Engage, which means I got to send 3 of these nerds packing. So Kello, Soph, and Chef, get on out of here, because it's the Zoinks and Snacks show. The Unite Mics are taking over to kick off here in week 3, day 2. Zoinks, what can you expect out of this matchup? I mean, can BH3 be stopped?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest question mark. Obviously, they're undefeated in match record. They're dropping maps here and there, which is obviously an important factor, something that may Engage might have an opportunity to kind of steal something, but it is so tough to steal a win off this team. BH3 Esports, especially online, have been phenomenal. We've gotten multiple chances to talk to Utah about this squad in interviews, whether at the pre-show or at the event, talking a lot about the new additions of Rezu and Kranix. And oh my word, have they been living up to the hype. Incredible performances from this team. Feels like they are such an amazing dynamic damage duo, and the way they fill a lot of different roles makes this team so dangerous. 4th in EU and 14th globally ranked in terms of damage per game.
One thing I want to point out, I don't know how Kranix is holding that Tinkaton, but it looked ridiculous. Let's get into
hammer forward.
Yeah, what crazy work. Miffle, Volto holding the trading cards, maybe to try to lure the teams into a false sense of security there. Aslan, Greg 22, and Hiyori. Engage, like you had seen and mentioned earlier before, have slipped out of that top 5. Excuse me, Chef mentioned, slipped out of that top 5. And they have a tough set of matches today to try and claw their way back into the upside of those standings. We'll see if Miffle, Volto, Aslan, Greg, and Hiyori can get it done. But again, it's going to be a tough climb. So what can Engage do to try and take down the undefeated BH3?
Yeah, in terms of Engage, it feels like they have the pieces in a lot of ways. They just haven't built the full puzzle in some of these situations. They have some incredibly talented players. I think Volto has proven themselves over years to be one of the best EU carries that we have on the top side of the map. But then also Hiyori has just been this lights out all-star in moment to moment. Aslan's been one of the defenders this season that's really been impressing me. But all of these being said, it feels like in any given match that Engage is playing, it's one of these players rising to the occasion and popping off. What I'm looking for Engage is a true lights out match where they're playing coordinated, all of their star players are playing to their potential, and I think that's the only way that they're really going to be able to take down this BH3 team.
That's a great point, Zoinks. Let's take a look at these bands. Mega Mewtwo Y, Blisty, Blastoise, Mega Charizard Y, Psyduck, Lapras, and of course, we are starting on the Rayquaza map here in week 3, so we're going to be seeing a lot of Ray today.
Yeah, exactly. For anybody who's maybe tuning into the regional leagues for the first time, in each of these weeks, a different boss monster will be locked in for map 1. After that, it will be loser picks either draft side or map. But here we go into our draft. Mega Gyarados being available does not surprise me that it's an early pick. It is a bit of a surprise to see Engage actually opting for that Mew selection. Pokemon like Mega Gyarados and Mega Lucario are still available, but not for long. Volto going to pick up that option, and Hiyori is going to pick up a Mimikyu. Very early pick of a central area carry Pokemon.
It's not often that we see both Mega Lucario and Mega Gyarados make it into game here, but Engage and BH3 are electing to play with some high octane selections. Eldegoss quickly locked in. Utah hovering that Blaziken, a Pokemon that did get nerfed, you know, from that overheat, right? Is now just hindrance resistant. But even with then starting to see a lot more play as people realize that it's still pretty darn good. Aslan, you mentioned the tank, hovering that Snorlax, and Miffle rounding out with this Darkrai, a Pokemon that to me has been very hit or miss. And Reisu grabbing a Glaceon, something that had a great showing yesterday as well.
Yeah, especially from this player. I think in that whole highlight package we were watching for BH3, it was just Rezu lining up insane Glaceon plays and getting a ton of KOs. I do want to mention Aslan Snorlax. I talked about how this defender player has really impressed me. This is by far their most played tank in the regional leagues up until this point, which I do like. And also, Dubesnice, you mentioned that nerf to Blaziken, the changes to the unstoppable factor of overheat. Well, now Snorlax's block can interact with that Pokemon. So no longer is it overheat in a proper position a surefire way to secure some of these objectives. If Aslan can play a very individualized defense on that all-rounder, we could see some maneuvering in some of these Ray fights and potentially get that major secure threat out of the way.
I've said this before, I'll say it again. When Glaceon is in that gutter position is when Glaceon is at its best. We don't want to see an Icicle Spear Glaceon taking over the game, forcing bans, forcing to be first picked, right? But when it can be flexed into as kind of that gutter option, to me, that means it's in a good spot. And really credit in the world for BH3 for identifying that and selecting it in moments where they can find that it does have that upside and can bring value. Evil Genius is another team that has been bringing Glaceon as well. Engage your purple team. BH3 Esport, your orange team. Let's get into it. Match number 1 of day number 2 of week number 3 of the regional leagues.
Well done. I think you nailed that without being a mouthful. I think you absolutely crushed it. One interesting thing here at Zoomsex, but I don't even think we even talked about it because I didn't even notice it. We're seeing a support Mew for the first time in a minute. We've been seeing so much attacker Mew these days with how powerful that mage style Pokemon was looking like, but now we are seeing a bit of a flex. So Engage bringing a bit more firepower, but also the utility that Mews can have access to.
Yeah, Greg22 going to be picking up the Mew here for Engage, and it's a look that they did yesterday against was it Peps, right, to cut off Zante from being able to take Mew. So we'll see if they can have some success with it today. They fell a little short as we have the Icy Wind Glaceon ready to go, a page out of Evil Genius's book, like I just mentioned.
Yeah. And just wanting a bit more burst damage to contend with Darkrai, right? You only going to have limited opportunities to even do damage to that Pokemon. You want to make sure you're hitting them with some big bursts. Big exchange for both these teams. A 4-for-4 player rotation at the bottom side. Don't see that all the time, but the way Magikarp has been treated in the buffs and patches these days and how good these players have gotten to getting to the Gyarados stage, it feels like the days of punishing early game Magikarp not as frequent anymore. And as I say that, there it is, the Gyarados evolution already here for Kranix.
That means Kranix out-secured Volto on some of this stuff, which is tough to do, especially in the face of a Lucario. So all the credit in the world for Kranix to getting this thing online, and a knockout here would just be worth its weight in gold. Can't quite close it out, but using that opportunity to get the Bunnelby for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Kranix is absolutely crushing it in the early stages of these farms. Reminder, with Rayquaza, a few of the wild Pokemon will change, so no Regidrago available in the middle of the map, but these players' old habits die hard, I suppose, already rotating for a full fight around the Swablu Altaria.
Yeah, there's no shame in their game here. They're willing to scrap, and not often do you see this many even-numbered fights break out. We saw a 4v4, we saw a 3v3. Nice little boosted auto Solar Beam to check BH3 just a little bit.
Yeah, they're going to have to be careful about some of these exchanges, but they do have the backup of Sazero on this Eldegoss. That Pollen Puff healing, of course, can hit multiple targets, and a little bit later, apply some damage reduction.
Going straight in is the Mimikyu looking for a target, but no, they're dispatched of because Kranix is just too big. Lucario falls as well, and that means that it's all BH3 here, as Volto can't hang tough, and being this far behind a Gyarados this early is a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, this is so phenomenal for BH3 Esports. They're winning in a landslide way on the top side. Bottom side, though, Engage is going to be rallying for this fight around the Registeel as they rotate towards it. Snorlax looking for prime positioning here.
Yeah, Megu's going to work their way in, low on HP. Pollen Puff hits them. Glacial Stage is set. We're using that Unite move very quickly and aggressively. Heavy Slam is there, secured by the Blaziken. That's exactly what you want from that, but I'll tell you what, they're securing bodies too here, Zoinks. A lot of visitors to the Pokemon Center early today.
Yeah, things are now officially what I like to call getting out of hand. I guess that's 2 days in a row I say it, so I have to say I like to call it like that. BH3 Esport crushed it on the top side. They've already broken that top goal zone, which means Reggie Alecki is about to be walking down towards that tier 2. That's getting scary. But either way, a really great showing, and they win the team fight on the bottom side as well. Engage struggling to get their Darkrai and Mimikyu to dangerous level gaps of where they can actually earn some of these KOs against BH3.
Yeah, Engage rolling all around. Jeez, Pete, that was a wildfire eviscerated Surf to try and create separation. Rock Tomb is down. The block is there just to prevent a little bit of action. We got the backdoor by the Gyarados. Already a Unite move. Catches the Mew. Heavy Slam's going to pop up a couple. Reggie Alecki hits and all that. Aslan goes down. KO streak of 3 there for Utah. And now that's another goal zone gone. 293 to 57. Yikes.
Yeah, at 5:30, that tier 2 being gone is so scary for a lot of reasons. But first and foremost, that will be at least 2 more Reggie Aleckis in this game that will be threatening the home goal zone if BH3 can pick them up. Engage in a really difficult spot. They're still choosing to play really coordinated play as 5. They could steal this KO. Miffle takes down Eldegoss in the one-on-one in the Nightmare Dimension. That's just a support, not a lot of EXP back.
No, not much at all here. I mean, I guess the levels were kind of close, so maybe it's more than we think, because that's just how far behind Engage is. Here comes Kranix finally joining the flight. Tons of damage on that Darkrai. The block is there to stun Kranix a little bit. This would be a quality knockout, and they get it. Okay, Engage is feeling themselves a little bit. Mew gets into the fog there to help Miffle get that knockout. Greg22 keeping an eye on this Regice. They would like the team-wide experience here. Another Glacial stage set. Regice is getting ripped. Miffle is very low. Miffle is down. Megu is creating space, and the chase is on. Reisu wants to deal all the damage with Sazero taking the objective, but it's Megu getting credit for all these knockouts here. Engage just can't hang.
Yeah, Aslan just going to try to buy a little bit of time at this point. Block away Megu a bit if you can, but honestly, at this point, defending your central area might be what you need to focus on the most. Another Reggie Alecki spawning in at 410. Looks like Kranix will probably be able to clear that one individually. First, they're just going to check the tall grass everywhere they can in case Engage wants to push up for that fight. BH3 have a few ways they can keep the advantage. The points lead is looking ridiculous for them, but they can also just keep the EXP by taking fights.
Easy knockout on Mimikyu, of course, once the Mega Gyarados Unite is used. Now we have all that damage and all those stats cascading on the heads of Engage. Oracannon is out, Mega Lucario is live, but they're not even looking to fight. They're trying to retreat. They puff through the wall to get away, trying to bait them into the Darkrai, and that leads to a knockout, which is a good one. Can they get a good follow-up here? There's a 3v3. Low on HP, however, is Engage, and they decide to walk away.
Yeah, I was talking a little bit before about how we were kind of choosing to keep our lead for BH3. Do you play for points? Do you play for these team fight wins? And it seems like Kranix buying a bit of time does help BH3. They didn't score with the Reggie Alecki, but they score a ton on the bottom side.
Worth all the time in the world that they were able to buy. However, that was good experience that went to the side of Engage, which they needed so desperately. How are they going to leverage that? Back through the portals, that Dark Pulse is the Darkrai. They do pin down Kranix, a nice block separation there, but look at all the damage, this burst damage that's being put down by Reisu right now. It's incredibly hard for Engage to contend.
It feels like the major duel of this endgame team fight is going to be the Glaceon versus the Darkrai, because Darkrai's also putting out pretty huge amounts of burst damage. The problem is BH3 Esport have this Eldegoss to constantly give the support. So if the Mimikyu Darkrai don't net a KO, BH3 will be able to mitigate that damage rather quickly. And they're going to be going in with a defense buff to the final fight. This is massive. Regirock boosting both special and physical defenses is going to give BH3 even more room to work with, and they were already the more tanky, supportive base composition.
Well, listen, if there's a boss monster Engage wished it was on the map, it's going to be Rayquaza, because it's the one that gives them the best chance here out of the 3 that we have the option from. But it looks like we're already kind of scrapping early, putting tons of damage on Aslan. Volto has to retreat. Miffle's nowhere to be seen. Solar Beam is there from Greg22. Hiyori's running away as Miffle's trying to get some sort of Darkrai flank. Back to the middle is BH3. Chunked is Rayquaza just a little bit. Into the Dark Pulse is Miffle, and they have to eject button to try and retreat. Rayquaza's already at half Zoinks. Engage needs to find their way in. Pulled into the Nightmare. Is that Gyarados? Can they get a knockout? They go underground, underground sea. That's blue and black energy, if I'm not mistaken. And they're trying to use the blue to take out the black right now. Now we're moving through, and the fight is roaring forward. Still putting the pressure on. Miffle's still not down, which is impressive in and of itself. But now the dominoes are starting to fall. And the first player is Volto. Cotton Cloud Crash gives everybody on BH3 more power in the tank to keep fighting here. And they're just buying time. There's a minute left. They feel good. They're going for the rip. They've got multiple secure tools on their side in the face of the green snake.
Yeah, the Eldegoss Unite boost pops, and Krenix doesn't receive any of the healing, but still makes it safely away. That is criminal work. Mimikyu going down, another secure threat onto this Rayquaza, and BH3 a bit undecided, keeping up the damage, or do you let it leash? Either way, Krenix is making sure this Rayquaza pit is claimed as their territory. Let's make a Gyarados hunting.
Going straight on a mission is two players for BH3 to make this score lead undeniable. We're rubble rousing in the middle. Mega with a huge X scissor there, and they might be able to defend this thing with 3 players as they're looking to fight. We're scoring in the home goal zone. We've got an overheat charge. It doesn't hit anybody. I don't think they care. Aslan is low on HP. So is Kranix. Kranix finally going down, but with 15 seconds left, that might be the only highlight we're talking about here in the late stages.
Yeah, I mean, this might be one of the most dominant games we have ever seen in this EU Regional League. BH3 Esports just have Engage's number, hold them to sub 100 points potentially, and skyrocket their own. BH3, an undefeated team here in EU, is crushing it in game number 1.
Definitely showing why they're undefeated. If they're playing like that, it's going to be tough to topple them without a doubt. 570 to 77. And really, you got to give credit to BH3 being incredibly patient in that Ray fight, not really giving Engage an opportunity to breathe.
Yeah, and never felt like they overextended. It's something that Mega Gyarados can kind of afford for you, right? You're getting a lot of shields during some of these attacking sequences. Regirock buff also helping out a little bit. Makes Sazuro's job as the support a bit easier. Able to get that Cotton Cloud Crash, shields both the Crustle and the Glaceon. But even with the Kranix being stuck by a block from the Snorlax, they're still able to get away. Yeah, and you called it out. They're winning this fight kind of 3v4 against Engage just due to a absurdly strong level lead at this point of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Glaceon was level 15 moving through. I mean, just great work all around the map here by these Pokemon. And look at the size of that cough we're going to have here, Zoinks. 81,000 damage from Reisu, our player of the game, on this Icy Wind Freeze Dry Glaceon. Again, a Pokemon that we've seen a couple teams starting to pick up, and it's looking solid in that gutter pick position.
Yeah, I really like it into the Darkrai in particular for the reasons I mentioned during the draft screen. But yeah, what a cough. That'll be a full ratio of 16 KAOF for however it's ordered. But either way, impressive stuff. Also, obviously leading the lobby in terms of damage. I did want to give that shout out to Miffle's Darkrai, though. I think if there's any silver lining for Engage, it was that one. So impressive stuff from them. But really, Rezu, the one absolutely crushing it in this game. Eventually, it felt like BH3's strategy kind of pivoted a bit to instead of Rezu and Kranix and Yutao kind of triple damage dealing, it's let's let Yutao and Rezu play the side game, and let's just let Kranix run it up mid, and Rezu will clean up what's left.
No, you're exactly right. That's one player I wanted to highlight. I mean, Kranix's early game was insane. One of the best we've seen ever in a Magikarp versus Lucario, Mega Lucario 1v1 top, and coming out ahead is really what allowed Reisu to kind of take over the game, because it was just too tough to contend with that Gyarados up front. And then you just have these icy winds with that huge burst of damage coming through, closing out these knockouts or supplementing other knockouts here, as we see 7 knockouts, 9 assists, and a cough of 16.
I really do like the energy amplifier as well on this build. Glaceon's Unite move so phenomenal. With either moveset, obviously it has some pretty huge synergies as long as you're sticking within that Icy Diamond. But Rezu just making it look like an extra cannon that they get to throw at the opposition at any given time is looking really great. I love some of these big major damage dealers tripling down, if you will, on the late game. Another Pokemon like Ceruledge or something where it's all about that Unite move. You may as well put the amp on it. Good stuff. Going into map number 2, Dupes, next we are going to be moving away from Rayquaza and instead flexing into the Groudon map. So Engage are going to choose to stay on that first pick side of the draft screen, but BH3 Esports electing to move away from Rayquaza and instead enter to the pit of Groudon.
So you mentioned that you really liked from Engage that Darkrai, specifically Miffle's Darkrai. What else does Engage need to shake up here? They are in the same draft position. We are on a different map. What priority changes can they make here to maybe give themselves a chance?
Yeah, I think we're just kind of going all in a little bit on the Speedster Assassin style of builds, right? We're playing Play Rough Mimikyu and the Darkrai and kind of relying on the support Mew to be that upfront poke damage. I don't mind that situation, but if we wanted to go a little bit more in the conservative realm, I do think a Pokemon like Latios could be a consideration for Greg in that spot, which would give you access to Dragon Shear to really support some of these major carries. And I also think the support sticking in tandem on the top side of the map might be a better investment instead of really trying to force the 4v4s early in the bottom map, path.
Taking Vaporeon out of the equation here, which means Engage does have the opportunity to redo their draft the same way, and they said, you know what, Mew wasn't the problem first picking that, but now you have Mega Gyarados, Mega Lucario, both options here for BH3, and somewhere that I'm sure Kranix would like to be if they have that opportunity.
Do you think there's ever a world where that Lapras ban last game was supposed to be a Vaporeon ban?
Yeah, it's possible.
I was pretty shocked to see that one. So was not was a little surprised about that situation. But either way, we do have the Mega Gyarados returning. Currently, it's Utah locked into that Pokemon. We could see that flex. I think we very likely will see that flex, but who knows?
Yeah, you know, I want to see Engage work these drafts a little harder. You know, I think Mega Lucario grabbing that here is fine. I don't think Aslan has any fear of this Snorlax being taken after a first pick Crustle on the other side. So there's some other things that I think they could maybe prioritize in that moment. Now, the fear would be, are you tipping your hand too much and do you give BH3 the opportunity to respond? Maybe, but I think at this point, higher levels of firepower is going to do Engage a little bit better than prioritizing this Snorlax in this moment here.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Ooh, okay, we got our first flex, though. Hiyori is going to be locking into the Talonflame. Again, we're still leaning into that Speedster Assassin style of gameplay from Engage. Looks like they're going to back it up with the Darkrai again. And Rezu picking up Glaceon here should come at no surprise, I think. Kranix being the only big swap onto the Machamp kind of begs the question of where Utah is going to go. I have to imagine they'll play the early game from Path, and Rezu will get the first Central clear on this Glaceon, and we'll kind of have to exchange there a little bit. But either way, BH3 Esports composition looks fantastic again. Engage, I'll give them the credit. They're sticking to their strategies. We'll see if they can get a better run at it here in game number 2.
Hey, first critical step number 1, you gotta have Volto win the early game, right? You cannot have your Lucario losing to a Machop or a Magikarp in the early game. It is favored. That is what the Pokemon is supposed to do, is win that stage of the game and then use that pressure and that advantage to get your team going. And if Volto struggles there, the whole team's going to struggle. That's what we saw game 1. Yeah. So that's the first box to me that Engage needs to check here in game number 2.
Yeah, I'd love for Greg to kind of backpack with them up there this time around instead of doing the whole triple down to the bottom immediately early. I know Lucario in days of old used to be that solo path Pokemon, but still, in these days, it is a 2v1 against a Magikarp and a Gossifleur. Like, I'm not saying it's the hardest challenge in the world, but still, I do think having that Mew for backup would make things a bit easier. Let's get into it. It looks like Greg will be accompanying at least Hiyori in the central area to start things off, as Engage are going to be your purple team, and BH3 Esport, your orange team.
Yeah, Sazero was sent on a mission at the start of last game on that invade, so definitely making sure that Hiyori gets online quickly to keep the game going right now, to be quite honest. But what does that do? That leaves Volto struggling up top already, as you can see those orange pips from BH3 smothering that gold zone early.
Yeah, already pushing forward and getting some very important scores in. I believe Utah running that Mega Gyarados this time around. Here are going to be put in just a couple of points, get there a few stacks as this 4-player push on the bottom side. We'll see a repeat, but this time BH3 Esport a bit slower on the rotation. They won't be joining this time around.
Yeah, but the K opener is going to go to Kranix on this Machop, and I'll be honest, I hate how Engage is playing this. I'm not going to shy away from it. I think they've already given up the goose here, given up KOs downstairs. They're not slowing down anything that's happening upstairs. Volto is struggling a little bit. I mean, we've got the Magikarp that just got a knockout in tandem with Sazero, and of course the Gyarados is online now. This is a nightmare scenario. It's like they learned nothing from the game 1 lessons.
Yeah, it's tough. They're running back the same strategy essentially within the draft screen, and now it looks like the lobby is going to be a bit of a repeat as well. You do have this Machop currently at the moment with Miffle hitting level 5. They do have a slight advantage in this attacker-esque role on the top side, but now the central area is no longer a safe space either, as Eldegoss and Gyarados pushing towards the Fletchender a bit on the top side and just getting some stacks in. So this first Regidrago moment is going to favor BH3 by a lion's share in terms of EXP, as they are off to the races right now. Again,
Regidrago is on the map because this is Groudon, where it does not exist in Rayquaza, as you mentioned in game 1. It will be a factor here in game 2, and are the teams going to play around it is the question. We have a couple players floating around. It looks like Engage at least is showing presence, but BH3 is the one smothering our Regidrago. Half HP, and Aslan is going to babysit as Sazero collapses as well.
Yeah, and that will be an easy take. So Engage understanding they cannot take this fight right now. If you get KO'd at this moment of the game, BH3 Esport probably gets their Unite moves on even earlier, and Darkrai looking like a tough spot for them to be in. But either way, we do have, eventually we'll get KO'd. That Machoke picking up a very important one against their path opponent.
Yeah, that was our observer saying, "Children, watch your eyes," because we saw that Machoke on a sprint towards Miffle and cutting us off from that vision, that horror that is that look, because that was a swift KO indeed. BH3 Esport in complete control.
Yeah, I've been spooked enough after the day 1 games. Registeel roaming pretty far. Yeah, it is going to immediately leash. Anytime Registeel wanders too far away from its starting point, or really any objective, it will return to its starting point and fully regain its HP. Big push by Aslan.
That was a good attempt by Miffle, but it was sussed out by BH3, and with the snap of your fingers, 3 players down, Reisu taking over yet again. This Darkrai has too low of HP, can't do anything, and that's going to be a big 26-point over if my math is correct, which means we are up by 131 points here.
Don't hate this response from Engage currently with Hiyori on the Talonflame, just picking up one wild Pokemon in the central, trying to force these little stacks in here and there. If Talonflame can get online, it's going to be a big change, but oh my word. All right, big Machamp Unite, unfortunately, a little more flourish than finish. And won't get any chaos.
Yeah, I mean, good look for Volto, though. That's a knockout they needed because they are struggling in levels here. I mean, the support core is kind of right at parity with some of the big damage dealers on Engage, and that is unacceptable conditions here if you're Engage right now. They need to eat those yellow dots. They need to try and focus on their side of the map, but that submission is not going to allow them to escape. Quick knockout again.
Yeah, very impressive. And, oh, by the way, my apologies. I did miss the player swap there at the end. Utah has been playing Machamp this entire time. But either way, we're back up. The Mega Gyarados could be cating a KO onto the Mega Lucario again. And likely roam for some extra points.
You know, I think I'm pretty sure I said Kranix 100 times too, so we're all good. Nice little cross chop secure. Talonflame sweeps into the wall, unsurprisingly here, as that is just what we're accustomed to. Taking to the skies and going to crash land, eject button, maybe make it out. Heck no, not today. Regieleki goes back to its point and it starts walking again as Miffle is low on HP, and this would be a crazy knockout to let the support core get here if you're Engaged. Heavy slam coverage by Aslan is going to buy them just enough time, to stick on the pad and keep that Regieleki down.
So Mivil does go down pretty late in that way. They're trying to fight that 1v3. They did get the KO on Glaceon a little bit earlier, which is impressive. They were able to bring them into the Nightmare Zone, get the 1v1 fight win. I was a little interested to see what would happen because Rezu did attempt to use the Glaceon Unite move in that one-on-one battle and kind of try to let them survive. However, I think they were knocked out mid-Unite move animation, so you can see Rezu already having this powerful weapon to use yet again.
Big X scissor into the wall, Glacial Stage, Icy Wind follow-up. That is a great knockout for BH3 onto a tough target there. That is the Mega Lucario. Rock Tomb is down, good separation. Dark Pulse is through. Miffle's deep, dragging another character into the Nightmare here. I believe it's the Eldegoss that has to scrap 1v1 here. And if they're going to make it out, it's going to be crazy work. Dark Pulse is down. Talonflame does finally clean up the grass type. Aura Cannon shoots through. Meanwhile, Regirock is taken, so that's going to make it easier for this BH3 team to scrap. Talonflame is way deep downtown there, and the chase is on for them. As here comes the Mega Gyarados, going to spin up on pad, look to fight. Dark Pulse through, doesn't deal a lot of damage. Nice little power-up punch, close combat combination. Half HP on Kranix. Cotton Cloud Crash is going to tie them off with that HP, which means they get to tie off these KOs on Engage. Huge Unite.
There we go. Okay, I said before, all flourish, no finish. This time, Utah making sure to get the job done. 2 KO streak with that cross chop. Big critical hit damage to take out the enemy defender. Now, BH3 Esports are going to increase this score lead even more. And again, a pivotal moment. A tier 1 goal zone broken. And now Regieleki being threatened to walk down the path towards the next goal zone. Engage, though, they do have a few more wild Pokemon that are spawning in closer to their home base. They can try to pick those up and get a bit of a level change up for themselves as Megu casually attempting a 1v2 on the top side with this crust.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be A-okay here as the fly lands, but that's just to secure their own wild Pokemon. Greg goes down quickly to an Icy Wind, sacrificing themselves for the better of the team.
Yeah, Mega gets 2 of them trapped in the Rock Tomb. Rezu making the decision to say, I'm level 14, I can get one of you, but I am going to choose the one with lower HP to ensure to get the knockout. So, impressive stuff from this Glaceon. We're 15 seconds away from the final stretch, and BH3 Esports in yet another commanding lead, and they also have commanding position around the Groudon pit right now, cutting off this corridor. Rezu going as far to try to take with the blue buff, and I believe they are successful. No blue circle underneath Miffle. Rezu just highway robbery out here.
And then Megu, on top of everything, is playing so far forward. They got hit with a full force solar beam, and I didn't see their health bar move at all. Not a great look here for Engage if they're using this Mew to try and lay in some early damage. We do have a Talonflame flank score here that's going to help even things up. No, it's sussed out by Utah, and the chase is on downstairs in our picture-in-picture. Volto at half HP, Aslan running cover. In the Dark Pulse is Megu. Pollen Puff barely tops them off with HP.
Yeah, and Megu still has Unite. Like they haven't even felt the pressure enough to even rubble rouse in some of these situations. Engage having a really tough time getting this poke damage in, especially with Mew on the outside looking in. Nice solar beam though, and Krenix will have to retreat back to the rest of their team, but the clock is ticking. Doob Snacks, we're almost at a minute mark.
Freeze Dry, Icy Wind, Glacial Stage, Aura Cannon, but the Mega Lucario has to use that move and reset. Big Dark Pulse, Cotton Cloud Crash is going to top off 4 players. Huge one right there. Nice Heavy Slam. Flame Sweep into the wall. No surprises there. Putting down the block here as the Mega Gyarados works back through. Dark Pulse again. Caught into the Nightmare is the Mega Gyarados. They're going to have to scrap. Are they going to make it out alive? Are they going to make it out alive? They are not. They finally get dispatched by that Dark type. Moving back through is Utah. Gets the suplex and a knockout subsequently. Groudon is starting to get worked on while Sazero is going for a cheeky Hundo Burger, and so is Reisu.
I was going to say scoring has become pretty important all of a sudden. I think Engage putting together some nice little back cap attempts, but it might just be a bit shy of what they need, especially with that Glaceon getting the Hundo Burger on that top side. There's only 15 seconds remaining, and Engage is going to need a miracle to come back in this one. And with Megu being stalwart on that tier 2, I don't think they're going to find it, Doob Snacks. This timer's going to count down, but BH3 have known the result from the beginning. 2-0 over Engage.
Incredible incredibly well played bell to bell for BH3 Esport. Engage, on the other hand, they've got some work to do, both on the draft screen and on the execution front as they get into the late stages now of our regional league. There's not a lot of time left to fix what's going on here for Engage, as they're going to drop to a 3-5 record zones.
That's just what I was going to say, Dupe Snacks. Same brain here for the Unite Mice crew. As I was going to say, we are the second half of the season, and a lot of these matches are going to quickly become must-win if Engage wants to make it into the playoffs and outside of that relegation tournament. They want that opportunity to play for a spot at Worlds. Getting a little bit easier with the EU team already securing an EUIC, but Engage currently is on the outside looking in. The opposite couldn't be more true, though, for BH3 Esports, as they are flying ahead, yet to receive a match loss. And very quickly, we're going to be talking about how BH3 might secure their spot in number 1 uncontested very soon. But Rezu getting another incredible game here with this Glaceon. Only one thing, so the cough will be unaffected. We really got to fix that math, but still a 13 cough.
Yeah, 13 cough out of Rezu. I'm taking a look at Utah, though. 9 knockouts, 1 assist as well. Great work. But take a look at Sazero to round off this team. 15 assists. Sazero was everywhere the action was, making sure that those feints remained as low as possible. And if you look across the board, they didn't go down too often here in that second game.
Mm-hmm. And 15 assists for this El Lagos as well. Like Sazero getting involved in the HP recovery department with 75,000, but also putting together a ton of really impressive assist plays for this squad. Yeah, I mean, Rezu getting back-to-back MVP makes sense to me. I think this Glaceon is just such a difference maker, and I felt like the only thing that was shutting down Engage at some of these major moments. Again, I just want a small bone to Miffle on the Darkrai with almost 80,000 damage. I think really leaning into the power builds of that Darkrai was looking good, but in the end, not good enough. BH3 Esports Rezu all over this map with that 13 cough. 13 cough cannot be denied, to be quite honest. I want to point out the amount of wild Pokemon Rezu was taking. 37, you know, is a decently high number compared to what we see sometimes out of these central area players, and that's why the heat map reflects the way it does. Rezu was not allergic to getting back into their side of the map, getting that easy experience, and then ripping into these paths to do some damage. That's a great point. Yeah, I think on average we see a lot of central area players getting 31 to 33, something like that. So picking up even just a few more extra wild Pokemon, and not all the time, but sometimes we did see the snipes of the enemy central area Pokemon. Those were pretty huge. So amazing work from BH3 Esports. Engage obviously got some work to do, but we got a task for all of you at home to do as well, and that is to do with NAIC, which is coming up very, very soon. Reminder, you can sign up for the event. We want you there as a spectator. We want you there as a player, but if you're going to come to the event, we want you to be staying comfortable. So check out the hotel information here, Pokemon bkmn.news/NAIC26 hotels, or just scan the QR for the easy route to go check out the hotel deals in partnership with an amazing event at NAIC. NAIC is a terrific event, of course, in New Orleans. Booking early is going to help you not only guarantee your spot, but of course, relieve the stress of trying to figure things out at the final second. And I know you Pokemon players out there love to wait till the last second to try and get stuff done. So we're trying to help you 4 months early, 3 months early. Use the QR code, get yourself sorted out. Don't miss an awesome event. A little too late for New Year's resolutions, but I'm saying this is the year Pokemon players get ahead of it and get their hotels on time. But everybody, up next, we're going to have another EU match here for the regional leagues. It'll be Team Peps, newly Worlds qualified, versus the scrappy Volticons Unite. They want that trophy too. I cannot wait. We'll be back on the other side of this break with more regional league action.
To celebrate Pokemon Day, Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno will be joining the fray. The magnificent power of the 3 legendary bird Pokemon comes together. Soar stylishly into battle. You can participate in the event to unlock their Unite licenses. And even more Pokemon are scheduled to be added. Don't miss what's coming.
everybody? Chef here, still trying to find my way out of the tall grass. I've been stuck for a day and a half. Somebody please send someone to find me. But in the meantime, I'm going to bring you some of the matches that I've been able to see over here in the tall grass, including starting with, I should say, Latin America with Infamous and Stamina Gaming. Some amazing teams that we've seen some great stuff from. But unfortunately, this one may have been a little bit of a one-sided match. You can see here the comps, and I want to just show off one play near the end of this one, and we're going to immediately go into the slow mode, I think, for this clips. Now, before we even start, I just want to point out here, you can see a pretty huge lead for the side of Stamina. Levels, points, everything's quite good for them. Sus is a level 15 Scyther, and that's really all that I think anybody needs to say. But look at this positioning for Mufasa, about to get jumped on, literally, almost by Cebus. So this is a really unfortunate situation for Infamous. I think they did an amazing job of initiating here. So they jump in exactly where Mufasa is. They land the Icicle Fang, but look at this. Kira jumps in at the exact spot where they get pulled by the Dragon Rush, and they're now both being attacked. And while we see both Unites being popped, the Unite comes out from the Snorlax, giving the shield to Mufasa and allowing them to escape both of these Pokemon, chasing them with their Unites that they cannot stop. So it was a really nice engagement, but the fact that we accidentally saw Kira jump in and then was able to use their Unite to make everybody survive meant that they unfortunately used a lot of resources to not get any KOs, and then that did end up leading to a pretty clean team fight cleanup. Sometimes, you know, you get an extra target in there and it's not the target that you want, so that does mean that after this, it was a pretty easy defense. We actually don't even get to see a Kyogre take because they were just so far ahead, and that was a win for Stamina Esports, taking the set 2-0. So a little bit more one-sided. We have a few more other one-sided matchups off stream, but we'll get to those a little bit later because I've got to find my way out of this tall grass. I am lost. I'm running out of food. And hey, maybe Kello and Soph can find somebody to send me some assistance, but they've got a match, so I'll let them take that one away first. So see it to you two.
I don't know, Soph, can you see Chef anywhere? I mean, he must really be good at hide and seek, especially in that tall grass. But thank you so much for that highlight of the first match from Latam, Chef. But we are not finished yet here with EU. We still have our second match to go. So we have Team Peps up against Volticons Unite. We are heading into that second portion, so this is going to be a rematch between these two teams.
Yeah, so like you mentioned, the second part of round robin has started all throughout yesterday and today in a little mix and match of those matches, but majority of the teams are getting into this second round of robin. So Team Peps, the current EUIC champions, composed by Klaus, Zante, Potato, Bruv, and Mav, are on a 6-2 record on third placement of the standings so far.
Yes, and up against them is going to be Volticons Unite. Now, as I mentioned, this is going to be the second time they're going up against Team Peps. Volticons did end up losing earlier on 2-0 to them, so this is their chance to make a comeback. But they are currently rank 4 on the leaderboard with a set count of 4 wins, 4 losses. But we have Tibby, Snow, Chari King, Fizzy, and Daddy Leon. I absolutely love watching their team. They're actually really fun, but averages 264k damage per game. I'm guessing that has to be collective total. There's no way there's one player that does that much damage, okay?
Yeah, you said and institutionalized me as the numbers girl. 264 is the total for the whole team. I will give you that. And that makes them the first most damage per game in EU and 6 global, which is a lot. And it makes sense that this match is just so exciting considering the baggage that we know that the Team Peps players have, and now with Volticons also performing pretty well. Half of the standings right, not exactly beating the best of the league so far, but definitely still getting some wins here and there that can make them feel a little bit, you know, afloat. So this win, if they can get it, would be huge for how they're going to be in the placements. As we get into the draft of our first game, Volticons will be on the purple side getting first pick and Team Peps on the orange. A reminder that Rayquaza is the first map of every single series today.
Yeah, just like we had yesterday, headed on into day 2, but we already have 2 Mega Pokemon off the table here, Mega Lucario and Mega Charizard Y there, but the second lot is going to be a Mimikyu and a Scyther Scizor pick as well. I feel like we usually see this ban normally in Latam. We don't really normally see a Scyther pick in EU, so this is quite interesting.
It really is, I agree. I think it's a signature pick there. And Ben, focus for Latam, but EU also getting the hang of this Pokemon. Now with the round out of 2 defenders in the bench, we have the Mamoswine plus Blastoise. Both of them have been very good so far. In the regional league, Volticons has an opportunity here to potentially get a Vaporeon first pick, or a Psyduck could be a good option considering they have been pretty valuable, but the Crustle is the one that was hovered, although Mewtwo Y is that first pick.
Yeah, a last switch up there with Charizard locking in that Mewtwo Y, one of the other Megas that we have seen on the ban table from time to time, but I feel like it has had a pretty consistent performance so far in the regional leagues. But on the other side, we have Cerulege, and you mentioned Psyduck would be a great first pick, so Marv is going to hop straight onto that supporter.
It's such a good one. Psychic is a great ability for that displacement, and we have seen a lot of Cerulege being very well played across all regions in the West. I believe this is a good combination that they have going on, but Volticons now going for another Mega with a Mega Gyarados plus a Trevenant on their roster, so they really want to get that engaged in, be on top of Team Peps. Meanwhile, Bruv has selected that Crustle, just trying to get some space away from the Mega Gyarados and the Mega Mewtwo Y so that their backline can be safer. And speaking of backline, their attacker will be Mew.
Zante on the Mew is so trusty. They have had some incredible secures with that Solar Beam Mew in the past. So I'm really excited to see Zante rock this Pokemon once again. It's just a question of what are Volticons going to use to try and counter. And I feel like Talonflame, if Snow ends up going the Speedster, which they do, is such a great counter into that, especially with that Fly to go and avoid those moves, but then dive on and deal with Zante in the backline.
And speaking of dealing with somebody, I think Garchomp is a great pick here for Team Peps, as that all-rounder having that Dragon Rush can get people either closer into your squad so that you allow Cerulege to do as much damage as possible, or even using that Dragon Rush to get people away from you and protect that backline a little bit more, just like you mentioned with such great backline access the Talonflame has with Fly, or even the Dive. It's something that they need to be playing around really well. I am so excited about these compositions that we have here, Kelly, but they're not super different from what we have been seeing on meta in general. So I would say that these two teams are going for the, tried and trusted methods.
Tried and trusted, but also just Pokemon that they're comfortable with. We've seen Potato play a lot of Garchomp. We've seen Zante play a lot of Mew. I know these aren't exactly top meta Pokemon at the moment, but it's getting that comfortableness within them. But knowing the limits to these Pokemon as well, I feel like these players really had that down pat.
Oh, they do. They do. And to be honest, to start the day fresh, it's good to be on something that you're very comfortable with. So that makes quite a lot of sense to me. I am excited to see how that top path is going to be going, because having that Mega Gyarados, that is definitely one of the focuses that Team Peps will have in trying to get those levels as soon as possible. As we get into game 1, Volticons as your bubble team and Team Peps as your orange. Things are about to get exciting on this best of 3.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we have a double central area there with Mew going and helping that Charcadet. And I guess that's, even though neither of them have that experience share, they are going to get that 65-65 experience split between them. So just trying to get online ASAP. But up in the top path, Gible and Psyduck are really putting the pressure onto Volticons Unite.
Yeah, and like we were mentioning, it's just something that you gotta do. Although here on the bot side, they are very interested in securing these early birds, because there is a jungler rotation with Daddy Leon here and the Char Cadet as well, just trying to get this EXP as quickly as possible. Zante will be helping them out as they look to be a little behind, although that Fletchlander is in the central area. They are going to come back here for bot side to collect these buds. But now already being a Cerulege, this is a much better standing point for Team Peps. They're not going to overcommit though, just take the DXP and get away.
They get the XP, but look at them. They already have 3 level 5s over on their side, including that Cerulege that has now evolved, but Mew, which now has access to go and switch up those moves. So I feel like this was an interesting strategy to see come out into play, and it seemed to be working in their favor, considering up in the top path, we have a Magikarp still that has yet to evolve.
Huge punish done here by Team Peps. They take that Magikarp down on a 2 KO streak for Mav on the Psyduck. And that is a great start on that top path after a good rotation from Klaus on the bot lane. They managed to do just the same here on the top, convert that as well. Trying to get something onto Klaus because these Pokemon are very low health on Team Peps, but they're able to escape.
They're able to escape, get some healing from some berries and some pads, but diving back onto Daddy Leon, who is still quite healthy, so is able to dash on out. But we do have a set of birds spawning on in there. Does end up getting soul beamed away, but it'll be interesting to see where these members end up prioritizing. I can see Volticons Unite. Looks like they're collaborating down bottom.
Indeed they are, with 4 members already here, Callie. It feels like the course of action is very straightforward, although with the Regidrago spawning, well, actually, they was already taken. I didn't even notice who took it.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So we were definitely very focused on the fight, Skelly. Did you catch that?
I know we have to look for Chef in the tall grass, but we need to look for who has this buff because, to be honest, I don't even see a ring around any of these players up here on the top path. But looks like we have a rotation from Volticons Unite with 4 members and now up there, leaving the Trevenant down bottom. But they have to deal with Psyduck, who is currently chasing down that Talonflame, and Potato with a Dragon Rush to finish it off. But that did allow Volticons Unite to get in a few dunks and now have their Gyarados online at that level 6. And some opportunity to take down this Regieleki if they choose.
It's true. They have a good escape there, TB, with the Vaporeon around. They can heal back up as well. And Team Peps, like you mentioned, having that lead, going to the bot side, taking that Registeel as quickly as possible, will also start this one with a lot of power coming from Klaus as well. Daddy Leon will push them aside. Dragon Rush from Potato onto them, and the Vaporeon will go down. Regieleki also hits bad, and there's a huge 30 as well to be scored. They're just trying to get the math as best as possible, and they will get a juicy overdunk.
Yeah, definitely got to maximize on those overdunks earlier on because that can really make or break when it comes down to the final stretch. Otherwise, Chari is caught in between 3 of those members of Team Peps, quickly taken down, sent back to the Pokemon Center as we have another rotation down to the bot path.
Ooh, and it looks a little dangerous here for Fizzy on this Trevenant, getting that healing back up there with the Vaporeon. They are going to remain on pad, just a little bit wary of what Team Peps could do next because their numbers, their levels are huge. Level 10 on Clouds, on the Cerulege. There's the Flame Sweep, getting 1 person at least, getting some damage with the X-Scissor as well. Onto the wall, that Talonflame will go down. That Leon almost getting shut down as well with that Disable. Now Marv on pad, Dragon Current getting Brav onto the air with that Horn Leech as well to push Marv away from the pad. They are managing to get a good defense. Now Zante has arrived too, but Volticons having shut down at least 1 player. They know they can move forward. Yet another 2 KO streak going to Tippy. They are on enemy pad as they continue pushing forward. 1v2 with this Mega Gyarados so close to taking down Zante, but they are going to have to go into the other side of the map, straight back to the Pokemon Center.
I think they may have swum too deep into the deep end, unable to escape the rip current of the Flux Zone. But the fight is going to continue on as a wall from Brav is going to block out that Trevenant, which means they get chopped on down.
Oh, and the damage from the poke there coming from Mew is helping Team Peps quite a bit as they are setting up for this bottom. Reggie X-Scissor with a Rubber Rouser on 3 members of Volticons, allowing for Zante to do as much damage as possible, but Cloud has just joined the party. There's the Meteor Storm as well, actually the Psychic Burn coming through that will allow for Volticons to steal this objective and win the fight, as well as pushing out for this pad.
Yeah, it's only Zante here left on the Mew. It looks like they're just going to leave this pad alone, let Volticons go and take that, and now take the points lead. 191 to 154 as we have 2 minutes left until that final stretch. And gotta say, Volticons Unite, they are seeming to catch up in levels because now they have those 3 level 11s on the side and the 2 level 10s.
It's a lot of damage that they have accumulated there because of those levels. As soon as they get the level 13 with the double plus moves, though, Dragon Rush here on the top side, but it's still Volticons who secures this Regieleki. Some damage that TV is trying to get there on the back line. Potato will take one down alongside the Mew, as they are still able to not just take down Regieleki, not getting the buff, but defeating it in a allowing for the defense to continue for Team Peps, but also getting a nice fight.
Yeah, I guess that is the benefit to Team Peps, is they do have that shred despite losing the objectives and everything like that. But at the moment, there were a lot of wild Pokemon left on that mini-map. So pretty much the calm before the storm. I mean, unless we have a Talonflame coming out with a last-second flame sweep to try and steal away those birds. I think they ended up managing to secure all of it, but Team Peps coming on back with a little bit more bite in their step.
Yeah, what cost just to get that bird? Using a Unite move there, getting retaliated immediately by Team Peps with the firepower that they have right now. 20 seconds for bottom Reggie to spawn here, as Team Peps has already claimed their position. With 206 for Volticons on the board against 154, it's pretty much close for a flip.
Yeah, it is still quite close, and well, yeah, that's the risk, right? It's Rayquaza, after all, for this first match, so you want to try and get that advantage ASAP, but Brav is going to be taking a beating. They do end up sustaining, being able to lurk in that tall grass, while the rest of Team Peps are shredding down this Regirock. Talonflame flies up, but is unable to secure, and that buff ends up going over to Team Peps.
Oh, with that Cerulege just on the mark for the last hit on the Reggie, it just means that for final stretch, they're going to have that extra buff, and it will allow them to have an even more successful fight show if they play this correctly. Now with Rayquaza on the board, we are going to see if Volticons can maintain the slight lead they have accumulated, how they're going to commit to this fight, because Kelly, it's pretty close.
I can see on the mini-map the Talonflame is lurking in the tall grass. Potato has nudged that Rayquaza, enraging it, drawing in Volticons Unite. Talonflame potentially looking for their mark to make a dive, as Tibby ends up getting hit by that on that Gyarados.
And this fight is pretty messy, but Potato is trying to do something as they get taken down actually by that Wood Hammer. Unleashed by Fizzy to get them close to Snow. But look at the damage from that Psyduck onto the Talonflame, almost taking them down. The Speedster is almost knocked out, but not before they take Zante with them. Now with a 1v1 here, Tibby will guarantee a knockout on that Cerulege. Still pushing. Volticons has the numbers advantage here, and an almost team wipe, because the only person standing on Team Peps is Brav.
Yes, they still have a Rock Tomb. Considering Volticons are shredding it down, it's really just going to come down to this timing. But Chari is aware of the threat, is going to go and hit them and stun them, allowing Volticons Unite to go and secure the Rayquaza, gather those shields, and keep this lead against Team Peps.
206 will transform into a lot of high numbers as soon as they take down these goals. Going for that Wood Hammer onto Clouds, as Team Peps is forced back into their own home base, trying to defend against a very huge 550-point lead.
Wowee. First set that Volticons Unite went up against Team Peps. Team Peps managed to defeat them 2-0. So the fact that Volticons Unite have come back swinging in this second half to go and take this first game, it really just demonstrates their growth in the regional leagues. It's just a question of whether they've done it once, can they do it twice in a row?
A sweep would be very interesting for Volticons, especially if they are considering Team Peps as the EUIC champions that they are, such a worthy opponent. That would be a very good feeling for this team. And they're pretty close in the record as well. Rank 4, rank 3, both of these teams pretty close in the standings, as we can have a look at the replays and highlights of this match.
Yes, I think going and securing this Regirock buff for Team Peps, obviously having that advantage, Volticons Unite managed to just go in with this pincer move. Snow saw that Mew, targeted them, propping their Unite while the rest of them were going and fighting off over to this left side. A great Horn Leech from Fizzy there to go and get the stun, but I feel like Tibby on this Mega Gyarados, even though they did end up diving in quite deep at times, like it just proved to be so beneficial during these team fights.
It really was. I feel like the gameplay from Volticons there, especially the positioning from Snow, the MVP of this game with a 3, and 6 KFA, 260 points scored, is just the power that a very well utilized defense piece can have in a game.
Yeah, they knew what their move was, their target, the Mew. That's what they were waiting for. Once they had vision on the Mew, that's when they came out of the tall grass, and it really just paid off well. And I think, you know, at times, yeah, play Pokemon that you're comfortable with, but I think it's just from that get-go, the draft, as soon as I saw Snow pick up that Talonflame into Zante, it really just felt good. You know when you just get the vibes? It's the vibes, so had good vibes about it.
It's true. It's true. We can check in with Zoinks later since he's the vibes guy and just check if we are on the same wavelength on that one. But I agree. Vibes were really good. I feel like Volticons felt very cohesive in that gameplay. It was a close game, just odd 50 points between them through the majority of it until that flip on Rayquaza. And we know that Rayquaza flips are a staple. They used to be what we had on a regular basis. So this one was very well navigated, choosing the Speedster as an aggressive play style by Volticons. Now Team Peps, they played well, Kelly, but do you think there's anything in particular that should be maybe changed or improved upon?
No, that's always a tricky question to answer. I think in terms of their draft, like it was a good draft. In terms of, you know, their plays, they were able to go and secure objectives. They were able to keep on top of their wild Pokemon and everything like that. It's just, I feel like, yeah, going into that final stretch, Volticons Unite recognized what they needed to do, knowing that, as I said, Zante has always just been one of the major threats on Team Peps that, when well protected, usually ends up going unpunished. And I think Volticons Unite, having versed them before, but also seeing as we are now into week 3, seeing these plays and the way Team Peps, I guess, coordinate, being able to identify that was really big for them. And I got to commend Snow on there to be able to just wait in the top tall grass for as long as they did. And as soon as they saw Zante going and diving straight on them, even though they didn't end up getting the knockout straight away, it still forced Zante to utilize their Unite move, not exactly in the most optimal way. You don't really, I suppose, want to use it more in that reactive way to save yourself. Yes, that's important, but also you want to use it so you're not only just protecting yourself, you're also protecting your allies. You want to try and get maximum value. So I think it was just that play there from Snow. And I mean, there's a reason why there's MVP, not just because of the numbers, but I think it's just that team communication they had between them. So if they can do that again and find these soft spots within Team Peps, they could potentially take it away. But Team Peps, they're aware of this now. So are they going to go and band-aid that and look at protecting Zante even more moving into this next game?
Well, and Team Peps has chosen to change a couple of things up, and that is going to the purple side. They're going to have the first pick, and we'll see what they're going to prioritize, because sometimes that first pick is a Vaporeon, it is a Psyduck, which we mentioned, but they had the Psyduck in the previous game. Maybe they will steal the Vaporeon that was played by Volticons. That could be a possibility. And they need to be aware, like you mentioned, of the fact that Volticons know now how to play against Zante on those very like glass cannon type of attack, as much like Mew is. Very squishy with very high damage output. So they need to be aware of that once they go into the draft.
But things are going to be potentially a different story, as we do have a different map selection this time around. Groudon is going to be that final boss that appears during that final stretch. So we'll have to wait and see whether, team compositions end up changing around based around this Groudon, knowing that it ends up providing a different step boost at the end. But so far, we have very similar bans, except Psyduck is going to be banned out by Team Peps, even though it ended up being Marv to play that duck.
It was, but this might indicate that because they don't want to pick Psyduck first pick, they want to prioritize something else. They want to prevent Volticons from picking that Pokemon themselves, as well as that Crustle that was banned. We might see the Blastoise as well followed up alongside the Megas, Mega Lucario and Mega Charizard Y, and Scyther Scizor that was already banned too. So this might be a Mega Gyarados first pick, as it is confirmed here for Team Peps, so their priority on heavy damage, and this team will have to go around getting the Magikarp evolved as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I guess that's key, getting that Magikarp up and running into that Gyarados form as soon as possible, because really that's where it gets its power spike. But Volticons Unite, what are they going to choose to go up in the top half up against this Gyarados? And okay, Cinderace, I would expect this thing as a gutter pick, but as a first pick, what on earth? Was this intentional?
I am Cinderace. Well, okay, so we're gonna wait to get a confirmation from production if this was a slip of the thumb or if this was an actual pick. But Kelly, I'm with you. If you are going to pick Cinderace, probably pick it after in, fourth or fifth pick, so that you're not going to get counted. In the side of Team Peps, you have a Mewtwo Y that was selected. There's the Bruv Mr. Mime as well, which is very, very exciting. Plus a Tyranitar. Now 1% encounter rate, even less than the Cinderace in this league.
Look, I'm looking at this draft and look, hey, they could just completely be cooking here, catching us off guard. Or this could, it's funny how we see a Pokemon and then we instantly question it. And when it's like, what, is this real? But yeah, seeing how squishy Volticons Unite are with their team composition, the two attackers plus the speedster being Meowth and the only sole defender, I'm questioning it. I don't know. This could potentially be real. This could potentially be not. Just gotta trust the process, right? Until we get confirmation.
Yeah, so we got confirmation this is just a quote-unquote template draft. There was a technical issue with one of the players. They could not select what they wanted, so everybody just picked something random, not to reveal their strategies, but to just continue with this draft, so they are able to, start the game, wait for the time to actually get into surrendering and wrapping up the match, starting the lobby once again. So bear with us, and thank you so much for your patience while we get this sorted out. But Kelly, the only thing that we can actually talk about would be the Mega Gyarados. Aside from that, the other picks were like, nah.
Yes, I think we're going to throw, well, not all the picks in the bin, but you know what I mean. I feel like we'll still see some of these come out to play, like this Mew or even this Trevenant, but Mega Gyarados. I believe in terms of the encounter rate, it was 82%. If it's not banned, it's usually generally picked on up. I know in terms of that Magikarp phase, can't do a lot. You need to get into that Gyarados. So it's more the, what do you end up pairing up with that Gyarados? You have to have that strong early game in case you do end up getting shut down as a Magikarp earlier on.
And I would say a good pairing could be getting a Crustle on your side. If the Blastoise is not banned, the Blastoise, because then you allow more space and control for the Gyarados to go in and get the damage, because it has to really go in deep into enemy backline to actually make that presence that Mega Gyarados can have in the damage department. And we know as well that these Pokemon, these two defenders, are great setups. But we were talking about encounter rates, so let's talk about win rates. This is very interesting. Mega Gyarados, as much as it was picked, is not the highest win rate. Instead, it is Galarian Rapidash with 80%.
While Galarian Rapidash does have 80%, look at the amount of wins that Mega Gyarados have. 79 wins in comparison to 16. I feel like 66% is still quite a decent win rate. The fact that 4 of these Pokemon are under that 25 win mark, whereas Mega Gyarados and Crustle, they're really up there. And this is just a real demonstration of how Mega Gyarados is not only doing in the competitive scene. I feel like Mega Gyarados, even on the ranked ladder, has just been absolutely wreaking havoc.
It has. And continuing here, the win rates as well. Oh, all right. So it confirmed a 7 and 12 win rate, like you were mentioning there for that Pokemon, Kelly. But the rest of the squad here, so your 7 to 12th placement by win rate, we have... Okay, so this is a graph that includes the whole league. So from January until now. No, what I mean is from January until now. Umbreon is here, but it's not allowed in this weekend. Umbreon has been played throughout the league, but don't be confused. Umbreon, as much as it is powerful, there is a bug that was what made them unable to be used this weekend.
I was going to say, I don't think we played 59 matches here this weekend. I mean, it's been a lot of matches, but not that many. But yes, as we move on over, we have our top Pokemon by encounter rate. So Blastoise rocking the top there at 96% with 297 encounters. So yeah, this is another one of those Pokemon where if it is not banned, it is getting selected. And likely if it isn't getting banned on out, it is in that first pick position because it is just so viable in the composition right now, in the meta right now.
It really is. It just allows for so much control and so much space creation, I would say. I love to see these Pokemon coming through as alongside the Megas, right, Kelly? Because we think of the Megas and we think powerful, so strong, gonna be banned all the time or gonna be picked all the time. And that's kind of what happens usually. So to see the Pokemon that are not Mega on this list and even in higher placements than the Megas makes me very happy. So we're getting back to the draft here. We're gonna start with a remake. The bans will remain the same because the draft was working up until then. And that includes the first pick of Mega Gyarados for Team Peps.
Yes, picking up that angry fish. I know it makes me angry to go up against all of these Megas as well because they are just so nasty to deal with. But you know what? We do have Volticons Unite locking in a Mega of their own, being that Mewtwo Y, and the first pick that we had last time, the Mamoswine as well. So I'm, I guess, surprised. I mean, Crustle is banned out, so yeah, picking up Mamoswine, it does have a later game in comparison to that Trevenant, who does evolve at that level 5. But I feel like as a Swinub, I'm wondering if we're going to end up seeing a potential invade from Fizzy here.
It's very possible. It's very, very possible. But it's something that we can take into consideration. The fact that having Zante on this Mew, once again, they can go into Central to help out any potential invades that come through for Team Peps. The final composition for Team Peps will be the Mega Gyarados, Trevenant, and Mew. The Mr. Mime was indeed a proper pick, plus a Blaziken for Cloud.
I know we ended up having a Mr. Mime yesterday in the Latam region. Frank played that on out with damage Mr. Mime, but on the other end, we actually have Bruv with the items they have equipped, that new item, Vanguard Bell, along with that Resonant Guard and Cursed Incense. So more of that self-sustaining type build. But I think in that sense, we'll probably end up still seeing them run that Light Screen Confusion. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I'm interested because, like you said, the damage Mr. Mime that we saw in Latam is a little bit different than maybe we could see here from Bruv. Bruv is usually, they can be aggressive with these picks, of course, but they're usually very team-oriented, trying to get good setups with the screens. And considering the build, it could be more of a healing Mime in that sense, and especially because they know that Zante was super targeted in the previous game. They need to get even more protection and even more space for Zante to feel comfortable on the Mew and not just completely focused on as soon as they appear out of tall grass.
I know earlier on we were talking about Pokemon that players are comfortable on. I feel like Bruv, Mr. Mime, just those two, match made in heaven. Bruv, is when I think of Bruv, I think of Mr. Mime. I know they don't play it all the time. I think the second one would be Blastoise is what they're known for, but Bruv, I feel like has just pushed Mr. Mime to the absolute limits and knows this Pokemon inside out. But as we head on into our second match of the day here, Team Peps over on that purple side, Volticons Unite on the orange do have that 1 point to their name. It's just a matter of whether they can take down Team Peps, who they were defeated by during that first half of the regional leagues.
Yeah, and we start this one, Kelly, with that swine up you mentioned going into the enemy central, as Fizzy will try to get any sort of steal here from Clouds, not able to convert it in the end, as you have Bruv approaching there on the central area. So Fizzy has to disengage, but they did still try to get it with their ability, at least from range, but they weren't able to do so.
Little dash over the wall to get away from that Phantom. Didn't end up coming out with any prizes this time round, nor really any delays, because Team Peps are straight onto that tier 2 pad and emptying out their AOS energy.
Yeah, 30 points already scored here by Team Peps. Now Volticons will have Daddy Leon on a very low HP, but there's no range. The X speed will save the Vaporeon, but there's a confusion that we were thinking about for the Mr. Mime. It is going to be that build that we see from Bruv in this game. But interesting here how much aggression Team Peps is trying to do, but Volticons retaliates on top side just as quickly.
Yeah, they're retaliating, but they haven't managed to dunk in any further points besides those 11 earlier on. But yeah, talking about Mr. Mime, confusion makes sense, especially considering they have a Cerulege, a Zacian, and that Mamoswine coming towards them as those melee Pokemon. It's just a way to create some space, not only for themselves, but also for their team to be able to get that pushback.
Definitely. Regidrago spawning as we speak, and this Fizzy will be taking some damage on the bot side, which will allow Team Peps to get in a good position for this Regidrago that has just roamed to the bot side of the map anyways. Klaus is there, so Arcicure with Overheat is confirmed, but Cherry also potentially going in for a steal. Very nice zoning from Marv with that Woodhammer to deny them any entrance in Central.
Yes, definitely. The job of the defender, get those stuns, allowing your Secure to get those secures, especially considering Blaziken no longer has that unstoppable, it has that hindrance resistance. So you want to just provide that extra layer of protection, but otherwise these second lot of birds are going to spawn up in the top half as Zacian gets rushed on down by this Gyarados, only leaving this Vaporeon to defend, but unfortunately they just cannot do it on their own.
No, they can't. And there's a couple of gubbins that are going to be scored here to try and maximize the overdunk that can be done by Team Peps as they're accumulating more and more. With the Reggie spawned, we can ascertain that Team Peps will take this Reggie steal, while on the bot side, Volticons will take Regieleki.
Yeah, so a trade for trade there in terms of these objectives, but we have this top pad left on 8 points. I can see 30 points on to Zante here, which is going to end up being a 34 overdunk there. But meanwhile, Regieleki is marching towards tier 2 of Team Peps.
On the central area here, Bruv takes some damage as Volticons were trying to steal at least a couple of wild Pokemon. Score now is 132 for Team Peps against 97 for Volticons. So not that much of a difference, but because Regieleki was taken by Volticons, it forces out the Mega Gyarados to stay on the bot side. There is a kerfuffle that happens here in the central area, but Daddy Leon knows they can't overextend.
Kerfuffle. I really like that word. That is a great word. Kerfuffle. What does that mean?
It's a Dub's next word, and I love it.
Oh, so it just means a little bit of a fight?
Yeah,
but
like scrappy fight. A scrappy fight.
Scrappy fight. Okay. Yeah, interesting. That's a fun word. But meanwhile, as we pivot over to the top path, we have Team Peps being able to empty out some AS energy into the top tier 2, leaving that on 54. Daddy Leon making sure to protect this bottom tier 1, being left alone, and just to provide some vision for where Team Peps are planning to go next, but no one's in sight down there.
Yeah, so they decided that this is not the post they want to keep for the moment. They might have to rotate with 20 seconds for the top Reggie, and that is a roulette Reggie to spawn. They want to potentially contest Snow and Chariot there. Bruv is also keeping some of that vision enabled there for Team Peps as they are positioning themselves. That is going in with the Earthquake. Now Snow will be caught in that wall. Wow, what a showtime by Bruv, and coming in once again with the confusion, dealing heavy damage themselves. The Phantom Force will slow them down. There's the, oh, so close to getting that solar beam stun. In the end, they do get taken down in spite of using the eject button.
I know, using that teleport at the perfect moment, but it is still no match to Marv's Woodhammer to send him back to the Pokemon Center. In the end, Marv does end up getting chopped on down by that Ceruledge, which means Team Peps have to go and retreat.
It's scary here. Volticons are regaining space. There's still 10 seconds for Reggie Drago to spawn and plenty of Eos energy to be taken around the map. Very quick on the trigger. Team Peps will guarantee this Regieleki, although this could be the end of the Mega Gyarados. Now Klaus is in the middle of 4 members of Volticons, and that means a 2 KO streak for TB on this Zacian. Going for Marv, might make it a 3, and things are maybe looking to stack up better for Volticons as the 3 KO streak is confirmed.
Unfortunately, sometimes that is the job of the defender. You've just got to try and stall, waste some time of the opposition, even if you end up taking that KO. Otherwise, Gyarados diving underwater, looking for a target. They managed to knock up 2 of those members. Meanwhile, Reggie Drago gets sniped from the sidelines on Zante, and this is Team Pep's chance to come back as they have already knocked down 2 of those members, soon to be 3, as this Mamoswine and one of the other members, the Zacian, ends up getting knocked out too.
And it's such a good moment here to use their Unite moves before their final stretch. They know that this is the moment to use it for the last time until that 2-minute mark. And it was very well utilized for the setup with that Dragon Current just to get some damage and the knockups you mentioned, Kelly, plus that steal from Zante with that Solar Beam. Now, with the game getting closer and closer, the points around the map, they are very, very different. 241 for Team Peps against 97 only for Volticons.
I mean, it's not only the points, but I feel like it's a level advantage that Team Peps have. Over on Volticons Unite, they only have a level 9 Vaporeon, and this is just going to give even more boost to Team Peps' step, getting that attack and special attack buff, heading on into that final stretch. But look at this aggressive positioning by Volticons Unite.
Yeah, they gotta be careful though, because Fizzy is getting punished. They're gonna get taken down immediately by the Blaziken, and we know Overheat can finish people off so quickly. Getting some space here. Team Peps in the central area. Still a couple of seconds to go for that Groudon to spawn.
Yeah, but Team Peps, they have this one in their court, considering they're the ones that have the lead. They have the positioning, and with Bruv's walls, they're just zoning out Volticons Unite. Zacian is able to zip on through, but they quickly get beamed on down, not down, but away from the rest of the team fight.
Yeah, Miska Mirage has to be used there to get Zante away from damage. Marv is pushing people away, at least that defender. But the other side of the map is just Volticons coming out on top. There is just so little HP on this Ceruledge, but Team Peps is not able to capitalize. Volticons will really study on that fight.
One thing I am noticing is Zacian still has their Unite move on hand, but Team Peps, they have gone to retreat, knowing that 2 of their members are down. They don't need to shred down this Groudon. It's up to Volticons Unite to bring the fight to them, and they are definitely doing that as we have that Trevenant needing to retreat, and they're going in for a rip.
Oh, the rip is immediate, but it's stolen back there by the Blaziken. Team Peps at the end is just too good on the trigger with secures. Klaus on this Blaziken takes the Groudon, and now with Potato getting themselves a 2 KO streak, it's a great moment to score those Hunderburgers.
Team Peps may have lost that first game, but they were not letting it happen again. 531 points, 297 with only 37 seconds left on the clock. I think that is going to be an impossible mountain for Volticons Unite to climb, even if they manage to get some KOs and some buffs, because I feel like they just don't have enough Eos energy on hand.
They really don't, and this duo here of Bruv on the Mr. Mime and Zante on the Mew is just so much damage as well. Mav comes through to do even more to this fight, trying to get... Look at that! I swear, the damage on Bruv for this Mr. Mime on Confusion is huge. And with that, we get ourselves into a 1-1 record. Team Peps will take the win on map 2.
That's actually really funny as well, because Bruv was mainly running the defensive items as well. So the fact that they were able to do that much with the confusion really just goes to show, as I said, pushing Mr. Mime to the absolute brink. But there is the scoreboard. Team Peps earning their victory for this second game, which means we are heading into a game 3. But we have to look at some highlights here. It looked like Zacian was in a bit of a predicament there. They were able to get on out, but it meant that Volticons Unite ended up getting scattered about by Team Peps.
It was very much of a split fight, Kelly, I agree. And Volticons were in a good position because they isolated the enemy Gyarados. They did the same with Zante on the Mew, but Team Peps, with their respawn timer still being to their advantage, they were able to get back in time, go into the central area, get the objective, and wrap up the game. Our MVP is Zante from Team Peps on this Mew with a flawless 4-0-8 KFA and 75,000 damage.
And this is what I'm saying. When Zante gets to do what they get to do best, especially when they go unpunished with 0 feints, they just absolute roll with it. 75k damage in the backline. I feel like Volticons Unite, if they want to take this to a 2-1 victory, they need to hone down on Zante again.
They do. They really do, but the strategy from Team Peps on how to defend and protect Zante was also spot on. And honestly, Bruv and Mav were the key points there. They were always very close to Zante, and if necessary, they were using their Unite moves to keep their attacker standing. Now we know the next map... Oh, we good?
No, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
We know that the next map will be a Kyogre. Kelly, which is a little different from what we had yesterday.
Okay, I am loving this. The fact that we had Rayquaza as our first game, second game we have Groudon, and now we have Kyogre. We're getting the ultimate trio here. All the variety. I love this.
Full spread. We got every single objective, every single of those Pokemon. I love it too, because I would say that every map adds a little bit of a different approach on how things should be played. So not only is a Kyogre map, Volticons, they have decided to pick a purple side, so they get the first pick.
Oh, it'll be interesting to see whether we're going to end up having any switch up in terms of our bans this time around, knowing that we are on a different map, but also having Volticons in that first pick position. I know with Team Peps going in that first pick position last time, they ended up banning their own Psyduck and their Crustle. So are they going to end up selecting those in the ban table, or maybe leaving them off considering they're now in that second pick position to pick them up for themselves again?
Like I said, orange side has that little bit of a spice with yourself being able to get the last pick. You can get counters, and that allows for a lot of flexibility and a lot of great strategies that can be built on top of studying your enemy and just realizing what is their plan of action. So in this game, once we get into draft, I'm thinking that I'm not going to see those Pokemon banned by Volticons on purple side, and considering Team Peps is on the orange, they might pick them again, although I think they have a lot of versatility up their sleeve to not have to pick the same exact thing.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. A lot of these players have been playing in the UCS for quite some time, so they definitely have a large Pokemon pool up their sleeves to go and fall back onto if needed. But there we go. Straight into draft. Our bans have been locked on in. No Crustle or Psyduck are on the ban table, but we do have Mamoswine finding their way out. This has a 0% ban rate, so I'm very surprised. But yeah, we called it because Crustle, Team Peps in that second pick position, they're gonna lock in that Crustle for themselves.
I'm just stunned with the fact that Volticons chose first pick, purple side, and their first pick was a Trevenant. That is interesting, I will say. That's not usually what I think about when I think of a first pick priority, but You do you, Volticons. You have made it into a tie here, so I trust your judgment. They have a Mew and a Zacian as well, while on the side of Team Peps, they once again go for the Mega Gyarados for Potato. They have the Crustle, which you mentioned, Klaus once again on the Blaziken, and Bruv on the Missimime. I said they don't need to run it back, but I guess they will, and that's also okay.
I think, I could be wrong here, but I see Volticons, I see you, I see your game plan there. Going and locking the Trevenant and the Mew, knowing not to ban these, instead locking them for themselves, because Marv on that the Trevenant last game was such a nuisance to deal with, and even with Zante on the Mew, take it away instead of banning it out. But we get some Zera Aura! Snow picking up this Speedster. We love.
We do. We saw them on the Talonflame on the first game of the series, and I just get a lot of Latam highlight package flashbacks with the Zera Aura on the screen. I know that Matt's at Worlds for Aegis Flames last year was just incredible, so I want to see that same high level of gameplay on the Zera Aura. I find it nice to have this Clefable on the side of Volticons, allowing for even more of that healing, which forces quite a bit of that cut healing now granted by Bruv and Zante with that Cursed Incense.
I'm very curious whether we're going to end up seeing a Follow Me or whether we're going to end up seeing a Gravity Clefable. I feel like Gravity, especially going in to a Mega Gyarados to go and try and slow them down in their tracks, or even a Klaus here with this Blaziken. But I feel like either moveset could end up working out, right? Use that Follow Me, draw the attention to them, allowing those damage dealers to dish out that damage.
Absolutely, Kelly. Personally, I think Gravity to me is the choice, considering, like you said, not only the Gyarados, the Blaziken, the Darkrai, they all have dashes, they all have some sort of movement and just gap closures that are going to be denied by the Gravity's ability. So I think that is a very good option. Like I mentioned, overall, Clefable with Moonlight just healing so much, but that also means the Team Peps, with those Cursed Instances, they have to get really in there to deny that healing. As we get into our Game 3 of Volticons Unite on your purple side and Team Peps on your orange.
Yes, heading up into that top path is going to be that Phantump and that Zacian. And I can see on the mini-map we are going to be getting another invade, this time by Dwebble, Marv on a Team Peps, just to go and try and slow down Snow. But I feel like going up against a Zera Aura earlier on, that is going to be one tricky Pokemon to deal with, which clearly they're already at half HP.
They are. The focus band is popped. There is your rock slide. Okay, so they're able to at least get your jump pad away. Marv does survive that push, and that still accomplishes the goal, which was delaying the enemy central. Bot side, though, with a 4-person push, Zante takes a KO, and Team Peps is going to push for scores in stacks on this pad.
Yeah, knowing that the Zera Aura was still in their middle section, finishing off the rest of their wild Pokemon, allow them to just get in some little dunks, but they are quite low as we have Volticons Unite, closing the gap and taking some of those birds for themselves.
Chari is already doing so much damage on the Electroballs there for the Mew that, like you said, Team Peps was chunked down, but soon we are going to have the Regidrago spawning as the fights for birds have already occurred. I'm interested to see what is the course of action for both teams, because on top side for Team Peps, Potato is behind still, just trying to get that effort gauge unlocked, and Team Peps a lot of points on the bot side in comparison.
Yeah, they just need to splash about one more time, and there it is. They have finally reached that Gyarados form. I mean, at the 8-minute mark, I'd say Volticons Unite did a pretty great job of shutting down this Gyarados. And, well, I was going to say, are they going to shut it down again by getting a knockout? But no, they're able to slither away.
They are, and meanwhile in the central area, we know that the Regidrago is being started by Team Peps. They're able to convert it. There was a knockout 1-for-1 on that trade, and a note that doesn't have to do with anything. I just think the Kyogre map is just so beautiful.
It really is. There is so much luscious tall grass. I feel sorry for Chef, who is lurking amongst there, because it's going to be impossible for us to find him once again.
I know. He's just going to be lost forever. You're going to be missed dearly, Chef. But I hope to see you again soon with some more reporting on the V stream. Oh, my word. Look at that that Volt Switch pull by Snow, huge plays. Although that was the case, the side that goes on top is still Team Peps with a 2 KO streak for the Dark Break.
Yeah, I know they didn't end up finalizing any KOs there with that huge pull, but still being able to pull 3 members with that Volt Charge is absolutely insane. It's just a matter of whether they can have that backup, but it's only this Mew down here allowing Team Peps to go and secure that Reggie Alecki for free, as Mew's just left to go and defend because, well, these two, they're looking at breaking this pad as Reggie Alecki ends up crashing in.
They were really trying to score before they had that Reggie Lucky getting into pad, but they are still going to get quite a lot of points, 91-12. But at the same time, Volticons were able to secure the Reggie Rock on top side. Now the fight starts here. That Follow Me from Daddy Leon to get people away, but they found themselves on the wrong side of the map, X speeding away, and that Clefable might be shut down soon, or is it? There's still a chase that is going on, but Daddy Leon is still standing for one more auto, and Potato takes that knockout. A good eject button here from Marv to get away from that Horn Leech.
I mean, the fact that Potato even had to chase them that far into that central area is, you know, going away some time. Nonetheless, they are still able to make it up here as these birds spawn. A bit of a kerfuffle, you could say, as members are trying to knock each other down, but Electro Ball ends up missing that Gyarados as they dive underwater.
Yeah, that Dragon Current was very well utilized there. Another Volt Switch. Now with the Darkrai going into the Void, they're actually going to escape as they decided not to engage further, looking at their teammates' health bars and seeing that they were quite low.
Ooh, look at this. So some sideline plays from Bruv there, knowing that Team Peps had most of Volticons Unite preoccupied with a fight up in that top half, allowing them to just go in, get a little dunk in that bottom tier 2. So now they have that 117 lead to 26 as we reach this halfway mark.
5 minutes and Team Peps has that lead built. Looking to go for even more here on the top side. 40 is scored, trying to maximize that overdunk. Now on 8 overdunk, but 205 accumulated overall is huge. Bot side though, with the Reggie Lucky spawning, it will be started by Volticons, but there's the Horn Leech just getting people away by Team 14 Peps as the showtime will stall just to allow for Klaus to arrive at the scene. The overheat is there, although they miss, honestly. They get in with the auto attack regardless. Team Peps will continue pushing for yet another knockout as Volticons has to scatter away with no wins on the fight or objective.
Yeah, scattering away with their tails between their legs because this Reggie Alecki is knocking down this tier 2. But jump pads, here comes Daddy Leon to go and protect as we have Fizzy pushing back this Reggie Alecki, really putting up the defense's wall, even though we have a house built around Fizzy. Wow, I haven't seen that in a long time. That combination really just brings me back to one of those previous seasons.
It does, doesn't it? It really does. But Kelly, what happened with that push with Reggie Alecki is that Team Peps cleared the wild Pokemon on the enemy central, and they are very quick to go into the top side to take that red Ice. But no, Volticons were able to get the shutdown, although it was contested. They get another knockout there for their Zacian, and Team Peps has to be careful about that defense. On the bot side, Volticons once again very aggressive on this push. Now using that Dark Void will get some space to protect Team Peps' bot tier 1.
They're going in with the protection. They are holding this lead. We do have a Trevenant diving on into Brav, who is able to make an escape. But yeah, it's just minute left until the final stretch. Team Peps, they have so much space control over this map, with Volticons Unite not having either of their tier 1s available, where they still have both of their tier 1s available. So this is a really scary sight for Volticons Unite with their backs up against the wall.
It really is. So many points that Team Peps have accumulated as their lead. So little time for the final stretch and 3 seconds to go for the Reggie Alecki to spawn. Nobody is interested in that one really, as both teams have get it on the top side of the map.
Hiding in the tall grass is Fizzy, trying to get some eyes on where Team Peps are hiding, but Darkrai has found them. They end up getting chunked down to half HP. Thankfully, Daddy Leon there is able to provide some healing with their Moonlight. 10 seconds left to go until Kyogre spawns on in, Soph.
And Kelly, Volticons have all the control here on behind this pit. Although Team Peps is pushing for the knockout on the Trevenant. No frontliner as this Kyogre hits the map. Now they're rotating to the top side. Bruv will take a good stance here to find people in the tall grass. Zante as well will find Daddy Leon, who will land quite a lot of damage, but Clefable is pretty tanky, especially with that Follow Me and the Moonlight. Now an explosion is what they get with their ability, but they get stunned in the meantime.
Yeah, and they end up getting knocked on down, which is leaving Volticons Unite in a really vulnerable position. They literally get walled on out by Bruv, unable to enter this pit. Otherwise, we have the Rock Tomb coming on in and working in Volticons Unite's favor with that Trevenant Horn Leech.
Oh, that was such a good comeback. Snow is around as well, and that Mystical Mirage that was used by Zante is just very, very well utilized. Not Zante, excuse me, but by the Mew. It is just really good, but there's still 1 minute on the clock. No objective has been taken down, and there's still a 200-point lead for Team Peps.
A reset from Marv onto that Crustle, considering they were quite low. Volticons Unite, they need to somehow make magic happen. Darkrai diving on under. They are going to make an escape, but we do have some pokes from Mew to go and chip out a little bit of damage from Team Peps. And here we go. They're attempting the rip.
Oh, and they go over the wall with the Showtime Breath. Will take down that Speedster. And that is a huge play by Team Peps. Now Fizzy is found in a pit between two players of Team Peps. They are going to get taken down themselves. And now it's Zante against Daddy Leon. And Shari just trying to get away from Marv. There are 3 members knocked out on Volticons, 2 members down on Team Peps.
Oh, but look at this. Bruv on the Mr. Mime going in with another dunk of 88 points just to make it even more difficult for Volticons Unite to make a comeback. Here comes the countdown. Kyogre still hasn't been slayed on down. And even if it does, it's just not enough time for Volticons Unite. And look, in the end, Team Peps securing that objective and taking away that win. Taking the victory 2-1 against Volticons Unite.
What in a strategic play by Team Peps. So methodical in just preventing Volticons from getting back into central area. Just playing that very patiently too. When they find somebody to pick off here, Team Peps starts that final stretch. Now, they were in a very bad situation once there was the damage coming through the Mew on the side of Volticons, and they were all stacked up just right here with that Mystical Mirage, the pop. Everybody was going low on Team Peps, but Kelly, they navigated the comeback so well.
They really did. I think they really played that final stretch well from the get-go. They were able to take down Fizzy on the Trevenant quite early. Even though they ended up respawning in, they ended up taking down Daddy Leon. And you don't want either of those frontliners to go down because, as I said, it just leaves the rest of the team, especially Chari on the Mew, in such a vulnerable position. But yeah, Zante earning that MVP for the match on this Darkrai with the 617 KFA there and 64k damage dealt.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. And we have so little feints on the side of Team Peps as well. We only have 1, 2, sometimes 0 on their teammates. And the spread of damage was also so very equal. 29% for Zante, 26% for Potato, 19% for Klaus, and even 12% for Bruv, as we saw sometimes that coming through. But definitely the setups that were made with Showtime plus Rock Tomb just really allowed for Zante to shine.
Oh, but look at this graph. Team Peps, they pretty much just had it from the get-go. Being able to just stack in so many points earlier on. Being able to destroy both of those bottom and top tier 1 pads just gave them so much control over the map up until that very end. The fact that they still had both of their tier 1s remaining just gave them such a big advantage.
It definitely did. The Flux Zone helps you navigate the map so much faster, Kelly. And not only that, you know that your lead is really big if neither of your tier 1s have been taken down. And that was what they were counting on when they decided okay, we managed to win the fight, but we're not going to try and press for Kyogre. Why would we do that? Just go straight up, score, and make sure that the enemy is a little bit scattered, a little bit confused around the map, and that is what happened. It worked out so well for Team Peps.
It really did. But you know what? Definitely got to give applause over to Volticons Unite. As we said, during the first half of the regional leagues, they did end up getting taken down by Team Peps 2-0. So the fact that they were able to come in and take at least one game of Team Peps is really just demonstrating their growth in the regional league so far. So very much well done to them. A tricky opponent, especially considering Team Peps are the EUIC champs, and well, they have grown considerably themselves.
They surely have, not only from the point of start of regular season into EUIC and back from EUIC 2 weeks ago. Such an interesting finals on that event. But we still have Europe to go through, and the next matchup will be Kamai versus Engage. Very grassroots focused matchup that we have here on EU. Love that. But we're going to go into a short break while we get things ready, so don't go anywhere. There's more Pokemon Unite Championship Series action.
Chef, we'll meet you in the...
Welcome back, everybody. I'm still stuck here in the tall grass. I think I found my way forward just a little bit. Still, though, I do believe that I am in Latin America, as I've been watching some of the best teams in the world play. However, we did see another 2-0 off stream, and I want to show this one. Unfortunately, there's not really any other way to say it. A little bit of a questionable play as we go into DreamHack versus Peru Unite. Now, obviously, Peru, a little bit of a good team. You might have heard of them, but I do unfortunately kind of have to point out I'm questioning what led to this loss. As we can take a look right here, I'm going to pause it just to start things off. You can take a little look at the levels, some level 11s as opposed to some level 10s and 8s on here. There's some level 12s across the board, but a slight advantage for Peru, as well as a 235 points lead over 131. That circle was extremely inaccurate, but I just want to point out that they basically have a pretty big lead. Now, I don't understand what's happening here, as we've seen them go in with a very aggressive Unite to push a tier 2 at the 3-minute mark, which just seems like a little bit of maybe an overcommitment. They do get 1 KO, but you can see a return here as we do see this Gyarados turn around and basically eliminate members from Peru Unite one by one. You can see a huge KO on their highest level member there. Now their highest level member is this Machamp, who also gets KO'd, and they just continue on. They score a bunch of points in this goal zone off the back of those KOs. They're actually defending up top against the Regieleki as well. So their levels just jump, and you can see kind of where it ends right here. I'm going to pause it. We've got a 13 here, we've got a 13 here, only 113 on the other side, and they're KO'd. So this swing of experience was a 2-level difference because for some reason we decided to push this really aggressive push on a tier 2 when you already have the lead. So I'm not really sure what caused that choice to happen, but you can see what it led to, which is this final team fight, and really there's not much else to say about it. It's a very quick one. It's kind of one where everybody just throws everything together, and DreamHack now at this point has level 14, has level 13, and they just run over this team fight. So they do manage to clean this one up very cleanly from a behind situation. Took great advantage, I do have to say, of the fact they were able to pick up those final KOs. Again, not exactly sure what Peru was going for with that, but they are going to have to fight back because they're now sitting at a 4-4 as our world champions. DreamHack fighting their way back up. And I'm a little bit lost on that play. Just wanted to point out, though, how that one ended. Maybe someone else out there can give me some thoughts on maybe what they were going for, what they were trying to achieve with that one. But another 2-0 off broadcast. We see a lot of these 2-0s, and we maybe might even see some more. But I'm still going to be moving my way through this tall grass, so I'm going to send it over to some casters that might help me figure out how to get through this, whether it's going to be Doopsnacks or Zoinks or Doopsnacks or Zoinks or Doopsnacks. One of them. I don't know. Take it away.
From here in this instance, my friend,
Yep.
And what we're trying to help Chef through, I don't know if he means the tall grass. I don't know if he means that last sequence we just watched. I don't know if he just means in his life in general.
Yeah.
Maybe in chat, you put your best guess, what you think Zoinks and I need to be helping Chef with, and then we'll do our best off broadcast to sort that out for you. Again, Zoinks, Doopsnacks, we are here. I'm not going to repeat it 4 times like Chefsky did because we've got more matches coming up, and Engage has another tough one ahead of them in Komai if they want to drag themselves out of that bottom 3 in EU and try and get back into that top 5 spot.
Yeah, you mentioned it at the start of the day when reviewing the schedule. This is an Engage gauntlet that they have to go through. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. This is the squad that will be lining up against Team Komai on the other side. Obviously, a really phenomenal team. I was taking a look at our stat breakdowns between these two squads, and it's leaning all Komai. And basically every single category, they have the advantage. From slight to extreme, kind of across the board. Engage has been looking for a way to right the ship so far today. Bit of a tough start, but having 2 chances at it might be the big boon that they need in this next game.
They need to find it here, Zoinks. I'm going to be honest with you. A bit of a tough draft, tough execution when we saw it earlier today against BH3. But you and I specifically get to kind of carry their story through the rest of this day to see how they end our coverage of the EU region here on broadcast. We saw some less than ideal rotations, leaving Volto as that Mega Lucario alone in the top half. I'd like to see some adjustments there and some changes in draft. but they are going up against Komai Esport on the other side here, anchored by Adesu and Gatlu, and I think the brain behind it all is Gek. You add the two young upstarts and Toast and Narami, and you've got yourself a heck of a squad.
I completely agree. We had a few player stats that we were showing on broadcast the other day. Toast actually crushing it in a lot of those varieties. Average knockouts per game, average damage per game. Toast is quickly becoming one of the best central area players, even worldwide. So a player to be watching out for, and I think going to be one of the major factors that Engage is going to have to look to try to shut down if they're going to have an opportunity in this one. By the way, everybody, we've talked about the format a little bit in our coverage in day number 2, but in week number 3, where we are, the Rayquaza map of Thea Sky Ruins will be locked in as map number 1 of any of our best of 3 sets. And in this situation, Komai Esports are going to get that first pick. A lot of power picks that we've seen on our bans sheets, on our encounter rate sheets, but it feels like a mega Pokemon is always finding itself in that number 1 slot on that purple side.
Yeah, I mean, unless we go with the huge kind of mega geared bans that we started seeing near the end of day 1, right? It was almost like Mega Blastoise, right? And then it was Mega Charizard, Mega Lucario, Mega Gyarados, Mega Mewtwo Y, Psyduck. And after that, let's just see where we're at here. And you can see where those bans are. And that's 4 megas right in a row. And I consider Blastoise a mega Pokemon because that thing is crazy strong. And the fact that it hasn't been banned more, I think, is the real crime in the stats here.
Well, don't terrify me too much if Mega Blastoise ever gets added to this game. That would be, well, certainly a powerful Pokemon, considering the state that Blastoise is at the moment. We have talked a lot about, though, that Psyduck ban does show up. It's a little more team-to-team dependent, I would say, but it is so powerful right now. Some changes to the Unite move has made this Pokemon extremely strong and even more annoying than it ever was in the past. So, draft is going to be a very interesting phase of this game that we are going to be watching, because Engage, what we've seen from them so far has been pretty straightforward. A lot of Mew support picks. Aslan on that Snorlax. We'll have to see if Volto will be able to get the Blastoise in this game and move away from something like the Lucario, and there will be no Blastoise ban in our ban phase, Lunex.
Well, it should be selected pretty quickly, in my opinion, there, unless they prioritize Mega Gyarados that much. But I think Komai in this instance doing Engage a favor, banning that Mew, forcing Greg maybe onto a more traditional support pick here to allow him to have the sustain in the fights. If Engage send Blastoise back the other way, honestly, we need to send an email here. Do not do this. Do not do this.
God.
Golly.
All right. Well, it'll be Crustle and Mewtwo-Y. Yeah, and Gek Okami will get the ability to play the Blastoise. So Komai Esports are drafting a pretty incredibly powerful composition. a water-type gym so far.
Yeah, that is a trio of water types indeed, my friend. Greg quickly hovers the Hoopa here. I need to see something that can shred through this Komai team. And right now, Cerulege is not what I'm looking at to get that done. A Hoopa, fills the niche that it needs to, but Volto's pick here needs to be a monster as the Desu locks down Garchomp and Toast. I'm going to presume, again, that Blue Shifu, the Blue Bear with the Surging Strikes, rounded out with Volto on the Pawmot. And I think Komai's built themselves a real machine here, my friend.
Yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of their composition. Now, I do like the Pawmot pick, one of our better win rate Pokemon so far in these regional leagues, so I think that could be rather interesting. Miffle is going to have to put in so much work, though, on this front-to-back aspect of the Mewtwo-Y. Engage has put themselves in a position where I do think this draft can work, but it is just going to be a lot bigger of a challenge than the Komai side, who just have a lot of proven power picks across the board. Specifically, that Mega Gyarados, in terms of win rate, it is knocking it out of the park. So yeah, Komai looking at a couple late game Pokemon, but extremely powerful powerhouses all over the place.
Okay, so you're engaged right now. Obviously, your air quotes shred damage is going to be coming out of that Mewtwo Y. It's kind of the best thing you have going to do that. And then you really need Hiyori and Volto to collapse and be successful in that front to back strategy. However, it's going to be incredibly difficult to battle through that Vaporeon and the Blastoise, as we mentioned. And I'm not even talking about Hydro Typhoons, just Surfs in general tend to squash the range within which you have to play, right? Come on, Esport, your purple team. Engage your orange team. And Engage, really fighting for their league life here, need to put together a big win against a good squad.
Shout out to Gatlu for picking Sand Attack first on this Gipple, by the way, not having access to Bulldoze for those early Pokemon. But anyway, either way, now they're going to be contending. They will have to play against the range damage from Miffle, but with Narami kind of taking up space in the front and stealing a wild Pokemon and getting a score, that is going to be a very, very early evolution for this Vaporeon, and they are going with that very annoying Hydro Pump build for the Vaporeon.
You know, honestly, maybe Gatlu just trying to go into hard mode a little earlier than necessary here just to get it done. But a good pathing lane here for Narami and Gatlu early. We already have the rotation coming through. You can see, it's going to be Toast with the Wicked Blow Urshiflu. Yeah, because it's so sick.
Yeah.
the red bear coming through.
Coming through with the flu. We love Toast Urshifu. Honestly, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of the Dark Bear in this situation. Gatlu in some danger. But it will be a knockout for a Desu on the Mega Gyarados, and somehow Gatlu made it out of that situation. That's wild. But yeah, we do have a Desu getting that knockout. That poor Palmy gonna have to head back to path. As Hiyori is taking the central area on the Sarah Ledge at the moment in this matchup and trying their best to contend, but that will be a blue buff stolen away by Narami. This Hydro Pump Vaporeon allowing them to play from range, a bit challenging for this Sarah Ledge.
Just being a menace here. Greg22 going to roll through for the support. Nice little Astonish stun, and that's going to be enough to send Narami packing. Come to think of it, you know, we do have Rayquaza map here, so that Wicked Blow secure on that big objective is going to be critical. Typically, we see Toast more on those speedsters type characters, which is where that Blue Shifu thought with the surging strikes comes into play. But a nice adjustment here, and it just shows the nuance that these maps bring to the table.
Yeah, that's a great point. It was cool that we got to have an interview there at the end of the day of day number 1, where you're saying, like, it's getting to the point where it's so hard to prep for all 3 of these maps and all the compositions you need to pick. And now, even depending on one Pokemon, what moveset you're going to opt into. So a lot of challenging decisions for these top level players.
Well, the moveset flexibility is going to be taking a ding here as we're moving forward in the progress of just the game as it exists as a whole. Hyperspace Highway is open. Greg going to drag some players up to the top path with him as a Desu is responsible for holding down that top path specifically. We've got a rotation from Narami coming up right now. Greg is paying attention, trying to secure some of this wild farm. And the Ceruledge, Hiyori, of course, there to close the door out on the Regieleki with the rest of the team.
Yeah, it's a bit of a path swap, right? So Desu's starting at the bottom path and now in charge of defending the top path. But all they're going to be able to do is buy time, with Gyarados only at level 7, not having the opportunity to Mega Evolve, which honestly could put them in a position to 1v4. They are going to have to relent a little bit. So the good news for Engage, they get the Regieleki, and they're going to get a chance to stack up a lot. Very important for Volto's damage output that attack weight gets moving early.
Absolutely. Again, that big single strike Urshifu there, that red bear moving through with the nice hollow air as well. The portal goes down, tries to stymie their wild Pokemon, secures there. Not going to be super successful in the face of that Wicked Blow.
Gatlu is pretty scary here. We have Registeel buff increasing the damage on an already level 9. Gatlu absolutely crushing it on the top side, out-leveling the Mega Mewtwo on the other side by a wide margin, but also has access to that Unite move, which is going to be so scary. Bit of a standoff here as Lightwise to the tricks, and Gatlu will pull one individual target. It's the Big Rock.
Meanwhile, we have a rotation up top in the push from Engage. It was an attempt, and it was stymied very quickly as they are dispatched. Volto eviscerated from this map, and now it's really Komai has the opportunity to put some good pressure on. We're going to get some more stacks, says Narami, as the Hyperspace Highway is open, and Engage is going to try to adjust and rotate. Nice Infinite Cyber and that Mewtwo Unite to get a couple knockouts.
Yeah, I'm feel confident that that would get them the damage done. I wasn't sure if it would actually finish the KO, seeing as Narami did have the Aqua Ring healing up at the same time, but great call by Miffle. They get the KO as Len's struggling to get these points in, and if they get this score, they'll probably hit level 9, which gives them access to Rebel Rouser. Ooh, clean eject button, though, to dodge that Wicked Blow.
Well done here. Nice flank by Adesu going straight for that prime target, which is Miffle. And there you just saw the Urshifu Unite move, right? The uppercut to send him to the sky, and the Wicked Blow finisher there is a great single target delete button. And when you're that big on this map, you got a chance to delete a lot of things.
Exactly. Yeah, it's funny. A lot of these like Pokemon that we see at the competitive level, sometimes you get stuck with analysis paralysis on when you can use your Unite move, when it's going to be most impactful. And sometimes for Urshifu, it's like, I just want that Pokemon to be gone. So I would love to press my button and make that Pokemon gone. So great work on Toes, just pulling the trigger on that Ebon Fist and getting a great elimination to start things off. This is 2 for 2 Registeel. So again, that damage buff really favoring Pokemon with inherently high attack stats, namely this Garchomp from Gatling.
Yeah, now you have Gek up top by themselves, by the way. Hyperspace Highway is open. We're going to force a rotation. We are going to go Rings Unbound, but Greg is eliminated immediately. So is Volto. And now we have a nice Dragon Rush combination there from Gatlu to get a knockout in tandem with the Adesu. Those two have been working together for a long, long time, and it shows here against Engage as we're going to get a big 33-point over bang. And was that a 4-piece McNugget for Adesu?
Yeah, it was so funny. I mean, a bit of a quiet 4-piece from the Mega Gyarados, seeing as it was just buying time for the scores on the bottom side. But getting these Pokemon knocked out off the respawn, essentially, and we're about to hit that 3-minute mark of a Desu about to hit that ever-important level 13 breakpoint for the Mega Gyarados.
I mean, the fact that Gek has been alone now as a level 11 Blastoise for the whole game at the top half of this map and has not allowed many points to go in at all has got to be frustrating if you're on the side of Engage. That Blastoise could have been theirs. Rather, they give the powerhouse Pokemon to Komai, and the water types are running wild.
Yeah, this is an ocean of value. I don't know. I can't make the water type thing work anymore. Gekogame is trapped, but again, a Blastoise being trapped is a bit of an over-exaggeration at any given point. Surf, Hydro Pump, the shielding, the crowd control. Gek has escape tools, crowd control tools, and honestly has a whole arsenal that they're able to take down their opponents with.
I mean, they got caught in a rock tomb. They got hit by 4 different players on Engage. Just surf back to pad, grabbed a berry, walked back over pad, full HP, and help take Regieleki and rotate. Get out of here. What is this Pokemon, dude?
I don't know. We added the Vanguard Bell to the mix at the same time. So Blastoise feeling pretty strong. But here we go. Dusak's about to enter the final stretch. Regieleki did land in that top tier 2, but no one from Komai going to be over-rotating. Instead, defending the entrance to Rayquaza. Blastoise, one of the most important Pokemon in these final endgame fights with that Hydro Typhoon and their natural stunning ability. Adesu making a mad dash to get a free Hundo Burger, and they don't land it.
I mean, this is going to allow the rip to begin, though, with Rayquaza. They get them down, and it forces Greg to go Rings Unbound, and they didn't commit to the knockout on Adesu, who gets to join back into the fray. Gatlu low on HP, Hydro Typhoon surf into their own rock tomb, and Engage gets pinned with the pressure of the water into their own rocks. Greg Miffle rotating back through. Rayquaza has leashed. Portal is down. Look at Gek going for the reposition, at least preventing Greg from resetting here. They try to dip Skirdu through the Phantom Force. That's not enough. Gatlu steps in. Gek gets credit. Miffle is trying to keep Adesu away. Volto finally going for an Engage in the middle of 3. Supercell Slam just to get back out. Rock Tomb is there. Dragon Rush in. Gatlu sees a target. We're eyeing them down with a Psy Shock. We're going to push back through. Big Cerulege Unite does mark a couple targets, but that finally sends Adesu underwater. Pops back up, gets Volto. Volto going back through his Hiyori, looking for their target. They flip the script and back onto this defensive type tank Pokemon, and finally sorted by Mega Gyarados, because that Whirlpool from Narami that is topping everybody's HP off is just too much. That Aqua Ring.
Yeah, excellent work from Narabi, playing defensively, but also supporting the team the entire time. They're even going to get a few more points to their credit as Desu attempts a Hundo Burger. Aslan doing a great job of shutting that down. Engaged with only 20 seconds left. We'll start putting some points in on those outer goal zones, but it just won't be enough at this point in the matchup. Komai Esports going to be cleaning this game number 1 up extremely well. Good stuff from them. And yeah, honestly, that Vaporeon and Blastoise stunning effect is just criminal. I watched that poor Saralech be unable to act for what felt like 30 seconds of that team fight as soon as they were pushed into the wall by the Hydro Pumps.
I mean, golly, man, it was never ending there. What are you supposed to do? I mean, we're asking the questions out here, but Engage hasn't gotten any of the answers so far, and they're going to have to solve this mystery soon, because they have their backs against the wall as we're taking a look at what was kind of a disjointed but like weirdly protracted Ray fight at the same time. It was weird. It was a weird one.
It was. I think the Hoops Unbound ended up being one of the tougher decisions for Engage to make. It's a pretty safe portal for everyone to try to play out of, but you kind of have half of Engage wanting to force the fight onto solo Garchomp, the other half trying to teleport back up and just try to play it safe. So Engage does try to, hold it down for as long as they can. Big Saralech Unite, but that Wicked Blow charging up, giving them Toast a bit of damage reduction. It's just too strong. Gek Okami gonna get our player of the game. 2 knockouts, 3 assists, but I think that 152 score being the major effect of the MVP vote here, with that Cursed Incense, Focus Band, and Vanguard Bell. A Bell so good, they dropped the buddy barrier for it.
Yeah, I mean, the Bell is truly incredible. Like, we kind of mentioned it, a quiet 8 knockouts for a Desu, 0 feints,
Yeah.
so their cough is going to be insane. Gek with a more modest cough over here of 5, I believe, if I'm doing my math right. But really, not a lot of scraps between these two teams, despite what we're seeing these damage numbers.
Yeah, honestly, it was a lot of stacking from these teams. I think both the Papa and Saralech attempted to get small scores in constantly. And then Narami, someone's got to tell them that there's only 6 stacks available for the special attack specs. I think they were trying to get upwards of 20 small scores throughout that matchup, but obviously a lot of benefits to doing so. They were looking really good. And again, that waterfront is so scary. If you want to be a type-specific trainer in Pokemon Unite, boy, oh boy, do I have a suggestion of what type that you should try to master, because this Vaporeon, Blastoise, and Mega Gyarados lineup is, it's powerful, Dupe Snacks.
It was incredibly powerful. Do want to tip the cap to Engage here. Miffle, again, being a standout star for them on that Mega Mewtwo Y, leading the lobby in damage. So certainly trying to do their best to put that damage in to allow Volto and Hiyori to close some of these knockouts. It didn't quite materialize that way, though.
Yeah, that's true. It also, interesting heat map for Gek. Actually rotating between the paths quite a bit. Sometimes when we see these defender players, they really choose one direction and their goal zone is their responsibility, and they hang out primarily in that area for the majority of the game. Not the case with Gek Okami on this Blastoise. Understands the value of the stuns they can provide are too strong to just leave to one area of the map. Instead, the middle of the map is their path. They took a vertical path instead of a horizontal one when it comes to the heat map.
Just the elevator up and down. And I think when you consider how the game went, it makes sense, right? Gek kind of starting in that bottom path. Finally, when Adesu did get online with that Mega Gyarados, or excuse me, when Gatlu got online up top, they kind of pulled the switch, right? So then Gatlu went down to join the fray along with Adesu, and then Gek was responsible for guarding that top goal zone. Less concerned about stacking once Gatlu was really in the mix. So Great game one, of course, from Komai, what we have come to expect from a team of that caliber.
Yeah.
Engage still trying to find their footing here. You need to learn the lessons from that first match against BH3. You need to learn the lessons from that first game against Komai, and we have to make stronger adjustments. You can't let something like Blastoise get through. You know, as much as Greg loves to play Mew and they're comfortable on it, you can't be first picking Mew in this format right now. It's not the difference maker between the teams that you're playing and yourself. We gotta find a different recipe here because what we're cooking is not working.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. I do think draft is going to be the first part of the match that you can try to adjust, though. And they are going to be opting into the first pick selection again, and it will be Komai Esports choosing Groudon as the next map to follow up on. That's actually kind of interesting to me, seeing as we just saw the Blastoise and Vaporeon be so powerful. These heavy defenders that have healing available. Actually love a lot of the natural healing available on the Kyogre map. They are going to flex it a little bit. Engage. Very standard band so far. Komai has a chance to flex things up a little bit, but with Engage in that first pick position, this does have the possibility to be a Blastoise selection, dude snacks. We'll see if Engage wants to shift anything up at this stage of the game, or if they're going to go with the tried and true for the remainder of this weekend to play.
I think Komai's fine riding the lightning here. I mean, in game one, I think they didn't anticipate to get Blastoise back and we're okay with it. And now that Engage has their first pick, they know they're almost guaranteed it if they want it. The real question is Komai willing to go there? And at this point, I don't see why you wouldn't. I don't understand why you would not lock that thing in. And it's the first thing they pick, unsurprisingly. Where is the Desu going to go? You do have the option to go with that Vaporeon once again if you would like.
Yeah, no more Mega Gyarados any longer. Ooh, take a look at this, dude stacks. If Engage won't go off the Mew, Komai will do it for them, as Narami is going to pick up the more supportive Mew. Let's see what Engage decides to do in terms of adaptation. Aslan's going to remain on the Crustle. I do think that Pokemon is a little bit better positioned than Snorlax at the moment in this metagame, so I don't mind it, and Greg will return to the Hoopa. So Komai, taking away that iconic Mew, but Greg gonna return to Hoopa for this game.
Yeah, at least Engage at this point is concealing their hand a little bit, but you've got to lock in some hammers here to close out your draft. Because Gatlu goes with a very safe Blaziken, you know, great secure options. Adesu selecting this Darkrai cuts off, I know I was going to say cuts off Miffle, but cuts off a choice that team has, right? We could have seen a switch, Mewtwo to Hiyori or something, and Miffle picking back up the Darkrai. But we need to see some good changes here because we need to hit a home run.
Totally agree. One more accreditation for that Darkrai pick from Desu. I mean, a Darkrai is one of the best answers to any auto attacker in the game, right? You'd love to do damage while being invulnerable. Darkrai is the master of that as a Pokemon. Hiding beneath the ground in a different dimension, doing damage to a Mega Mewtwo while it cannot auto attack you is a good look. Engaged have brought some pretty big burst damage though here in the Leafeon with X attack and the energy amplifier. And Volto is going to go on their tried and true Buzzwole. Personally, I was hoping to see their Zarina a little bit, just kind of all in on the damage, but this is a Pokemon that can make some major waves in final team fights if you can land some of these big combos.
They're going to need to. They're going to need to here. Toast rounding out our draft with that Ceruledge. A Pokemon that has really been rising in stocks here, you know, ever since EUIC, and if you're from if you're talking Latam since the beginning of the year, right?
Yeah.
They've been all about this Pokemon. So it's nice to see some other regions taking pages out of other regions' cookbooks here. Ceruledge has looked solid. I think it's been one of the swingier Pokemons that have kind of became popular. You either watch and go, holy smokes, this thing is undeniable. And then you watch another game, you're like, oh, that wasn't awesome. You know, the Unite move doesn't hit a soul. You're on the backside of a nightmare. You get the break speed off of you. So we'll see how Toast delivers here. But if Toast is playing like Toast has been, it's going to be a pretty solid show.
I think it was Spraggles that was talking to me about Saraledge one time, and I think they described it in the perfect way of why it truly sings at a competitive level. And it's kind of like a mechanically skilled player's dream come true. You have a Unite move that has a huge impact on the end game. You have multiple moves that either give you self-sustain if you time them well or plan them out well, and you also have the ability to dodge moves if you have solid timing on Phantom Force. So it's just like a lot of skill expression that's also doing well just in a balanced state of the game. Saraledge, again, just a top-level player's dream come true. Something like Blaziken would probably also fit into this attribution. So very impressive that we've seen other players in other regions kind of rising to the occasion, finding this Pokemon, kind of learning the ins and outs of it. I don't get to see Palmot in this game. I think that Pokemon's great, but it's all right. Saraledge is another one of my favorites. So we'll see if Toast can crush it again on this Pokemon.
Here we go, my friend. Engage your purple team. Komai Esport, your orange team. Komai up a game here in our EU match number 3, game number 2 of week number 3 of the regional leagues at the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Let's get into it.
Number 1 of the regional league season, you know? If we can just add one more clarifier, why not? All right, Greg on the invade this time around. We'll take the red buff. So nice stun and last hit secure. So Greg gonna be feeling great about that EXP and will be able to quickly rotate to join Volto alongside Hiyori.
This is an opportunity for Hiyori to make a difference. You have this red buff on the Hoopa. You can A-press some of these players on Komai. They rotated quickly and well, but what are you going to be able to do with it? And as I say that, Hiyori is already gone.
Yeah, a quick rotation. I think going to try to maybe fake out Komai a little bit and attack in the bottom side of the map. It is easier to capitalize on if you got that Mega Mewtwo-wise worth of damage, but it will be 2-on-2 up here on the top side.
Nice Astonish Stun attempt there by Greg to keep Komai from taking too many of those Swablu and Altaria. We do have Mega Mewtwo Y online, going to be an A-pressing machine here. Toast going for the KO on Aslan. Are they going to be successful? No, they're kind of cut off there. Well done, as Gek struggling as well. So nice little exchange here for Engage, showing signs of life.
I like that fake out play from Aslan. They were on 1 HP and then they kind of like jumped at Toast, who like sort of took a defensive step back to line up a better Bitter Blade, and that because they pathed backwards, it actually allowed Aslan to rotate back towards the goal zone. So there's like a tiny little interaction, almost face checking the enemy central area player, and it pays off in a major way. Nice little tap dance by the Crustle.
Great tap dance there. Nice stun on Darkrai. No real follow-up in that moment as things settle down quickly. We are on, I believe, Groudon map, right? So we're going to see Reggie Drago here being contested over a little bit, already being shredded by Engage. Wanting that team-wide experience and locking that down is a great place to be.
Great stun by Greg to prevent the Saraledge, the only Pokemon who would have been able to contend with the last hit secure. Stuns them at the perfect moment, allows Leafeon a very easy pickup. So good work, good team play by Engage, and having a great start to this game as Aslan takes down their defender counterpart.
Good X-Scissor attempt to cut off Toast on that Bitter Blade and using that Phantom Force. However, it's not quite enough. It does bully them far enough away that Gatlu, if they want some of this Wild Farmer, have to get in danger. They pulled everybody with them back to pad. However, for that attempt, they are knocked out.
Yeah, Gatler trying to make some just bold calls, wants that level 7, wants to evolve into Blaziken as quickly as they possibly can due to this early game deficit that they're dealing with. For Engage, though, this is signs of life. There will be Reggie spawning on both sides. You do have a bit of a level advantage, and namely, you got this Leafeon who's already used their Unite move, but probably will have another one online extremely soon.
Yeah, as you say that, it ticks back on, so they have an opportunity to take a good team fight here. A lot of characters sitting in the top path just to watch Komai take that top objective. Quick rotation through, and it's Aslan that has to babysit on the Crustler here. It's going to be Gatlu making a presence as Regieleki is taken by Engage.
Yeah, these objectives are traded 1 for 1. I think Engage probably had a solid chance at taking both, but just a little too patient, I think, on that first rotation. But it's okay. They make up for it with an extremely quick one, and they take down the Reggie Alecki. Now, getting it into the goal zone is a different task entirely, especially with the Blastoise and Darkrai on the defense. Volto just hanging out to see if any player from Komai over-rotates. They try to steal a KO, but not being available this time around.
Yeah, just hiding in that bush, completely unknown in there. So they would have had a great opportunity to snatch a soul if it presented itself. We're trying to work through Overheat is there. We grab the Altaria, does Gatlu. So they're trying to get back into the mix here. Level 9, not doing a too bad of a job catching back up. But I'm concerned. Hiyori has been caught up to by the Ceruledge. Toast is on par with them now, which means the impetus that Hiyori has on this game has gone down considerably.
Especially because the central area Pokemon are respawning kind of as we speak for Engage, but they're being so patient and they want to force these team fights, it feels like, instead of getting their level scaling maybe online a bit faster. Actually, it looks like Volto might be taking a little bit of the EXP, so a bit of a trade between the Leafeon and Buzzwole, a bit of a parity increase for them instead of a big solo carry like it looks like Komai is putting together with Toast on this Ceruledge. Will be a Desu. Shedinja Dolls outside of the Mega Mewtwo Unite.
Yeah, and somehow Darkrai pulled into the portal, and getting a knockout there is Gek once they come back through. Buzzwole using their Unite move, that Swole Slam, trying to find more targets, but it's engaged with a great fight. Hydro Typhoon is there. Aslan is undeterred. Emerald two-step looking for a target. Can't quite cash in on one. We're sending Mew into the fog here looking for a target. Big Solar Beam there. Gek providing separation with the Surf. Now we have the Darkrai coming through, going to work. Toast alongside a Desu doing some work, getting a knockout on Aslan, and for now I think the fighting is going to chill.
Yeah, Engage kind of see at least 3 players on the bottom side and decide they can contend with both. So Volto takes that Hoopa portal in the midst of that fight, actually elects to not recall and rejoin the fray, and instead take Jump Pad to try to move up to the top side of the map. Is where they're battling over the Reggie Alecki as we speak. Unite move can't take it though. Doomsnacks, Leafeon secures Regirock.
Great secure by Hiyori for the team to get some of that team-wide experience. They do get knocked out for that effort, but I think that's an exchange that right now Engage is okay with, as they're trying to keep their head above water. They are treading, they are paddling their little feet right now, and the duck needs to keep working. You gotta keep those legs pumping.
They're doing a great job, at least so far. Mew the lowest level of the lobby for Komai, and Reggie Alecki will likely be an easy take for Engage. So objective after objective, this one both a full sweep of the top and bottom Reggies. Let's see if Engage wants to push this Reggie Alecki farther this time around. They did relent on the push in the last time in favor of being more careful, but Volto's got one.
Great catch on Gatlu, the Blaziken, and now they're going to get the opportunity to A-press Gek. They try to trap him in the wall. Gek goes with the Surf to go right back for them. They still get knocked out. The portal's down. Adesu's looking for a target here. Darkrai popping through the Dark Pulses. Toast on the chase, Narami on the chase. They want a little bit more here. Good X-Scissor out of the tall grass is going to send Toast back towards the rest of their own team. Volto moving back through. Big portal from Greg 2-2 to get the HP levels back up for Engage. And we've got 35 seconds until our boss monster.
Yeah, I mean, wow, Engage has woken up. 231 points. We saw the success of the Reggie Alecki on that bottom tier 1, and we even saw a little bit of back caps going into the tier 2, I believe, on the top side. Or sorry, no scores on the top side yet, but they did break the tier 1 there as well. So holding Komai to a goose egg in terms of scores so far. Komai struggling to deal with this newly powered up Engage Esports.
You know, I love to see it out of Engage. I was a little concerned with that Leafeon. They just ticked over to level 13, and now we have our monster on the map. Groudon time.
Yeah, of course, this is going to be a major defining objective, a ton of extra damage to whoever secures the last hit on the Groudon. But of course, if you knock out a Pokemon with that buff, you can steal it as well. Getting Adesu with some forward positioning, but Adesu does have to face tank that Psy Strike. Takes quite a bit of damage. Komai, though, catching up a bit in the points department with a clean Hundo Burger back cap. Engage, a little too concerned with defending the Groudon, are not able to defend against that one.
Trying to get a good flank on Miffle there, and are very close to being successful and have a game-ending catch. Because if that Mewtwo Y goes down, we've got a lot of problems here.
Absolutely. So far, they are also going to be playing with a patience. You got Blaziken trying to earn a little bit more EXPs. We're getting to the minute mark where players will get warned of the point differential. Komai will have to know that they are behind by over 100 points and will need multiple game-ending scores to finish this off. Watch the Blastoise on the left side of your screen, though.
Portal is down. Aslan's going to Trogon. Oh, they tried to catch Aslan before they could reset. Get going. And we have the Mew into the fog here, so the fight's going to begin. Solar Beam is right down. We're looking for the portals. Big Buzzwole Slam's going to get the knockout on Gatlu. We're going to go for the stuns. Greg is caught. Huge Ceruledge Unite into the Hydro Typhoon, but it's still Komai that goes down. Gek gets dealt with. Now Greg 22 goes down, but the firepower is still in the hands of Engage. They're looking for more targets. They're up on the scoreboard. They don't care about this Groudon. They're making Komai play for it. 25 seconds left, and now they're turtling up for defense.
Yeah, Narami makes the right call. They feel like they have to defend this goal zone because if those points go in, it is just absolutely doomed. But Adesu, the only Pokemon available to actually fight against this Groudon, just has not enough HP. Reminder, over 100 points separate these two teams. Even if this Darkrai could get that Hundo Burger, it would not be enough to change this result. Engage, force a Game 3 out of Komai.
Great game out of Engage. Night and day difference from what we've seen from them all weekend long. Like you said, Engage waking up. Finally, you love to see it. And now they have an opportunity to send Komai to a 7-2 record and really make themselves seem like a force here in the EU region.
Yeah, Komai just kind of dropping the ball in a few places. It felt like Engage wasn't making any landslide plays, right? We only saw KO streaks of 2 sort of at max at any given moment. The scorings felt slow and methodical, but it didn't matter. I mean, it was a bit of a fall by 1,000 cuts in terms of Komai. And in the end, it is a Groudon not even getting KO'd in our final exchange, as Komai Esports did not find kind of that perfect opportunity to start these fights. Gatlu gets caught out by a Buzzwole and a Hoopa Stun, and from that point on, it just sort of all gets cleaned up.
I'm taking a look here, and I think Komai is maybe doing too many favors for Engage here, and I'll tell you why in a moment, as Hiyori gets the nod here for our most valuable player. 5 knockouts, 1 assist, 1 feint. But really, Hiyori taking a good advantage of some early stages of this game and making sure that Engage can hang tough throughout the series of it.
Yeah, it's really important. And look on the side of Komai in terms of stats. You got the Blaziken from Gatlu getting knocked out 5 times in this match. There's a lot of EXP moving over to Engage. And they're able to take full advantage of and keep that late game EXP lead. I feel like that one being a pretty important factor for this squad. Of course, as always, the damage factor is coming in spades from Miffle. 66,000 damage. Really impressive game from them. As always, we've been seeing it all day long in the Engage matches. So great work always keeping this team in it. And boy, were they in it in this game number 2.
Yeah, while Engage may have woken up, Komai was asleep at the wheel. There's no real valuable numbers to go over there for them on their side of this. And really, those 100 points were cheeky at best. Going for a back cap that honestly Engage could care less about. I like how they didn't overcommit on a chase down there. They just kind of let it happen and focused on their game. And you see Hiyori's heat map here. They were everywhere.
Yeah, it's a Leafeon heat map if I have ever seen one. Average EXP of 1238 per minute. So again, Engage is an interesting one, right? Because they are a team that splits their central area sort of depending on what Pokemon is at what level. For example, Volto's Buzzwole was picking up some experience there at one point. I'm sure Miffle's Mega Mewtwo Y was doing the same. So a little bit lower on the EXP front, but it don't matter. 5 KOs for that Leafeon. Very, very important in this series. Only ended with 5 times scored, so 5 stacks of the attack weight at the end game for Hiyori's Leafeon, but still, again, knockouts when they mattered most.
And secures when they mattered most as well. You know, Hiyori able to out-secure that Ceruledge Unite and that top path Regirock that we saw in that mid-game. Helped really snowball the level of experience that Engage needed to keep pace. Because for what it's worth, Komai was doing a great job in the experience department. Weren't scoring. The team fights were honestly just kind of wonky, but they were finding a way to not be completely out of it at the finish line. And we've said it before, we'll say it again. That's how these best teams give themselves a chance. Hey, when everything else is going wrong, let's focus on grabbing the stuff on our side of the map and at least giving ourselves a chance in that final fight.
Exactly. That is going to have to be the major focus. And now, Deuces, we're going into a game 3. This is a weird game 3. Like, both game 1 and 2 felt like such extreme wins, but for either side now. So maybe we get an extremely tight-knit, close game number 3, or maybe we return to just one team dominating the entire way. It's really hard to predict kind of the general vibe going into this one. I know I've been, well, self-designated the 5th time, but still, it's a strange one. Let's at least start on the draft screen as we will be returning to the Groudon map.
I want to talk about the favor that I think Komai keeps doing for Engage, and it's banning the Mew or taking the Mew. Because honestly, Greg on this Hoopa has just looked better to me. I think it's given Engage more options. So, you know, forcing them into that rather than maybe shoehorning them into a pick that they'd prefer to play is doing them a favor, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, specifically with this Mew, by the way. I'm very happy Komai's banning it. Listen, I don't think Narami looked too poor on it. It just felt like, in comparison to the impact Narami was having in other games, on other Pokemon, I'm excited the Mew is being banned, and we'll see Narami on a new selection in this game number 3.
We're about to see the same thing out of Engage. Mewtwo Y, Crustle, and we might now see Vaporeon and Blastoise again from Komai. It looked incredibly good in Game 1. We'll see if that's where they want to go here.
Ooh, okay. Well, yep, Gek will get it, even with that first pick priority of the Mega Lucario, but I guess they've seen what Engage has been doing so far, so it is going to be the upfront choice. Aslan going to return to the Crustle. I do think they have looked pretty fantastic on that pick all weekend long. And Greg going to hover the Hoopa, which makes sense. I think with Mew not being available, moving on to their second most comfortable pick will be the Hoopa.
Volto did look solid in the Buzzwole. Maybe the strongest game we've seen out of Volto this weekend was on that Buzzwole, so I like that. And look, we're going to get Narami. They queue up the Vaporeon, and I like it as the Toast is going to grab the Pawmot out from under Engage right now.
Yeah, I think we've all seen in the anime what can happen with a water type setting the stage and an electric type Pokemon following up immediately after. This is going to be very, very strong. Again, Pawmot, one of the best win rate Pokemon in the entire event. I know in this series it's not doing awesome. I think it's 0-1 so far, but Hiyori is going to go back to the Leafeon. So an identical composition in game 3, right? I think that's correct. After game number 2. Yeah, I'm taking a look at it now. It is. So Engage going to be running it back, but Toast's going to make a small swap. Same with Gatlu. Mega Lucario in the mix instead of the Blaziken.
Yeah, so Komai making a lot of changes here. Toast, Narami, Gatlu, Desu, all going to be on new Pokemon here going into their game number 3. And Engage says, whatever, run it back. We won. Let's do it. So I think the only difference that I see here that is going to give Engage some fits is I think Hiyori's going to have a bit tougher time jumping into the top path and having like an immediate impact. However, it was really Greg22 on an invade with the Hoopa that made the difference in the early stages of the game, whereas you'd think it would have been the Leafeon. It was Greg stepping up on this Hoopa. So if Greg can eke out another red buff and make their way back to path without getting KO'd, I think they'll feel pretty good about the start of game 3.
Yeah, that'd be huge. I think it'd be a big shift. One thing is interesting with the battle against Leafeon. I think there's been a bit of like talk about why play that Pokemon when you have something like Scyther that kind of in the stage of the game currently with the changes to Central area kind of makes that Pokemon feel a little bit better. However, again, comfort could be king here. So we have Gatlu on the Mega Lucario making their way up with Narami, but Narami actually have a quick pivot and maybe pick up a red buff to be a bit more annoying and, of course, defend against this Hoopa.
They immediately sussed it out, rotated, right? Wanted to make sure they got a couple of the Wild Farm in path so they could actually approach Greg22 with a higher level. Oh, and the berry going to be picked up by Narami there, so Greg22 has to race to their side of the map.
Yeah, you gotta get moving. Try to give Volto a little bit of support. Ooh, Gatlu hoping to get that Meteor match. Still would have been tough to get the KO. But Narami being up close and personal a little bit more this time. But remember, last game, they had such a quick score and stack that allowed them to evolve. This time around, still stuck in that EV stage.
Looking for it here, as now it's 3v2, and there's not much that they can do in the face of 3. Even Hiyori just being level 5, I said that the Mega Lucario can contend a little bit better earlier. Big Swole Cell Slam, Super Cell Slam into the middle there for Toast to try and get some of the Swablu and Altaria.
Yeah, it's a lot of EXP for Komai, but they have yet to make a dent in the scoreline. Early days, of course, but that does mean that no early stacks have been getting into play for either our defenders or some of our damage carries. Aslat try to get this cheeky 12 in. Again, that level 5, pretty solid for Crustle. Has to get the eject button forced out. Gecko Kami in danger. That Mega Mewtwo Y just hits so hard.
Yeah, I think using that headbutt to be able to get back to pad here, getting the secure and that level 5 was a Desu on that Pokemon. Rock Tomb pins them very well. Meanwhile, we saw Volto get a knockout on Galu. Galu struggling in game 2 and struggling earlier in game number 3. You live by the gat, you die by the gat, and that's what Komai's recipe is here today against Engage.
Yeah, and it could be just also strength of opponent. I mean, Volto just looking a lot more comfortable on this Buzzwole at the same time. But Gatlu, if they can't find a stack on the top side, they'll find another way to do so as they put multiple ones in and run interference for a second on this Mega Mewtwo Y to allow Gek to get some as well.
Nice Emerald 2-step, gonna get a quality knockout here, make it 2, and now we're putting the pressure on because Gek was eliminated as well as a Wartortle. A 3 by Hiyori. You want to talk about comfort? They certainly look comfortable on that Leafeon.
Yeah, this Engage team is feeling it now. Komai keeping it lockstep, though, in terms of points. We're both in the mid-70s range and about to see a Reggie Drago face the wrath of these two teams' early game strength.
And really, it's Engage that's taking the level lead here. So while Komai was struggling game number 2 with the score, doing okay on experience, they flipped the script on that, having trouble with the levels here, but they're keeping the score close. Whatever they can do to mitigate some of this damage, because Engage has been in control in the early stages.
Curious to see where this Hoopa Portal's going, and yeah, it will be Greg having to defend against 1v3 as Komai will be all rotating down towards, all of Engage will rotate down towards the Regieleki to go 2 for 2 on objectives. Komai, though, we're going to earn a ton of points on this topside goal zone.
Now seeing all the information that Engage was smothering their goal zone, we actually have a Desu going to the central of Engage, grabbing all of this wild Pokemon farm that they can get for themselves and get as big as possible here. Like we mentioned, they are a bit behind on these levels, so any way you can get it, you take it.
Kind of a clever decision by Komai Esports, though, to not go and contend with that Regieleki. They knew very likely their own goal zone would break. Komai had a few players who had a level disadvantage. Big plays, though, for Mega Lucario here.
Big HP out of the Aqua Ring there, but it's not quite enough to save them from Mewtwo. And Greg in tandem, good X scissor into the wall. Gonna set up Narami to potentially get knocked out, and that's a KO streak of 2 now for Miffle.
Jeez, this Mega Mewtwo Y is just so hard to stick with.
Do you see that reset prevention there by a Daisy on the Mewtwo, forcing Miffle completely out? Rubble Rouser, eject, reposition, but Surf pins Aslan away from the rest of the team, going underwater. And is this going to be a defensive one? No, offensive only. No fear. With a little bit of shield to work with, we'll see what Adesu does. And unfortunately, it's just retreat.
Yeah, I was going to say that shield's about to decay in a moment. They don't got a lot of whole HP to work with, but the Hoopa Portal is just shy of enough damage from Greg. Will not get the KO on Adesu, so great play call from Adesu, utilizing the Unite move to exchange a knockout on the Mega Mewtwo, and then, of course, escape back to their home goals on recall. Reggie spawning in on the top side. No one from Engage to be seen. Instead, they want to increase this points lead, play forward for information, attempt to get some scores, and send Regieleki down this path.
Volto gonna see, I was gonna expect an attempt to snatch a Desu there with the firepower they had behind them, but no, the focus goes immediately to that Regieleki. We go rings unbound, and even that is enough to send Komai scrambling right now, Zoinks. Komai really knowing that they are behind on these levels, and they are struggling right now. Can they catch any targets? They eye down Narami for a second, but are unsuccessful.
Pretty big risk by Engage to send everybody but Hiyori to up towards to defend that tier 2 and solo the Regieleki. And Desu's Gyarados was getting pretty close to within range.
Good catch on Miffle, tons of damage put down. The pad is there, but the reset is not taken out of the portal. So Miffle's still on low HP. Hydro Typhoon doesn't hit a soul, but the Surf is going to put them back into the action. Nice little portal there as things are looking to settle out.
Oh, Volto limit testing on this Buzzwole, and they'll get the KO onto the Blastoise.
Good convert for Volto right there. They thought they were down and out, but you can see just that bit of shield they get as part of that combination, enough to keep them standing against the formidable Blastoise.
Yeah, it's a scary spot to be, but Volto knows this Pokemon inside and out. Toast is going to have to take a dangerous spot about half HP, but Palmont real good at getting that back.
Tons of HP back as Aslan rips back through the portal looking for it. The Aqua Ring gonna top off some HP bars a very little bit. Enough for these teams to settle back out. Honestly, if I'm Komai, I'm trying to avoid Engage. I want to get my wild farm off the map. They're gonna start with a team-wide experience that comes through Regidrago. If they can get it, Hiyori's gonna try and make a play on it and can't quite secure.
Yeah, Blastoise going to be secure in that one. So Gek has a good timed Hydro Pump. That is really a scary spot. And we've seen Hoopas take mid-map objectives time and time again. So they are always going to try to be in complete control if they can. It's now the Regirock spawning coming in, and with all of Komai Esports here, looks like Engage are going to rotate towards that bottom side. A Desu there for the defense, same with Narami.
Yeah, it's going to be a good defensive stand here and allowing Regirock to be taken for free by Komai. A nice little buff for them as we're looking to scrap in the bottom path. Aslan is very low. Volto taking a ton of damage, finally going down. And now Toast is looking to make this Palmont matter for the first time in this game. Finally, enough to bully Engage away, so the Regieleki here is going to go to Komai. No, they give up
it's going to reset. It leashed, I think. So started just gaining a little bit too much HP. I was curious what Komai's going to want to do, but now they have to rotate up towards the Groudon. Engage preferring to play from the top side of this map. They want to enable Leafeon for a flank or a back cap, so they love this side of the battlefield. However, Komai with this double defender composition also kind of loving this situation. It's going to be tough for Engage to get within melee range.
Taking advantage of the rings unbound opportunity is Engaged with a back half of 100 points. Lots of damage down. Rubble rouse into the Aura Cannon. Gatlu is going to go down very quickly if they don't land a close combat. They're going to be successful. Top their HP back off, and that's 2 players down for Engage. They couldn't convert on the Mega Lucario, but the Mega Lucario converts back the other way. They finally bully. Hiyori uses their Emerald 2-step. There isn't a great tool for them. Gek is just waiting for them to step out, and there they are. We have a Surf Hydro Pump to displace them, and this Groudon is going to belong to Komai unless Greg can have a miracle play. No, they're stunned out. Can't even get close, dude.
All right, we got a Groudon buff. We still need to get at least 1 score in, but with this damage buff, it is so extremely strong. Got 2 players from Engage defending this goal zone, but there is the first of likely many Hundo Burger for Narami. Komai in a strong lead.
Now they just have to hang tight, not do too much, and they'll be A-okay. They're up by over 100 points, so Engage needs to send somebody on that Hundo Burger mission, place the order for the fam, and then get a couple extra side of fries there for them. If Komai's not willing to play, then Engage is going to have a tough time against it, as you can kind of see Komai staging for some cheeky back caps when Engage makes their move.
Yeah, they got a lot of potential to make some scores happen. They also got a lot of potential to win some team fights. Narami is now going to have vision of 2 different players, and therefore we got multiple Hundo Burgers reigning in for Komai. Great defense on this goal zone in our pip from this Vaporeon. Impressive stuff. Few small scores in from Engage, but that will be it. Komai Esports will advance to 8-1 in our regional league, and Engage, while making it close, are going to be dispatched 2-1.
Engage is going to see that missed knockout on Gatlu when they caught the Mega Lucario just so low on HP. Gatlu able to crawl that back up with, I believe, the help of Aqua Ring and maybe even a close combat. But look at all the damage on Gatlu here. You can see that's exactly where Engage is looking to go. The Buzzwole goes straight for them. And you see the Unite moves come out to top off the HP and give that close combat an opportunity to recharge the tank. And of course, Aqua Ring there in pocket as well is enough. And that after that, once you miss on that and you kind of empty the tank to not get that knockout, it makes it very hard for Engage to fight from then on out.
Completely agree. If Gatlu doesn't have that Regirock buff, I genuinely think they probably go down in that situation. Like, that's enough firepower, but they are going to walk away the MVP. They had a really cool moment when that Leafeon was kind of that last threat on the board. You kind of saw Gatlu charge up a power punch and aim it towards the Groudon, and it felt like almost a bait because they immediately canceled it as soon as they caught vision of the Leafeon. Says, all right, if you don't show up now, we're taking this Groudon. As soon as they got vision, be like, all right, we don't need this yet. Let's just take down the Leaf. So great play from Gatlu on this Mega Lucario, but leading the damage will be a Desu on this Gyarados, a Pokemon that truly feels like a triple flex. It can fill any role on your team. This time, the attacker player will be taking out the Gyarados for a spin.
Yeah, a great game from Komai, really in the last stages of it, right? Just really doing what they need to do to maintain Gatlu's HP, make sure they don't get knocked out. Have to say it again, though. Miffle really a bright spot here on this Engage team, on this Mega Mewtwo Y, leading the lobby again in damage for the third game in a row on this Pokemon. It's nothing to scoff at. But Komai, enough to weather the storm here and prevent Engage of the crazy upset that what could have been.
Yeah, exactly. I completely agree. I think people cannot sleep on this Engage roster. Teams are going to have to do their homework, make sure they are prepared to face Engage and Miffle's attacker Pokemon. They are truly so strong, whether it's the Darkrai or that Mega Mewtwo Y. They have a lot of options for them in the draft right now, and they seem to be extremely, extremely strong. Gatlu sitting at a 2.7 COF. Looking pretty solid there. 1496 experience per minute. Very, very strong in that department for a Pokemon playing in the path with only 27 wild Pokemon knockouts in this matchup. So a lot of scoring, helping out with that EXP gain for sure. But Gatlu on this Mega Lucario doesn't get it often. A Pokemon that is banned pretty frequently. But when they do look really great on it.
Yeah, you compare this third game to their game on the Blaziken in game 2 where they're a complete non-factor, right? No knockouts, really was getting taken down anytime they presented their chin. They're taking just the meanest right hook ever and getting sent back to the floor. So it's good to see Gatlu bounce back. And I will say, even in that game, they looked shaky in the first half of that game. I'm glad they were able to find their footing and turn it around, because Komai definitely needs Gatlu to be the positive Gatlu, not whatever game 2 Gatlu was.
I think we're going to be asking a few questions about what happened in game 2. Only a single score throughout that entire match. A little questionable, but hey, either way, Komai got it done in the end. I know a fan favorite from that region, moving on with a great match record at the end of week number 3. But up next, everybody, we're going to be moving out of Europe and into Latin America. I'm going to be starting with Peru Unite after a tough loss going up against Force Gaming, undefeated Force Gaming. It's going to be fun. A lot of Unite action yet to come. So let's get to Latam right after this.
All right, I'm still crawling through the tall grass. It's been 2 long weeks, no food, no water, only matches, which have actually sustained me because they've been pretty good. But I'm here with the final match off stream of Latam, and there is going to be way more on stream after this. But let's take a look at how Entity 7 and Infamous Gaming played it out, and we have a couple replays. We can see here starting off with a 1-0 Infamous Gaming lead. I just wanted to show a moment in the game number 2 where we see a 19-second left, 50-point lead for Infamous, and a choice basically whether to split off or not to take this Groudon. Now you can see here basically the moment I'm going to play at 25% speed because it's always sad to see somebody so close to landing with a jump pad and stopping a score. But as you can see right there, didn't quite happen, and that score alone was able to push the lead ahead. So that one was going to tie it up. Entity 7 took it with a barely 50-point lead. Now going into game number 3, first I'm going to pause this right as we get in because we're going to start off really close to this Groudon take, but we've got a few things to look at. Number 1, first of all, I want to point out that we have Urshifu here, which is single striker Urshifu, trying to get this secure on the Groudon. And then we have the Miraidon over here. Now, the other thing that I really want to point out, I mean, we'll also have Yang here, who could potentially secure. There was just a lot of secure. But the main thing I really want to point out is an interesting choice from Entity 7. While this entire fight is happening, they have so much confidence that they're going to get this secure that they actually sent up here on the mini-map a back cap. So Gyarados was not a part of this fight. Even though there's only a few members left, they still see the Miraidons up. Gyarados immediately was going over to back cap, and then it's obviously going to come into play. So we can see right here, it's actually the take from the Miraidon. So a huge steal, only 2 members up from the side of Infamous, so not quite enough to win. But in the meantime, and we can play out the rest of this, we do see that these points come in from the Gyarados, which is going to push this 230-210 deficit to a 38-point lead. So that is the only reason that they managed to get that score. If there were defenders that came up, if they had continued to fight for this Groudon, they might not have had a chance to do this. And now we can see here at the end, they try to push back up. They're not quite able to get it. Just a few seconds away from getting any points. The Miraidon tries, but gets KO'd. And in the end, it is a win for Entity 7, just barely. So a 30-point lead, a 50-point lead, all these scores within the last 5 seconds of the game, or these 2 games. A very close set between these 2 strong competitors. I'm glad that we got a chance to watch those all the way to the very end. But that's just the end of the off-stream matches for Latam. The on-stream matches for Latam are going to begin, and like I've been saying for 3 weeks now, they are awesome. So I'm going to continue forward. I think I'm actually out of Latam. The tall grass, maybe. I'm crawling through it all the way up to North America right now, and we'll see how those teams do. But let's see these on-stream matches from Kello and Soph.
Thank you so much, Chef, and I'm so excited to introduce day 2 of week 3 Pokemon Unite Championship Series Latam region with Kello. And this first match of the day is just so exciting. We have lined up the undefeated Force Gaming on a 7-0 record versus the reigning world champions Peru Unite. So Force Gaming with the squad of Leo, Soto, Kiluk, Falb, and Angel have dominated the regional league so far.
Yeah, they are the last undefeated team in Latam here. It's just a matter of whether they can keep this win streak going into the second portion of the regional leagues. But up next, they're going to be going up against Peru Unite once again. So first, when they did end up going up against each other, obviously 7-0, Force being undefeated, defeating the world champions there. Peru Unite, though, they're currently ranked 4th. So they're on that 4-3 set count there, but we have Zinus, Draken, Tempo, Kea, and Anemo. And it says Peru Unite's ranked 7th in Latam in key categories: average score, KOs, assists, and damage. So pretty much just all-rounders across the board here, covering all of those stat bases.
And if you think about it, going for world champions to being ranked the 7th in many categories of regional league makes it feel like there was a shift in meta that really made a difference going into regular season. So I personally believe that Peru has been trying to get back on their feet into a better groove, and facing Force Gaming right now is a heck of a challenge.
Yes, so we'll see. They have tough contenders to go up against here as we head on into our first draft. Peruite in that first pick position, Force Gaming in the second pick, but we have multiple Megas banned on out, being Mega Lucario, Mega Mewtwo White, and Mega Gyarados. But this Buzzwole pick is a very interesting one. It only has a 3% ban rate.
Yeah, it's very interesting indeed, because I believe that alongside the Scyther Scizor, the Buzzwole is a specialty of Latam too, and it is a specialty for Brazil's Force Gaming, or actually on the other side for Peru. So with the first picks coming through, Peru Unite will choose their priority on the Blastoise, very reliable defender. Meanwhile, Force Gaming will go for the Psyduck, also on the 76% encounter rate, plus the Mega Charizard Y.
Yeah, I guess this is why they ended up locking in this Buzzwole pick as their last selection, seeing that Peruite didn't end up banning out the Mega Charizard Y, so it gives them the opportunity to go and pick it up for themselves. Otherwise, Ceruledge, Blastoise, I feel like Blastoise currently has just been doing so well in the meta. Ceruledge has had its highlight moments for sure, and Eldegoss we see from time to time there, but one supporter I absolutely adore to see, and I know you absolutely love this supporter too, is this Alcremie.
Oh, I just love it so much. It's sweet, it's adorable, it's wonderful, and I'm so happy that it's back on the meta. Not actually back, because I don't think it was ever really meta, so for the first time, thank you, and welcome, Alcremie, to the meta of Pokemon Regional Leagues. The last pick of Force Gaming is a incredibly different one, considering how Blastoise has been super dominant. It is a Slowbro.
Yeah, Slowbro is one of those defenders that we don't really see utilized very much. I mean, especially considering it's only a 19% encounter rate so far. But I think its Unite move can be such a viable tool to use during those big team fights. It's just a matter of who do you want to lock that slow beam in. If you were a Slowbro, would you want to lock down a Ceruledge, a Gyarados, or maybe a potential Machamp running towards the team? Like, there's so many options there, so you only get that one slow beam every so often.
Yeah, very, very long cooldown on that Unite move for sure, Kelly. And I would say that from the people that got on top of you on the side of Peru Unite, that Ceruledge plus the Machamp are very good and juicy targets for that Slowbro once they have the Unite move available. And it's important as well for Force Gaming to recognize how to protect their carries. In this case, having Angel on the Inteleon, so squishy of an attacker, it's important to make sure that you're not just using the Psychic from the Psyduck and the other access tools from Slowbro to go into, but also to defend and prevent. Going into this game first, it will be Peru or Unite on your purple side versus Force Gaming on the orange, Kelly.
I also want to make a note as well. Peru Unite, this is their second set that they are playing today. We did end up seeing the highlights from Chef earlier on, where they ended up losing 2-0 to Dream Max. So currently on that loss, whether they can turn it around and stop the undefeatable force that is Force Gaming currently.
Unstoppable at the moment, only dropping one singular game, never dropping a series. Here on the bot side, Soto doing really well in poking out the enemy, trying to make them lose the experience and wild Pokemon early on to guarantee that this Swabble will get their evolution pretty soon.
Yeah, just have that Magikarp splashing about, looking to get these Bunnelbees. That way they can get their effort gauge built on up. But we do have those birds spawning on in. We can see up in the top path, though, both of those central leaders went up there. They did,
and it's a 3v3 on that 850 mark. And it looks like plenty of AOS energy was actually gathered by Peru Unite Cerulege, while on the side of Force Gaming, that Charmeleon is a little behind in regards to points. But nobody really committing to getting any points scored at this point, so I believe that we're not seeing a lot of stacking actually happening.
Well, there we go. First goal, first stack for Tempo there, going to give them that Machoke evolution. So definitely getting those singular attack weight stack very much needed. But I guess Force Gaming, they aren't actually running any stacking items over on their side. So they don't really need to make these risky plays in order to build up those stats earlier on.
Exactly. In comparison to Peru, who have 3 attack weights, that is something to consider. And they haven't been, well, they now have started to actually build those attack weight stacks. Now, with a very aggressive stance from Falb already on a Charizard, going into enemy central here, trying to steal anything, get some extra vision as they are joined by Lel here in the central area with 30 seconds for both Regis to spawn.
I think that's the thing with Charizard. It wants to take it all. It wants to get online ASAP, reach that level 9. That way it can get its Unite move to go into that Mega Form. Otherwise, we did have an evolution from Inteleon, which stalled the KO for quite some time, but it wasn't enough to go and stop it. Nonetheless, we do have a Peru Unite going and breaking this bottom tier 1 pad before the first lot of Regis end up spawning.
Huge push here, denying that flux zone from Force Gaming on the bot side. Reggie still on 10%, going in, maybe gonna steal it. No, Peru Unite will still secure it. Headache from Soto to get them away. Seismic Slam will get them up into the air. Cerulege just down. Now going after Xenus, and this Gyarados will follow the same fate. But Force Gaming didn't get the objective, but looking to go for a heavy push. There's Zonic on this Eldegoss to try and defend, and I believe this zone is just about as gone.
Yeah, it's left on 12 points, and we can see that that 30 dunk is going to go in by that Slowbro as well. So even though Force Gaming ended up losing that objective, the fact that they were able to go and get some KOs, but also break that bottom tier 1 pad, they didn't end up leaving empty-handed. And you know what? We have a level 10 Charizard online now too.
Yeah, that is a force to be reckoned with for sure. So powerful that this Charizard is at the moment. So they need to gather those forces on the top side to defend. Now Tempo has to be careful. This is actually Telekinesis, very interestingly enough, going to the back line. And Josin's getting taken down by the Cerulege. While on the side of Draken and Kea, they're focusing on Leo, who has not been taken down. You will not deny the creamy. And now with this push, Peru with Regieleki on pad is going to score a lot. Now almost on an 100-point lead.
Gotta say, definitely some bold plays from Anemo there to go and use their Revenant Ren into that Flux Zone, but go and create some space for Peru Unite and that Regieleki to crash on in. Yes, they did end up getting KO'd, but I think that was a sacrifice worthy for the team.
It definitely was. Now, with the rotation for the bot side, as 20 seconds remain for the next Regi 2 spawn, Soto is gathering some information here around the map, while the rest of Force Gaming are focusing on that top tier 1. That is just really close to getting taken down. Will be left on 3 points, but nobody else has more to score. But with the Regi spawning on bot side, they need to reconsider where they need to be heading next.
Yeah, we have Peru Unite knowing that multiple members of Force Gaming were up in that top side, getting in their dunks. They were able to go and clean away these buffs away from them. Otherwise, Kia does end up getting caught by a Telekinesis, trying to get on out as they are slowed on down. But thankfully, they do have that Pollen Puff for that self-healing. But Peru Unite, they've decided to go and dunk up in the T2, giving Force Gaming the freedom to go and take this Reg Ice.
Well, there you go. And with 13 seconds to go, Force Gaming can rotate to the top side and contest that one. But 100 points lead that Peru has been building steadily. And every time that Force Gaming tries to retaliate, Peru is still on top. The Regi has spawned and Cerulege plus Machamp are there on the side of Peru Unite. Force Gaming is getting into the pit. Very low Regieleki might be able to steal it. No, it's still Peru who gets this one. And once again, confirming another objective. Unite move popped by Angel Zine, but it's going to be all for naught.
Well, you know what? When there's so much tall grass around, you've got to make sure that there is nobody lurking about. But here comes the Mega Charizard, yeeting that Blastoise into the sky. But they come back with a Hydro Typhoon and an escape as we have Alcremie going and healing up the Force Gaming team.
Yeah, and it's looking like they're healthy, at least for the moment. 1 KO for Force Gaming, as there's another member of Peru who is stuck in between the orange team. 3 points on this goal zone. Another knockout now on the Machamp. Anemo is going to follow too. 2 KO streak for the Mega Charizard Y for Valve, and a huge 47 over there.
Once again, Force Gaming, even though they ended up losing the objective, they didn't end up letting it affect their momentum. The fact that they were able to go and get multiple great Unite moves, pick up KOs, break that top tier 1 pad. Yes, they are behind in points, but in terms of these levels, they seem to be skyrocketing, considering there's Charizard at level 14, but Angel Zen has also reached their benchmark at level 13.
That is crazy. We're not even on final stretch, and they are level 14, and they are level 13. The plus moves raining on Force Gaming as we are on bot side for the Reggie. Just spawning. Regice will give them a little bit more of that survivability for the final stretch. Still plenty of time to get their presence back on central area.
Yeah, plenty of time, and Peru Unite have decided to go and hide. 3 members are in the same bush, but here comes Psyduck, ends up getting caught out by a submission, flipped on out, which means they have to pop out their Sai-Ai, gets hit with a barrage blow, but they are still left standing. Unite moves are flying as Alcremie is going to utilize their Unite, but it just isn't enough to go and sustain them.
Yeah, there's still fight to be had though. Everybody's on very low HP. Peru Unite has 3 members standing, and 3 members on Force Gaming are the same, although the health bars are much healthier. And that was a very interesting sneaky attack that they had. They found the Mega Gyarados, so only 2 members of Peru Unite are standing.
Oh my goodness, Force Gaming, that was a scary position to be in, but the fact that Soto managed to survive that fight is insane. But here we go, round 2, Peru Unite are now back. They are still missing their Gyarados and no Unite moves on hand. Eldegoss quite low, able to heal it with a Pollen Puff, but they end up getting Flame down.
Yeah, Falba has so much damage right now on the level cap of 15 and whole control over Rayquaza. There's a nice Psychic by the Psyduck as well to get the Blastoise away from any potential contention. They're going to be chasing out. The damage on Falba is absolutely nuts. Force Gaming will get into this bot tier 2 pad, get the Humbleburger, already looking for home base as they are building a steady lead with 40 seconds to go.
312 to 325, even though Force Gaming ended up losing some of those objectives throughout the match, it did not let them stop them in their tracks. Ended up losing multiple members during that raid fight, but they ended up having such a great bounce back time and time again.
Looking good here, Force Gaming still taking them out, and everybody that comes through on the radar is just charged into ashes. This Valve Charizard is absolutely huge. What a play from Force Gaming, how they were able to turn that fight around. Even though Peru had a good sneaky attack, Force Gaming comes out on top, still remaining the undefeated team on a 1-0 lead.
I have got to say, that is a clear reason why we haven't seen this Mega Charizard out on the field. The fact that they were able to get online and get those levels so quickly, I think it was like the 3-minute 30 mark, and they were already at that level 14. If anything, I feel like moving forward, this Mega Charizard needs to be permanently locked in the ban table.
It's just so powerful. Yeah, put it in jail. No get out of jail card for them. This Pokemon is just too good right now. Every time we saw them, No, do not. Do
Straight
not.
to jail.
Straight to jail. Go back 5 and go straight to jail. The amount of damage quickly, right? Because the idea of the Charizard is that you're doing damage over time. Your attack is burning them down. You're building that burn on the enemy so that your attacks are going to be even more powerful. But every single attack was basically getting the enemies to half HP. No surprise, Falb is your MVP for the first game. Force Gaming is looking so strong. 301 points scored, 8-0 and 10 for the KFA.
Yeah, that is absolutely wild from Falb. And you know what? You probably wouldn't expect anything less, especially when it comes to this Mega Charizard. The way that they didn't even get knocked out once. Soto also had 0 feints on them, even though they were so close to getting knocked out during that final stretch. But great teamwork from Force Gaming there. I think Lel, even though they ended up getting taken down by the Akrami first, they did their job to go and replenish the HP, allowing the rest of the team to just go and survive and win the rest of that team fight.
It was very well planned to the just lead advantage, just the wild cards that this Pokemon is on anybody's composition. Just so powerful all around. And it's hard to see that Peru built such a good lead throughout the game. As we see here on the map, 100 points, they were very close, and then they were 100 points ahead, and they maintained the 100 points ahead. But final stretch, with that level cap 15 Charizard, too difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and they were pretty much just eating the wild Pokemon in the top, in the bottom, but also their buffs as well throughout that whole match. I mean, really, look at this stat distribution here. If there is an all-rounder out here, this Mega Charizard able to just pretty much do it all. They took a lot of damage considering they're an all-rounder.
Absolutely. And again, having a perfect KFA is just something that doesn't happen that often, especially when you had that many knockouts. It's 8-0 and 10, which means that you had plenty of fights where 8 Pokemon were KO'd, 10 Pokemon were KO'd by other teammates, and you did not faint a single time? Huge.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite hard to take him down, especially when you have Lel providing some dollops there, replenishing that HP, but also giving it up to Soto. Even though they ended up getting caught out during that end team fight, the fact that they were able to go and use their full power Sai and slow down and reduce the damage that was coming at them from Peruite really worked out in their favor. So, you know what? I think, if anything, depending on where Peruite, if they're first pick, second pick, just ban the Mega Charizard. Get it out of here. It makes us cry. You don't want us to cry, do you?
I don't want
Do you want to cry? No?
Please, I don't want to cry. I don't want to cry, and I don't want to go to the tall grass with Chef. We're going to be lost forever.
No, I don't want to be lost. I don't want to be lost in the tall grass with a Charizard. That's scary.
No, what? No, that sounds absolutely terrifying. Now, although we are talking about Mega Charizard Y, personally, Mega Charizard X, like just the design, always made me scared. As a kid, I would look at that and I'd be like, what? What?
So, if it hasn't been banned. It hasn't been. Peruite have decided to go with Mega Lucario, Mewtwo Y, and Vaporeon again. So they are pretty much confident in their decisions that oh, wait a minute. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. We have Force Gaming not banning it out, which means Peruite are able to steal it themselves. Wow.
Yeah. And they are purple side. Exactly that. They are purple side. And we gotta denote too that Peru, because they lost, they strategically chose to be purple side. So the rule that we have for all of Regional League is that loser will pick either the side or the map for the next game to be played. And they knew exactly what to do. And unfortunately, Force Gaming said, okay, we know you're picking that Mega Charizard Y. We know how to deal with it. And it starts with the Blastoise and a side map.
I feel like Peruite are copying Force Gaming's homework here. The fact that they have locked in this Mega Charizard. We have Inteleon along with the Slowbro. These are 3 Pokemon that Force Gaming ran previously. And I feel like Force Gaming, they're doing a little bit of copying themselves, considering we have an Eldegoss and, the Psyduck was played by Solto. They stolen the Eldegoss, which means Kaya picks up our... There's copying of homework here, so what's going on?
It's true. They are copying, kinda. Let's have a look at the previous draft. So we had that Alcremie, the Slowbro, and the Mega Charizard Y stolen away now by Peruite. One thing that also has to be pointed out is that for this game in particular, Peru doesn't have to stack as much. They only have the attack weight there on a Nemo, so maybe we'll see Force Gaming punishing them early game once again. Maybe Peruite themselves is going to be a little more assertive on going for fights instead of dunks. We'll see.
Yeah, no, that is a really interesting call, especially considering in the last game, they had 3 members of Peruite that were running that attack weight stack, so which are always so risky, right? You have members both in the top and the bottom. It makes it difficult on, well, where does the central laner go and focus on? So I'd say a Nemo, they're likely to be in that central area anyway, and wherever they end up going, it's down to those members to go and help them get those stacks and not have to worry about what's happening in the other path.
Yeah, and I feel like there are a couple of power spikes right on both teams. Of course, we have been talking about the Mega Charizard Y. We wanted it to be in jail. It is not. That is okay. We're just going to deal with it. In this case, Force Gaming has to deal with it if they want to continue undefeated. That would bring them to an 8-0 overall record in the season. But as we get into this game, we are 1-0 up for Force Gaming, who are your orange team, versus Peruite, your purple team.
Yes, the team that is currently undefeated there. So whether they can do it again, I mean, hey, they don't even have any Mega Pokemon over on their side. So I feel like they're pretty confident in their skills to go and take on this Mega Charizard that will soon come online.
Well, Zacian, interestingly enough, was taken down here on the top side, which to me is very counterintuitive, considering it's just a Machop and the Gossifleur. What happened?
Well, Gossifleur is now that Eldegoss going and being able to put a little bit more pressure, considering Falb has entered the fray here, being able to chip away a lot of damage. But thanks to this pad, and Nemo is still left standing on that Charmeleon, who's just watching and waiting. Man, what's happening?
You know who's not waiting? Falb on this Alolan Raichu. Kea was burned down to a pulp there. They have so little HP, still waiting to become that Alcremie. Speaking of evolution, there's your Machoke as well, going for the Alcremie as we speak. The submission just to pull them and get the last bit. But as soon as the Nemo is there with Drake, and there is the retaliation for Peruite. Falling really low here, Lel is going to take that surf to the face. Might be drowning as we speak. No! What in the world was that power, that Pollen Puff healing?
Lel just being able to go and sustain them along with that Raichu. That way they can go and finalize that KO. Otherwise, that Slowbro is going to head back down into the bottom path. We do have Kea, who has finally reached that Alcremie. We do have an attempt from Machamp with that submission, able to get it on tempo. And here they come, using the eject button to finalize that KO.
And not just that, eject button with submission, having the Pollen Puff on your head, you're just as safe as it can be. And by safe, I mean being aggressive and taking your opponent down, because what best defense than being aggressive yourself. Now, Force Gaming with that transition, go to Regidrago, will secure it with no contention.
Yeah, no contention from Peruite. Instead, they're just going to focus on their pathing, but there's no wild Pokemon in sight. Otherwise, up in the top path, it is a 3v2. Alolan Raichu trying to take them down, and they successfully take down the Zacian, as we have some backup from a Nemo, but they also get wiped on out. So this Charizard isn't really causing to be too much of an issue for Force Gaming just yet.
Yeah, they know exactly how to fight against it, and I feel like the key has been this Alolan Raichu for Falb. Once again, one of the players that has been a highlight for Force Gaming throughout this season. Very interesting how Force Gaming allowed the Mega Charizard Y to go through, because they knew how to deal with it.
Yeah, I guess it's when you've played it yourself, you end up unlocking its weaknesses and being able to take that into the match and know how to deal with it. But down in that bottom side, we do have Reggie Alec here being secured by Force Gaming, and I believe they also ended up taking the top Reggie as well.
Huh. Interesting. Meanwhile, Peru will have this Reggie like he reset pretty soon. Why is it not resetting? Hello? Game? If it was my solo queue, that Reggie like he would have reset. I'm telling you. It would have gone back to the pit.
What do you mean reset?
So reset, when it goes out of range and it starts healing back, you know?
It got secured. So it was heading towards the pad. I'm so confused, so... Well,
it was
there we
secured.
go.
I thought they were fighting it. Oh, I thought it was still up.
No, Force Gaming ended up taking it.
Ah, that's why. Okay.
They got both the Reggies. Here we go. Yeah.
Right, Force Gaming will continue this push, like Kelly said, with their Reggie like here, opening up some of that space in this bottom T1. Now, a couple of points, 40 on Falb, but backline is Angel Z with a Hydro Typhoon to create even more space. Soto has the Pollen Puff on their head. Now with the Lowland Raichu taking some damage there with the Swift 2. Are going to be surfing around and trying to get even more damage as it does come through when the setup by the Psychic is there. Now, Anemo so low on HP, even just fighting Soto alone, this Psyduck is destroying the Mega Charizard Y, and Force Gaming just have everything up their sleeve to deal with this threat.
The unsung superhero, the Psyduck with that Hollow being able to slay down the Mega Charizard Y is absolutely incredible. But Force Gaming, they weren't able to break that bottom T1 pad. Nonetheless, they were able to go and secure so much of the wild Pokemon that ended up spawning down here that they now have double-digit levels across the board. Whereas Peru Unite, they're faltering behind, having 4 single digits. Well, now 3.
True. Not just that, Kelly. We're talking about Force Game with a 200-point lead, which is crazy to think about. Considering as well that both teams were here in the bot side fighting Regieleki. Now Regieleki is already up. The time is flying. And while that was happening, Force Gaming took top Reggie. Peru does trade it back with Regieleki. Soto has Fab here on the bot side to defend this one. Use their Unite move. Plenty of damage onto Xenus, but they are not going to be able to take them down. And Josine tries to get a nice flank, but it's not really dealing enough damage with that slow beam on their head. The Blastoise will go down.
Blastoise will go down, but I don't know if there was really much value for Peru Unite there, especially considering they didn't end up getting to push that Regieleki in. This bottom tier 1 pad is still at full HP at 90 out of 90 points. Meanwhile, we ended up having them a champ going and dunking an extra couple of points up in the top path, which means Force Gaming are now leading at 272 to 40 points.
It's so much compared to what we had game 1. Peru Unite was so ahead. Now on your picture-in-picture, it's a Charizard trying to fight a... Well, are they still standing? A Nemo? Excuse me? Okay. Soto will take them down, so it becomes a 1-for-1 there on the top side, Kelly.
Look, I know that was a team effort from the Blastoise, but Soto once again finalizing the KO on the Mega Charizard there. So, Psyduck, I feel like that is Mega Charizard's kryptonite there.
For sure. It has been very difficult for the Charizard so far, but those KOs have been getting them to at least the level 13 mark, which is super important. Peru Unite is focusing on clearing out their own central, while Force Gaming is on the top side with plenty of points themselves. The Psyduck 2 exposed will go down, so maybe a little bit of a miscommunication between Force Gaming and Peru Unite.
Well, but we do have that Eldegoss being able to survive that liquidation as members are circling up in the top path. Depending on what random Reggie we're going to see up here, this could be very valuable for either team. But Peru Unite, they're going to take their losses. They're going to give this Reg-I straight to Force Gaming instead, opting, I can see on the minimap, for that bottom tier 1 push.
Okay, I feel like the strategy makes sense here. They are so behind that they need to accumulate something until that final stretch arrives. But there was a KO that was secured there by Peru, which is really good getting into final stretch. Sweet Scent to slow them down. Now Surf going into the back line, but straight into a Seismic Slam to shut that Blastoise down. Now with the backup, Force Gaming is trying to stay healthy while the Charizard is burning them down from afar. There is so much damage back on it though, and finally the Charizard goes down. Now Machamp comes in, Barrage blows onto the wall, and on top of that they managed to take the ground on. So let's give it up for this Machamp. They are unstoppable, Kilux.
Yeah, they are unstoppable, especially in this submission, just threatening this Inteleon with their muscly arms, allowing this Raichu to get that 100 points. But 91 to 504 points. Peru Unite are slowly trickling back in. They have one Unite move. The thing is, that is a lot of points they need to try and garner. Can they even do it? Because they don't even have these buffs unless they can get some KOs.
Well, it is a transferable buff, the Groudon. We might see something maybe spicy happen. The stance for Peru Unite, though, is to try and take this top tier 1 down. Although, we are very much aware, and they are as well, that there is no amount of AOS energy enough to overcome this now, especially when Force Gaming has just scored another 100 on their home base, another 50 on their home base, 770 to 161. But Seismic Slam still trying to get the Eldegoss down into the Cotton Cloud Crash and into a crash of Charizard straight to the floor.
Yeah, 3 members down, more than over 500 point advantage. Unfortunately for Peru Unite, there is just no coming back from this. But that does mean Force Gaming have managed to keep their undefeated streak in the Latam region with another win under their belt.
This is huge. This is massive. Force Gaming is unstoppable, undefeated. 8-0 is the record for the Brazilian powerhouse.
Rank number 1 to Force Gaming. And you know what? They did that all without a mega Pokemon on their roster just then. Incredible.
940 points is so many points. And we're going to rewatch this final stretch, Kelly. Honestly, just how fast they burned down that Blastoise is also how fast the Charizard was being burned down itself.
Yeah, you could see that the Mega Charizard was getting targeted by Falb on the Alolan Raichu, who was just chipping away at them, and they were just not able to sustain those hits. So I think Falb, yes, Mega Charizard ended up going over the side of Peru Unite, but it was just not an issue for them at all. But Kailuk ended up receiving that MVP for that match on the Machamp, submission Machamp at that, with a 10-4-4 KFA.
Oh, such a good record. 308 points as well scored Keller. That's amazing. Majority, well, in this case, basically a third of the team scores was just on Kiluk's hands, which is crazy to think about. But we know as well that the hidden treasure of Force Gaming was Falb on this Alolan Raichu. 135,000 damage, 42% of team's total damage.
Wow, that is a lot of damage for an Alolan Raichu. That is just thanks to this team composition. One thing I'm also noticing is the recovery rate from Lel on the Eldegoss. 78k with those pollen puffs is actually really incredible.
It's super high, and if you compare it to Kea, 151,000 as well, you can see just how well the pollen puffs were working. And this graph representing that up until the 5-minute mark, Peru had no points scored.
Yeah, they really struggled. And I think considering that Anemo, yeah, they didn't end up having the 3 attack weights on their side, but they weren't able to get this Mega Charizard online. Having played it previously, they just had the answer to deal with it. And I've got to say, Salto as well. Being able to wipe that Mega multiple times, got to give it up to that Psyduck.
Oh yeah, the Psyduck plays were incredible. Angelzine as well with the Blastoise. I think the collective effort of Force Gaming showing that this team is so cohesive and they know exactly how to operate with each other, make those quick decisions in the important times when they're needed. And honestly, again, Kiluk, MVP for sure. But Faub, honestly, Faub was MVP game 1. Faub is my personal MVP game 2 because, like you said, 138,000 on a Alolan Raichu is just so much.
Yeah, and this is a Pokemon that we don't really see very often, so it's really exciting when you get to see them shine. I know sometimes it can be hit or miss, but it's these hidden gems that we absolutely love discovering and being able to see have that spotlight in the Pokemon Unite Championship Series.
Absolutely. And we are getting things ready for our next match as well for Latam Regional League of Pokemon Unite Championship Series 2026. Keller, our next match will be CACM Esports versus Stamina Esports. So everybody stay tuned. We're going to be right back with more Pokemon Unite action.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series Regional Leagues. We are in Week 3, Day number 2, and you are meeting us right in the middle of our Latin America coverage, the second of 3 matches. I am Zoinks, joined with Doomsnacks to take you through some incredible matches. We already had a great one between Force and Peru. Next up, we got a battle of Latam North between Stamina Esports and CACM.
2 teams that have been doing, Stamina has been doing incredibly good in this league, and CACM has been doing great on lands. Let's see if they keep that energy going here. Stamina Esports, we're taking a look at them. Mufasa, Hitman, Anisas, Kira, and Minotaur. All names you should be familiar with if you follow this championship series at all. Stamina Esports has been around, and if you're queuing on the NA ladders, you probably run into some of these folks.
Yeah. Quite often. If you're up in that legend rank, I'm sure you've seen a fair amount of the Stamina Esports crew. Anisas on this team, definitely a star player, and leads Latin America in average KOs with 8 average KOs per game. Take a look at their coughs later on. That'll be a fun one to keep an eye on. I was also taking a look at some of the overall team stats. This team actually is the highest in the region for average score as well. So averaging over 400 points a game. Very, very interesting. But here's their opponents, Snacks. CACM Esports, a team that's had a tough time in the regional league, but absolutely crushing it everywhere else.
Yeah, Texas, Donlux, Frank, Reggie, and Angel Cukes right there. Texas with the best head of lettuce going.
Yeah.
I got to interview him in person at LAIC, and those locks are moving, brother. They have a life of their own.
Yeah, they truly do. Much better head of hair than poor little Psyduck, who's just got those 3 strands of hair. But the reason I bring that one up is because it's their iconic Pokemon. I don't know if we'll be seeing it in this next one, though, as we do see a lot of teams try to steal it away. But CACM are actually going to focus on Anisas with their final ban, taking away the Scyther. Stamina Esports putting their best foot forward, getting rid of the Gengar.
Looks like we're going to have Bernie stepping in for Donlux here, making sure that we've got a little bit of a sub action as well. We do see Bernie quite often, so Angela Cukes might be the one that is subbing in today as well. We'll get that sorted out, see if our production can let us know exactly what the situation is there. But we just saw it back-to-back games, and we're going to see it again. Mega Charizard Y. Latam showing no fear to this main character energy.
Either that or they want that encounter rate number up. They thought it wasn't enough. So, we got to increase this just a little bit. Yeah, Bernie going to be picking up the Slowbro. As far as I was aware, Angel Cukes, I believe, was running under the moniker of Ranma at one point in time. Couldn't make it to EYC. Birdie filled in. We'll get it all sorted on our end. Either way, Stamina Esports are also going to be picking up their defender in Hitman on the Snorlax. Minotaur on the Eldegoss. So a very early pick of the support, and maybe a bit of a surprise, not in terms of power level. I think Eldegoss doing great in the win rate department, but still not one of those marquee support Pokemon like something like the Psyduck that we've seen a decent amount. CACM might be looking to pick up, or a different option. Texas currently hovering over that Clefable, and they will lock it in.
So we just saw Psyduck shut down a Mega Charizard Y just a few short minutes ago. And Texas, who's known for playing Psyduck, says, I want Clefable in the face of that one, and we might not see Psyduck enter this match at all.
Yeah, instead, probably the Slowbro being the answer to the Mega Charizard Y. That Slow Beam to catch it in the middle of its Mega Evolution while it just stands in the air, and you hope the rest of the team could deal the damage back the other way. Mufasa will pick up the Armarouge. So with the Shark Cadet bros on either side of the battlefield, but Armarouge sitting at a much lower encounter rate, only at 3% in comparison to Reggie on the Ceruledge, who's climbed all the way up to 34.
Frank grabbing the Machamp, an all-rounder that we've been seeing more and more of as of late, as we have so many all-rounders catching bans. So unsurprising that there's new cream that rises to the top, if you will. Quick little switch on the side of Stamina. Kira going to be grabbing the Snorlax. Mufasa on the Charizard Y.
Okay.
Nothing quite shaken up on the side of CACM just yet.
The one thing I'm really interested in, Dupe Snacks, is Anisus on this Urshifu. We talked about it a little bit earlier, how more often we've been seeing the Blue Shifu, the rapid strike version of that Pokemon. However, earlier today, we did see that Wicked Blow. Anisus feels like the kind of player that is willing to go either direction based on the enemy composition. And I have to imagine a Clefable on a Slowbro on the other side would very likely mean I would prefer that Wicked Blow moveset, but there's also a world where Anisus wants to click a lot of buttons and play the Blue Shifu. That's always an available option.
Yeah, sometimes pressing buttons is just fun. It's a video game, you know, you just get to mash them down. But you're right. I mean, with the threat of potential gravity out of Clefable, of course, that single target pin down, the slow beam out of Slowbro, that Unite move, has an opportunity to really slow down any rapid strike Urshifu. So the single strike model with that Wicked Blow and Throat Chop might be the way to go here.
For one other added layer to it, there are very few things that can interrupt Slowbro from some of these major moments, right? But Ebon Fist could be one of them. Let's get into it. Game number 1 between Stamina Esports on your purple side versus CACM Esports on the orange side.
Here we go. Charcadet going into Path, which is pretty rare. It has a very difficult time. But, you know, when you paired it with a Cup Food, maybe the only thing worse at it than the early game, you have to make a concession somewhere. And it looks like Hitman is getting the short end of the stick here.
Yeah, Hitman does have that one tool. One of my favorite ways that Pokemon Unite has transported a move from other Pokemon titles is Incinerate. In other games, it will delete a berry that a Pokemon is holding, but in this game, it will reduce the amount of healing given by a berry onto an enemy Pokemon while that debuff is active. So maybe an option if they get a chance to be aggressive, but again, this early game might be rather tough into those face.
My man is trying to meet Chef in the weeds there with that point. Holy, I don't think that's going to measure up too much.
You don't think the Incinerate first move option for Armarouge is going to be relevant in this game?
Not as much as I think you'd like it to be, unfortunately. But you know what? That's a nice call out and a piece of information that folks at home might have wanted to know.
Emphasis on might.
But yeah, well, you know, I don't want to speak for other people.
All right, well, thank you very much. We'll see how it works out. So far for Armarouge, it hasn't led them to an evolution, as you see that poor little 4R Charcadet trying to stand against the range damage of this Mega Mewtwo Y. Topside, though, Mufasa also trying to chase these evolutions, so Stamina Esports having a bit of a tough early game, at least in comparison to how fast out the gate CACM have been.
Yeah, they do have a lot of just slow start Pokemon, so it's going to see how they transition once they get them online. They're going to need some support here, but that Wicked Blow Urshifu is level 7. Big Wicked Blow there does do some damage, but it's the Ceruledge that takes care of Charmeleon early, and now the Machoke getting in on the action. 2 players down for Stamina back-to-back. Hitman with that Fire Spin moveset trying to put pressure on Bernie here. Minotaur and Hitman finally, though, have to just give up the chase.
Yeah, now that this Armarouge has evolved, getting access to its passive, it will like to get up in the action, even against Ranma, who's here on this Mega Mewtwo Y. Get up in the face, and yeah, there we go. I think that's final confirmation. Dawnluck's not in this matchup. Ranma gonna move over to attacker. Bernie, their sub, playing the defender role.
Yeah, I love all these name changes. You know it's my favorite thing, Zoinks. It's just terrific for me. I'm a big, big fan. Heavy Slam attempt to stun down that Mega Mewtwo Y, unsuccessful, and here comes a well-timed Moonlight to help Ranma get back into the flow of things. However, it's 4v2. Kira's playing very well far forward. Here comes the support, though, out of CACM. Big Ceruledge Unite move going for the secure, and they do get a knockout in that process as they keep pushing forward. Now, the Snorlax did take care of that Reggie, but CACM's pressure was just too much.
Yeah, I mean, after that X attack Ceruledge, you get the big bonus of the energy amplifier as well. It feels like there wasn't any Pokemon that could withstand that damage. So instead, Stamina Esports have to make the decision to totally pull back and reel and retreat towards that tier 2, which does give CACM a big chance to get on the scoreboard. But Stamina actually making some waves on the top side by doing so with the Urshifu.
Well-timed pun there as the waves are being created by Bernie in the middle. They're fighting for the Swablu and Altaria. And now, just moving back along, we'll see where these teams settle out. CACM does have a composition that wants to brawl together through that Clefable, so we'll see if this is the opportunity where they decide to send everybody into the same direction.
Yeah, this little duel between these two Pokemon happened in the central area, but everybody else squaring up with the top side, big surf side, but they're all running back to the goal.
Yeah, gonna get some of that insulation. Charizard Unite is down, but they are taken out immediately. Subsequently, after that attempt, can they make more magic happen? Great eye down that Slowbro, getting that KO, and now leveraging that to close out the goal zone. So again, Mega Charizard Y online, CACM gotta respond.
Yeah, great call, Dupes next. And the target priority of Slowbro, perfect. There's a good chance that Bernie able to earn that Unite move at some point mid-fight and be able to hold down that Mega Charizard Y and kind of be the counter pick that it is born to be. But instead, that Pokemon eliminated from the team fight and not even a chance. So big play from that Mega Charizard Y. Stamina Esports, the road will get tougher from here on out with that Slow Beam constantly on the lookout for Charizard. But also, they have Anysus to kind of counter the counter.
Yeah, however, the Cerulege is leading the lobby here, so they're going to have to be careful of that. That is a huge explosion of damage anytime Reggie wants to get in the mix, and we know that Reggie can take over games if left unchecked. And you can see that they've put a lot in the tank to support this player to make sure that they can do just that.
Yeah, experience per minute stat's going to be going wild for all my EXP per minute stat enjoyers out there. And Reggie's absolutely crushing it right now. Look how aggressive Mufasa is being Dupe Snack.
Oh, nice.
There's the ult.
That was a great Charizard Y Unite to counter the Cerulege Unite. You saw it queue up for just a fraction of a second. Great counter. Huge Infinite Psyburn is going to allow this push to rage on. It was not going to be enough to stymie. You thought hitting all 5 targets at once would be enough, but not quite. Stamina Esports is moving right now. And all of a sudden, that Cerulege, which was leading the lobby, is finding itself trailing that Ebon Fist Wicked Blow Urshifu, the single strike version.
Yeah, Anysus kind of be the pace car of this match right now and leading, but also leading a lot of their own carries. Kira, that's a tough spot to beat. Can't even heavy slam outside of the gravity. Texas with an insult to injury lockdown in that maneuver. And it's CACM's chance to respond here, Dupes next. And Stamina, are they going to give them the runway? Absolutely lets them crush it, break down that tier 1, and catch up a little bit. However, I only say catch up a little bit because Stamina Esports is still leading that points race. 237 to 195. And again, Anysus, biggest bear in the room.
I like that move. Give up the goal zone. You still have a small score lead, and you didn't give up that experience, that critical, crucial experience, which you're going to need in this final Rayquaza fight. We have 3 minutes left on the clock. Heavy Slam susses out a couple. Tons of damage is going to be put in onto Kira, but they're just trying to poach those Swablu and Altaria. Fire spin into a lot of targets here, and we've got the Wicked Blow Urshifu moving in. They're trying to catch Texas and company, Ranma as well, but that is enough to send them scrambling.
Man, this Armarouge and Charizard combination is truly deadly amounts of area of effect damage. CACM Esports, with playing around this Clefable, are naturally going to play close together and bunched up, but Armarouge and Charizard are honestly salivating at that opportunity. Throw a Fire Blast their direction. Armarouge just walks into the mix and is getting value all at the same time. Stamina Esports building a pretty solid answer to this, and also being enabled by Kira's Snorlax. If anybody starts getting out of the range of those big pockets of area of effect, Kira's going to be right there to heavy slam and block them back in.
Kira kind of found everybody on that heavy slam. Going to back up a little bit. Nice Fire Blast coverage to just shell in just a hair of damage. Hitman is right there in the mix. The Moonlight is down and the chase is on. Block to isolate. They're separated away from the Clefable. Pinned down is Ranma, taken to the skies, of course. We're going to see this Mega Charizard Y take over, and it starts early with a Mewtwo Y. Huge Cerulege Unite, and we see the Fist Fly from the Machamp as well. Tons of damage put down, but it's not enough to stymie Stamina Esports. Everybody is split off of Texas, that Clefable, and the Mega Charizard Y and every friend it has in tow does a great job here. The Rayquaza rip is on. Here comes the Machamp for the save. Can they get in there? They slow down the Rip to isolate Frank down. Ranma's back as well. They still have their Unite move, and they got to watch out for that. Bang, there's the Infinite Cyber, but it's still taken by Kira. That was so close, though.
I can't believe Mewtwo Y and a Slowbro Surf. I definitely thought both of those things would have been able to contend, but at this point, I think Stamina Esports have won the bout. They win the early game, even with the Mega Charizard Y being trapped down by that Slowbro Slow Beam. They are able to outlast, outlive, and outperform. Great work from Stamina. There's a bit of time left on the clock with another Hundo Burger landing in that home goal zone. We're headed towards 30 seconds left in the match. This one is done and dusted. Stamina Esports are going to be starting this series 1-0 over CACM.
Yeah, worth mentioning for those at home here, that Rayquaza shield does not transfer, right? All that Rayquaza buff that you get, you can't peel it off the other team here. As now, I mean, what are we doing? Like, settle down. Settle down.
Yeah, slow beam him. Exactly. Good call, Bruce.
Yeah, everyone's behind me is knocked out. Let me slow beam them just to let them know that we're still pushing buttons out here. But yeah, Rayquaza buff can't be taken, right? Once you eliminate the character, it's just gone, which is different than how Groudon and Kyogre work. So really, once Stamina got those points in and they weren't knocked out, it became incredibly difficult for CACM to mount a real comeback here. Stamina Esports, Mega Charizard Y selected, Mega Charizard Y dominated, Stamina Esports with a win.
Yeah, I got a hunch of what Pokemon or player is going to be our player of the game, but all right, here we go. Shout out to Replay for giving us this one in slow-mo. Keep an eye on Snorlax is going to be the Pokemon who eventually did secure that Rayquaza, but it all started with a great play right there, Dubesnacks. They find that target, Mega Charizard Y. I love this play from Mufasa. Is actually playing over that high rocky area, so a lot of Pokemon with melee damage can't actually target them down, even with that slow beam. And just the damage raining down, especially inside that sunny day solar-powered area. Just too much to contend with.
Hitman's got the fire spin here. That was a very well-timed Infinite Cyber. And with the serve, like you said, it made things incredibly suspect. But Stamina Esports and Kira, with an even more precisely timed Heavy Slam, saves it for the team. I want to point out
thing too, like there was only one player who the Infinite Cyburn was able to target to inside that Rayquaza pit as well. It didn't the Infinite Cyburn was not targeting Kira as they were outside and then heavy slammed in after the target reticle popped up. So honestly, Stamina pretty pumped they only had one player in melee range. And this was this player, your player of the game, Hitman.
71,000 damage, 6 knockouts, 8 assists, a feint, I was gonna say a feint, a cough of 14 there for them. Mufasa also with a great game. If we're looking at their cough, it's all the way up to a 15. Honestly, a phenomenal match. A great game out of Stamina Esports. And I don't know if you're seeing what I'm seeing, but I'm seeing 114,000 damage out of Mega Charizard Y.
I'm seeing Mega Charizard Y bans in the future is what I'm hoping I am seeing. It's actually at this point in the game. But taking a look at our score graphs, I do think this illustrates quite well how close this match was, but it did feel like Stamina Esports always had a step ahead at any given moment. This Urshifu from Enisus leading the lobby quite a bit in terms of experience, and it felt like we were all waiting for that big Mega Charizard to show up, and when it showed up, it changed the course of this match.
It absolutely did. We've got the heat map here, of course, showing where Hitman elected to live. And we know Char Cadet started in the bottom path. They stayed in the bottom path for quite some time before exploring greener pastures here. If I'm CACM, I want to bring up this one point real quick while we're looking at these stat screens. We had the slow beam on Mega Charizard Y. You had the Cerulege Unite, and in the exact same tunnel, you had the Machamp Unite. And it wasn't enough to take care of this Mega Charizard Y.
Yeah.
And that's from the team that had negligible healing as compared to what a Clefable can provide on the side of CACM. So back to your point that you made, ban the darn thing. Don't let it in the game. What are we doing out here?
Yeah, you can be clever all you want. And listen, if you're going to be clever, Game 1 might be the place to do it. On the Rayquaza map, sure. But we are headed elsewhere. We're going to our game number 2. CACM decided to choose draft side selection. They will be picking first. But in their choice of maps, Stamina have elected to move on from Rayquaza and go to Kyogre. An option that has not been as popular today. I think it has a lot of factors. A lot of players like that damage buff and kind of having a second chance to be able to turn things around if they lose the Groudon fight. However, also it is the ranked ladder map right now, so I think a lot of players thinking about that currently. Stamina Esports, though, will be on the orange side this time around, and they will have the second pick and last pick, but they are going to stick with very similar bands with the Gengar, CACM. They're going to change things up. That Mega Charizard Y hitting the ban block.
Yeah, it's a concern. Gonna go ahead and throw that one on the job. 1% banned Eldegoss making its way through. Gonna have to force Stamina onto a different Pokemon here. Minotaur not gonna get their comfort pick.
Yeah, and it's going to be a big one taken away from them. Curious where they end up going in this next setup. It will be Mega Lucario, going to be the final ban for Stamina. And now CACM Esports have their chance at first pick, and it won't be Psyduck. That is honestly shocking to me.
It is for me as well. Reggie prioritizing that Scyther more than anything else, and CACM is throwing all their eggs in the Reggie basket here. The Stamina Esports locking in a Zacian. Minotaur may have been peeled off of the Eldegoss, but they're given a pretty darn good prize here in Psyduck if they want it.
Yeah, it's shocking to me to see that one go away, but then again, I gotta reflect, CACM Esports getting the Scyther, not only does it give Reggie an ultra powerful tool that has made its name here in this region, you're also taking it away from Anysus. So I guess a very, very powerful first pick, can't argue with it too much. Ranma onto the Mew and Bernie on the Crustle for these back-to-back picks. Stamina Esports now going to be highlighting their next options. The Mega Mewtwo Y still available, and it has been having a pretty solid weekend. I think just right around that 50%. Kira, if you pick Goodra, I'll love you forever.
Okay. Kira goes, no.
Yeah, no thanks. They actually heard me say that and then switched.
Exactly. Like, you're going to love me forever? No, not today. Hitman locks in that Mega Mewtwo Y. Kira going to grab a Hoopa. So we're going with a big support-heavy core here for Stamina Esports. Texas grabs Alcremie. And, of course, Buzzwole rounds out for CACM.
I do like the Alcremie switch up here a little bit. Obviously, you don't need the anti-mobility that Clefable was bringing with the gravity as much. A Pokemon like Zacian, while it does have small dashes, it also just feels like it gives itself unstoppable with every button it clicks. So I don't really know if gravity would be helping you a ton in that factor. Same with Clefable. Instead, you can really empower Frank's Buzzwole with these recover heals, and same with Reggie. If you can keep them up for just a little bit longer, that recover is going to be massive.
I agree. I'm really looking at the Texas Frank pairing here because I think that's where Alcremie will do its best work. I think Reggie moves a little too quickly, and you're just going to have some like very strategically placed dollops for Reggie to get topped off there, right? Of course, building that big cake with the Alcremie Unite move is a different beast, but just throughout the natural texture of the game, those dollops are going to be a little bit tougher for, I think, Reggie to manipulate around, whereas Frank is going to be able to do that a little bit easier with the Buzzwole.
Right.
But if Buzzwole is up in your face scrapping, it does open a nice lane for Reggie to engage. So they're going to be looking towards that, I believe.
Yeah, like a bug-type focused offense. We don't got a whole lot of those types of Pokemon in Pokemon Unite, but they're certainly strong currently at the moment, especially Buzzwole. It feels like a Pokemon that maybe power level isn't considered to be one of the top-tier Pokemon in the game right now, but just in terms of playstyle and comfort that a lot of these top-level players playing on the top path have with this Pokemon. Nothing to be scoffed at. Of course, they also, I think, would love to be playing the Zacian. I think that's why we saw Stamina Esports pick up that Pokemon with one of their first picks. Not only gets them a strong one, but it also denies it away from Frank.
Reggie, unsurprisingly, going to the central area here because CACM is your purple team. Stamina Esports is your orange team. Stamina Esports up a game. CACM trying to capture some of the land magic that they've had and transpose this into the league because, quite frankly, they're struggling.
Yeah, and not to mention they are out of the one land into another pretty soon, as this team will be traveling to Japan for the Asia Champions League. Would love to have a few more league wins under their belt before they make the trip over there.
Without a doubt. Early in this lane, pretty evenly matched. I'll give the edge to Stamina Esports in the bottom path just because Dwooble needs to evolve to get online, whereas Kira can just headache their way to success here with this Psyduck.
Yeah, and it's going to be rocking Assault Vest too, which I kind of find interesting. The only Pokemon on the opposite side dealing that special attack damage will be the Mew, which obviously they'll get some value, seeing as that they are going to be playing in path for the majority of that match against that Pokemon. Reggie's Scyther are going to start doing some early damage, but it's the immediate response from Anisus. Gets one, looks for more, gets 2 critical hits. That's a Buzzwole down. Texas about to make it 3. Sarah Ledge going to steal that KO.
Whoa. Okay, I'm starting to understand why Anisus maybe picked this Pokemon first when they had that opportunity on their side of the draft. Grabbing that Zacian and Psyduck were their first 2 picks from that orange side. And if they're making plays like that all season long, it's starting to make sense.
Yeah, we're starting to see why these builds are clicking. Stamina Esports off to a great start. CACM looking for a bit of a response, though, as Frank does have Mufasa in their sights.
Gonna pick up and put down Mufasa. They are gonna get back to their goal pad. Gonna pick up a couple berries, which means Minotaur is left low on HP. Big Bitter Blade gets 3 targets. Here comes Anisus. But no, it's a huge counter engagement. They are able to knock out 2 as soon as the Scyther shows up. Reggie gets 2 more for CACM back in their pockets.
Oh, and that's so scary, too. Kira does land a Bubble Beam onto both the Alchemy and Scyther, who had almost no HP. 1 or 2 auto attacks, and they are not getting out of danger. But they do get to rally back here, and Kira takes a ton of damage already. Headache procs very early dupes next. This Reggie Drago could be looking like a clean one for CACM.
Yeah, Reggie kind of kept back from their own engagement because of the headache, because 1 stun there would have spelled disaster for something as squishy as the Scyther. Like you said, might be lacking in the defense and HP pool, certainly not lacking in the offensive power department.
Yeah, they are forming strength in other directions and kind of getting close to the top of the charts in some of those. Big engage from Frank, trying to push him away, but it's up to the Regirock secure.
Regirock Frank just got a punching through it. There's a Scyther Unite, gonna be good enough for 1. They're gonna keep pressing forward. Dual Wing Beat doesn't find a target, but they're gonna go straight for the score here, as it looks like a ball toy was gonna try and stymie Reggie's score, but here comes Frank to punch that thing into orbit so that they can get their points in.
Just shy of a Unite move, too. If Frank just gets a little bit of damage, they probably get the Super Swole Slam. It can kind of force a fight in one of these moments. Stamina Esports trailing at a couple levels, except for Anisus, which feels like that's always going to be the case. That player, very similar to Toon Slim in some of these situations, always sitting at level 9+, and they're going right after that Reggie LA.
Yeah, it's getting shredded here. Ranma's moving in. Boosted Auto is way too late. No real opportunity there. CACM peels back to pad. And it is Kira that is stuck in that Rock Tomb here. Regieleki getting worked on very well. We're looking for some good pulls here, but it doesn't materialize in a way that really leads to any knockouts for Stamina. However, CACM comes in. Nice Psyduck Unite. Going to try and stymie the damage output of CACM. Good Rock Tomb bubbles out from the Swablu and Altaria. And these teams are still going after it. Dual Wing straight to the back line. Pop that Scyther Unite move. Psyduck is the one in there, but the headache stalls them for just a moment. They're able to cash in that knockout, but not on the Mewtwo. Mewtwo used their Infinite Cyburn. Entering into the fog is Mew. Those two working very well together, and it's Frank trying to close it back out. Couple teleports, gets them out of dodge, boosted auto, ton of damage, pick up a berry, and then take a deep breath, Zoinks, because they just fought for 2 straight minutes.
When am I supposed to take said deep breath, dude? There's no moment in which we have that opportunity. This game is ridiculous. That fight went on for so many different beats at any given moment. I thought CACM was winning it, and the Stamina had rallied back enough to win it, but at the end of the day, it's CACM. They're the ones laughing all the way to the bank. 127 points scored currently, and Reggie probably going to be leading the lobby very soon in terms of level. This Scyther right about to hit level 12. Anisus around half a level away from that break point.
We haven't talked about it yet, but it is a Trick Phantom Force Hoopa, so be on the lookout for that on some of these engagements here. As in our picture-in-picture, we saw another knockout by Reggie, putting the pressure on. Hitman cleverly waiting for a moment, trying to put pressure on Bernie, who has the eject button, but I don't think they're going to get out of this one. They get knocked out quickly, and we are rings unbound to pull the team through. Going for a stun on the Mew and the All Creamy, but we're still pressing forward. Sweet Scent is going to make Stamina take the long way around. Looking for more stuns with those big fists from the rings unbound Hoopa. Not going to be quite enough. Nice Solar Beam there, but Reggie Alecki's already taken Cerulege Unite, but it only hits one target. Now they're going to have to leverage back in the middle. Psyduck uses theirs, uses that to go score. Reggie Alecki goes in, so now we have chances for overcaps here as Bernie goes down to any sus, and Stamina Esports is finding their footing here and making chicken salad out of chicken scratch.
Really impressive to be able to do so in the face of the entire CACM roster. That was a full 5-on-5 fight, and Stamina managed to actually get the Reggie Alecki to land. So all of a sudden, the big advantage that CACM Esports was working with is now mitigated. Those points are so extremely close. And again, the tail of the tape, Reggie versus Anysus, the two hyper carries now sitting at tandem, and Reggie's in a dangerous spot, but they got backup.
Yeah, using that Scyther Unite here, quick knockout. That one's pretty easy. Now an X Scissor to try and see if we can get Reggie get some points in. They use that dual wing beat to get some of that HP back, and now they just have to retreat. Bernie still trying to do their work and bought some time, but is it going to be enough? The support core is down, so is the Mew. Reggie's getting collapsed on. Bitterblade is there, but it's the Mega Mewtwo Y that gets credit on what is a real team effort.
Oh, that was a pretty big risk by CACM to try to force that fight of the enemy central. Not to mention, it felt like Reggie was throwing out one or two extra dual wing beats to the back line, thinking maybe I could do some damage and still get away for this fight. Stamina Esports not going to let that go unpunished. Instead, they're going to focus on this Reg Ice, have a buff that will last for 90 seconds, so extending a full minute into our final stretch.
20 seconds until Kyogre populates into our central here, into that center of the map. How is CACM going to play it? 6 points separate these two squads.
Yeah, you mentioned Deucex, that Trick Phantom Force being one of the major factors of this Stamina Esports squad. We're going to have to see who gets the utilization. Mufasa might be the top candidate for me at level 14, but Unite move having the exit strategy, but here we go. Psystrike going to get some early poke damage, and right now, both these teams just trying to force each other into bad spots.
Minotaur Phantom forcing back through, pinned against the wall with the Solar Beam, but look at all that damage that was put on Bernie. Meanwhile, Mufasa going for a flank, exposing themselves, nobody willing to follow. Nice psychic pull on Bernie, caught in the Sweet Scent, Rock Tomb down. Another big Solar Beam. X Scissor tries to catch Kira. Hitman is A-pressing them a little bit. Reggie wants a target but forces out the Phantom Force. Now we're moving back a little bit as these teams aren't willing to engage. Bernie is way stuck deep, and this is an opportunity to collapse. Cerulege Unite hit 3 players on the backside, and the cake has been built. Everybody's going to be able to sit in the middle and get topped off. Mufasa's pinned against the wall. Another big Solar Beam ripped through. Now we're going for the rings unbound stuns. The pressure's on. Alcremia is already gone. We're going to find another target in the Crustle, the Buzzwole, then the Scyther, and it's just the Mew left standing in the face of Kyogre, and Stamina Esports taking a 2-0 win. They're chasing the Mew. They're chasing the Mew. The Mew is out of dodge. The Alcremia is back, but in that time, Kyogre is taken. Stamina Esports, what a showdown.
That was so perfectly done, Doomsax. That slow approach to the flank, that Cerulege being this ever-present threat. Most importantly, staying out of Buzzwole's crowd control range, but still forcing an inopportune look for CACM. The Alcremie Fluffy Cream Supreme had to pop a little too early, and everyone is able to peel back from Stamina Esports. Some big buddy barriers, a nice II, lets them weather the storm, and from that point on, it's just Stamina Esports putting in cleanup work in this map, and this Kyogre map is going to go to Stamina Esports, as will the set.
Man, CACM, signs of life there. You can really see how a player like Reggie gets that land boost with no ping on characters like this Scyther. But when we are playing these regional league formats, such is not the case. You have to fight time and space, or however internet works. Nobody actually knows. And Stamina Esports is able to turn around and have a great team fight. Like you said, great slow play to the Ceruledge flank to kind of have like the sword of Damocles almost hanging over the side, over the head of CACM. We're going to take another look here. Break it down for us, Zoinks.
Yeah, this was such a fun fight. I think so many moments, right? You had these rock tombs. It was basically Solar Beam versus like Psyduck Poke, which ended up being the most important one. But that's the Ceruledge Unite plus the Mewtwo Y Unite, and that forces out Mew and the Alcrem Unite. Didn't even notice the Mew initially, but Stamina Esports does a great job of just waiting it out. You can see how long Minotaur is going to be still in this Hoopa Unbound form. So just amazing patience, waiting out a lot of those big supportive defensive Unite moves. And then they swing in with so much power. Mufasa, 7 knockouts, 7 assists. They go down 4 times, but again, we all watched that match. The amount of blitz fighting that we saw, I think the KOs, yeah, the feints were going to be raining in. Maybe the most impressive thing is that Hitman didn't fall once. That might be the most impressive thing.
I was just about to say, Hitman, 4 knockouts, 10 assists all over this map, not getting knocked out at all. Taking a page out of that book as well is Minotaur. 3 knockouts, 1 feint, 14 assists out of that Hoopa. Some of the strongest Hoopa play we've seen all weekend, and what a time for it. Stamina Esports really needed it, and they showed up and showed out. Yeah. Taking a look at the rest of our numbers here, we'll see where we fall.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I love that you're pointing that out to us because they're running no traditional defenders, right? They're playing the pseudo tank Psyduck in this situation. But I think one of the only reasons that can work is with a trick Phantom Force build. Psyduck able to walk forward, pop their own defensive abilities, and then as soon as they have them back, you just pop over that trick, get that little bit of HP healing. So great exchanges from Stamina, great maneuvers. Love to see that. Now, CACM, you got some things to smile about, though. How about Texas with 94,000 damage healed in this game? Hey, how are you?
CACM, unfortunately, with the just cascade of damage Stamina was able to pull off, was just not enough. You have to give Stamina so much credit because there are moments of that game where it really felt like Reggie and company were undeniable. And they found the way to get the team split up just enough so they could take advantage of that isolation. They take out Alcremie, they take out the Crustle, Buzzwole and Scyther fall immediately because they're in the blender of those big fists that fly and stun out of Minotaur on the side of Stamina, in like very well executed.
Yeah, loved this showing. Stamina Esports just feels like they're on the up and up, specifically in this regional league gameplay. I know they're chasing that #1 spot, which feels like when it's held by Force Gaming, it might be out of anybody's reach at this point. With Stamina Esports, are making a strong contender to be that locked up #2 spot halfway through the season so far. I gotta admit, I am so excited to watch the next time that Stamina and Force get to go head to head.
So do I. I mean, really, any Latam match feels like it's the one to watch. They've delivered week in and week out, and that one was no exception. I can't wait to see how the rest of this league shakes out because it's incredibly hotly contested, and the fight for those top 5 spots is absolutely relentless. And we've got another banger coming up between Force Gaming and 2Z Esports. Force Gaming's perfect record hangs in the balance against 2Z Esports and those raucous upstarts that just got 3rd at EUIC.
I can't wait. It's going to be an amazing matchup. We have more Latin America regional leagues right after this break.
All right, I've been crawling through the grass for a few games now, and unfortunately, we've only found one North American game in the tall grass. But it's a very interesting result, one that I think a lot of people may not have expected. So we can take a look at. Well, first of all, actually, before we take a look, I gotta say I've figured out how to use my tablet for the illustration. Let's go! Tall grass has given me gifts, but we can take a look here at the match between Extinction and TI Gang. Extinction in the middle of the pack. TI Gang only found their first loss yesterday, and I believe it actually was through a DQ. So we can pretty quickly go over to, I suppose, the final fight of the match. You can see right here, I'll pause it, 212 for Extinction, 100 points for TI Gang, and pretty, I don't know, even-ish levels, but it's really all holding on to this fight, and I will say it's 1-1 record at this point in the set, so if I said it's an upset, you might expect what I'm going to say. So we're going to go through this pretty slow, and I'm going to pause. There's a lot of things actually that happen really quickly, and honestly, it's kind of hard to see it if you don't slow it down. So we can start off here. We can see that the Psyduck gets thrown, and we're going to see the engagement as well from the Buzzwole. So it's going to be the Buzzwole on Extinction side. So throwing one more member into the path of this Surf all the way up there. That's not a very good arrow, but this is actually a really beautiful engagement that you can see, making sure that they all group up, combining your moves, starting the engagement, and you're going to see that as I include this and continue. Look, it's working. It's working. So we get to see that beautiful engagement, and then we get to see a follow-up with the Unite move from the Blastoise. So that's about as great of an engagement I think that anybody could ever ask for. And at that point, I'm honestly pretty surprised that they didn't win the game, but they didn't quite have enough damage to fully get the KO. And you can see here, I need to see this. I'm going to replay this actually a few times. If you look right up here, there is a Buzzwole beginning the Unite, and let me show you at 25% speed what this looks like. Whoop. It gets eaten up by the Mimikyu. So hold on, I gotta show this again. It is the funniest looking thing, but it's actually huge to the game. So I'm not just doing this for funsies. But you can see, starts the Unite, mid-Unite, boom, boom, perfectly eaten up. So that's going to prevent a ton of damage as well. And as that begins, the Eldegoss as well starts its Unite, which then heals up the entire team back to a huge amount of health. So that is a ton of resources gone for the side of Extinction on one of the best engages that I've seen, and they just don't get anything off of it. I'm actually going to rewind it because there's one more even thing happen. This all happens within like 5 seconds, by the way. That's why we got to love the slow-mo that we have. But going forward, there's another interesting choice. You can see right here the Gyarados, oh, I'm sorry, that's not the Gyarados, it's a different water. The Gyarados right here has a choice. It can either go up here and deal with multiple members of the enemy team at once, or it can target the their attacker in the backline, right? And it chooses the attacker, which I think is a really, really smart choice. A lot of times when you have that Gyarados Unite, you really just want to hit as many as you want, but being able to decide what the biggest target is, they do manage to get that KO very quickly, and this is actually a very quick full team wipe, essentially, for TI Gang, who managed to win their first, I would say, like, true victory of the season up against Extinction. So very cool to see, and well earned, honestly. A great fight, a lot of great usage of counters, and glad to see them starting to do well. But that's basically all that we got a chance to see out of that. We'll see how they continue to do again in the future, as I'm going to be sending it back to Kello and Soph, who are going to take away with some more matches.
Thank you so much, Chef, for that highlight. That was amazing from TI Gang. Just seeing their composition come together. But the tall grass, the gift that keeps on giving. We are not finished with Latam. And I know, Soph, you are pretty excited about this next matchup.
Oh, yes, I am. We have a Brazil versus Brazil matchup. It's Force Gaming versus 2Z Esports, and it's a battle of champions. These two teams have so much experience on LAN events. Both of them going from Force Gaming. Now, undefeated 8-0 was top 3 at LAIC, and their roster is comprised of Lel, Soto, Kiluki, Falby, and Angel. And Angel leads in Latam with an average damage per game of 82,000. An average, Kelly? Crazy.
That is, yeah, quite a lot of damage. And you know what? Considering the Force at Force Gaming have been, the number doesn't really surprise me at that point. But they are going up against 2Z Esports, who are currently ranked number 5 on the leaderboard at that 3-5 set count. But we have Anthras, Mats, Kenes, Mazo, and Leozen. They are averaging 323k damage per game across the board for their health squad. And that is actually second in Latam and second in global in terms of their damage per game.
Yeah, because we see the graphs for the most damage across players, and I believe there were 3 members of 2Z on that top 6 graph. So that is incredible performance that both of these teams have had so far. And into the first draft of this best of 3, we go. Rayquaza is your map, and the bans have already hit the board. A Cerulite, Psyduck, and Mega Lucario from Force Gaming, plus a Mewtwo Y, a Alcremie, and a Mega Charizard Y for 2Z Esports.
I feel like 5. One of these just doesn't belong here. There's somebody that doesn't belong down here. Alcremie with the 0% ban rate. Never in this current meta where I thought Alcremie would have ended up landing itself amongst the megas there. But hey, you know what? It has been quite incredible that we've seen so far here today. But another Pokemon that is quite incredible, definitely viable of a first pick, is going to be this Blastoise at that 96% encounter rate.
It's so good, and it's rivaled as well by Vaporeon and how great of a defender it is, which is the first pick that 2Z got. Plus, the Mega Gyarados that has been quite a priority, especially on purple side, but if given the opportunity, orange side will pick it up. Now, for a specialty of Latam, we have that side, the Sizzle, now picked by Mats, and Antares has chosen that defender, going for double defender in the composition with a Crustle for even more crowd control.
Yeah, you gotta get that crowd control, block them off or block them out, whatever may be. But Angel is going to lock in this Inteleon, and I guess that is a great counter into walls because those snipe shots can go across them. But look, we may have had the double Charizard in the previous matches before, but we have the other Charizard. Charizard Y coming out this time round. Charizard, yes, Charizard. Did I get the letter correct, Soph? Yes. Charizard Y.
Charizard Y in the bench and Charizard X on the field.
There we go.
Exactly.
Numbers, letters, you have them down, Pat. Thank you.
There you go. Yes. All the letters of the alphabet, we got them from legends from Z to A. And now Force Gaming. All right. So Force Gaming has finished that composition with an Inteleon, which we know is a very interesting pick for Force Gaming, because one of the many strengths that we've had from Force Gaming throughout regular season has been they nailed down how to protect their carries. So Angel is just going to be, feeling completely at bay when they try to use either the snapshot or the liquidation. We'll see what's going to be the build or the path they go for, because Force Gaming knows how to handle that front line.
Yeah, it's interesting as well that we ended up seeing 2Z picking up this Alolan Raichu. I know we have a different Charizard on the opposite time this time round, but I feel like the Alolan Raichu that Force Gaming ended up playing earlier was such a great counter into that Mega Charizard. So 2Z Esports taking a page out of their book. We'll just have to wait and see whether Kenes can make this Alolan Raichu shine.
Yeah, we'll see as we get into game 1 of this best of 3. Force Gaming on your purple side versus 2Z Esports on your orange. Both top 3 on ICs in 2023. 3-1-6. I'm in the past, I guess.
No, look, there's nothing wrong with the past. In the end, we are building those storylines, and I absolutely adore a good old history lesson when it comes to these teams, because it definitely runs deep. Otherwise, we do have this little Eevee successfully stealing away this red buff from Valve, and they're going to quickly eject over the wall as well, getting out scot-free.
Safe as it can be, and going into pad to get their heals back up because they are very low on HP. Just gonna wait for those berries to spawn. 3 members here on the top side, including Falb as a Charmander, plus that Gossifleur and the Buzzwole. Lauzing has to be careful because they are outnumbered, and not just outnumbered, that teammate is a Magikarp, and we know how much they can do early game. Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, they can flail about and splash about, but yeah, no, in terms of overall damage, it isn't a lot. But look at that effort gauge. It is quite close. So 3 members of Force Gaming are going to take that opportunity to go and get in some dunks, especially considering Kyluk on the Buzzwole is running those attack weight stacks. And Falb as well.
It's so important to know what the strategy is when you get into a game, and it looks like it's pretty straightforward here for 2Z Esports, as they have knocked out not just the Charmeleon but also the Elder Gods on a 2 KO streak for Mats. Such a heavy hitter of a carry on the side of 2Z.
And look at this, we have 2Z Esports going and yoinking away this blue buff, and a blue buff over on the Alolan Raichu is so valuable to go and reduce those cooldowns. Meanwhile, we'll still have a Sobble who is now going to reach that Drizzile form, but they are left all alone down here. I think we ended up having that Regidrago. Did you end up seeing who ended up taking that one, Soph?
That is a good question. There was so much happening with the invade that we kind of have to focus on what is on our screen, and sometimes some information gets missed. At this point, I couldn't say for sure, Kelly. But we have 4 members of Force Gaming and 2Z here on the bot side, as it's 30 seconds for both Regis to spawn. With the Electro Balls being positioned here, Soto would try to activate them, but they get poked out by Lauzing. Straight onto a Rock Tomb engage that is absolutely huge! And Mats does the final hit that was necessary alongside Kenneth on that Alolan Raichu. Some more scores that go through on this pad. They're trying to maximize the overdunks, and what a huge engage!
Yeah, that was a massive combination coming up from Anthras and Mats to go and wipe down multiple members of Force Gaming. And because of that, they do have that space to go and secure this Registeel uncontested.
I think I want to get back to that fight, Kelly, because that Rock Tomb setup, I think the detail to me is amazing, right? Because there is a travel time for Rock Tomb to get somewhere. The Scyther was already on the way too. Now here on the top side, Force Gaming will take the Regieleki, but 2Z Esports were trying to get in a position to steal, but they were not able to do so.
Yeah, and considering this pad is left on 30 points, they want to shred down that Regieleki because they do not want to risk an overdunk, especially considering there are multiple members on Force Gaming with full pockets. But they make quick work of that. Ooh. Meanwhile, Solto is getting hit in the back by this Alolan Raichu. Nonetheless, they are able to surf their way out of danger.
Yes, they are top side with 4 members of Force Gaming. Straight into your rock once again. What a highlight that Antares has been in this game. Now followed up by that dive with the illusion from Scyther. But Falb, with that Mega Evolution, is retaliating back for Force Gaming. Although, when you have Canis arriving to the scene and the Alolan Raichu gets a double KO streak, and it feels good to be 2Z Esports.
Oh, 100%. 3 KO streak. We now have 2 level 11s on the side of 2Z Esports. And the rest does get chucked back into that middle section there. No emptying of those 40 points just yet.
69 to 79. So a very close record here. And the amount of AOS energy scattered around the stop sign is very funny. It is. I mean, if there were a Meowth, they would be so happy.
Oh, soaking up all the AOS energy, but I guess it just goes to show. You said it earlier, aggressiveness is the greatest defense there, and they have really protected those top pads. Otherwise, we have another scramble down in this bottom path. Gyarados is going to use their Unite move passively to get their way out of danger, but that doesn't allow them to get into that Mega form. Blastoise pushing them back, trying to clear some space. Vaporeon ends up getting blocked by those walls, but they end up diving under and making their way through.
Yeah, they are falling down very low in HP, Force Gaming, but Matt will be able to get the objective and might even get the scraps as well. Look at that comeback when you line up every single ability. 2Z Esports wins the fight, wins the objective, takes this goal, and on top side, make it a 40 dunk too.
Yeah, but nonetheless, 2Z Esports still hold that lead, 169 to 109. We do have Vaporeon caught in a bit of a sticky situation, but once again, that eject button being so useful for them to get out of the way over the walls.
So true, Kelly. Speaking of over the walls, I feel like Kiluk is just above every defense on 2Z, but it just might have been a little bit too more than they could chew, although Mets was almost taken down by this bus wall in the enemy flux zone. Antares using the X-Scissor to make the damage at least connect a little bit. There is Mets to finish off this deal.
I feel like Kylux may have strayed a little bit too far from home and into the wrong home at that, because there was just nowhere for them to go.
It wasn't, but you know, one place to go. This next Reggie Alecki here on top side, and all of the eyes and attention are here as Force Gaming has already started at 50% HP. And Soto zones out 2Z Esports from the stop side really, really well. Although there was a knockout that happened already by Mats as they are trying to maybe push them back, but it was still enough time for Force Gaming to take that Regieleki.
Yeah, that is going to apply some pressure onto 2Z Esports and allow Force Gaming some breathing room to go and soak up all of the wild Pokemon, the yellow dots that are currently on the minimap. Otherwise, we can see on the minimap as both the defenders are down here. We have another Reggie Alecki spawning before the final stretch, and it's a Reg Ice.
This Reg Ice could be very important for the team that has a lot of defenders. Going very low on health, Antares goes in, that's the surf from Soto to get it away, but it doesn't stop 2Z Esports from confirming that objective themselves, and Mazo will get that final hit.
Yeah, get that final hit, giving them that HP regeneration with that Reg Ice buff, and that is really going to benefit their two defender composition, but also this Gyarados to just go on in if they need to. I mean, they are the ones behind in points, but these Rock Tombs to go and block out, point out at the opposite team to try and get an isolation, but Salto's going in with a Blastoise.
Speaking of isolation, that's what they're looking to do. Although the Eldegoss is so low on HP, Max tries to finish them off, but the Hydro Typhoon doesn't hit anybody on the back. That Crystal uses that Rubber Rouser just to try to escape. They are isolated. 2Z Esports, though, takes down their enemy defender, and when the team reunites, it just rains chaos, although Charizard X might just be able to do more too, as they are falling 2v2. Fab on low HP, trying to get that final hit. There's that redemption coming back from Mega. Valve is trying to do the damage, but it's still going to be Force Gaming who goes and takes this victory here. Kiluk is still getting some damage onto Lelzine, but they're not going to overcommit when they can just go for Rayquaza.
When it rains, it pours, and Force Gaming were able to take advantage of that flood, go and take this Rayquaza and hold the lead against 2Z Esports. They have those Ray Shields on hand. It's just whether 2Z Esports can put at the defense and get a pushback, but time isn't exactly on their side here with 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and around 60 points differential here, now make it 160 points for Force Gaming as they are still on the lead in regards to this fight. Hydro Typhoon doesn't hit anybody, but they're still chasing for Lelzine. They are ahead, 30 seconds to go. Seismic Slam onto Lelzine themselves as they are taken down just alongside Mats. This is Force Gaming really just sealing the deal to get this first 1-0 up in the series.
What a match and a half. I just feel like there was so much action happening throughout that. And I mean, it really just demonstrates while both of these teams have that high attack damage stats up there.
Oh yeah, it makes a huge difference. And Force Gaming had such a strong late game composition too, because 2Z was doing really well, especially with Mats, in regards to the damage the Psyker could apply. Mid-game was such a power spike for them. So let's have a look at this final stretch once again, because there were a couple of good isolations in this fight, Kelly.
Yeah, there we go. We had the Crustal trying to block him out, but Solto diving on in, giving them the get-go for the team to just go and, yeah, bring the storm towards them. Even if Alolan Raichu is the one with the thunderstorm on hand, they're the ones that ended up getting shut down.
They did, and I feel like as soon as Falb really got online, although this is not Mega Charizard Y, it was Mega Charizard X, it still performed really, really well. And it's, again, from the games that we've seen of Force Gaming, they know how to navigate late game. Falb is your MVP on 178 points scored, 6, 5, and 5 KFA, and a total of 80,000 damage.
Yeah, I know this is the Mega Charizard that we haven't really seen in the meta as often as the other one as of late, considering the nerfs, but Falb still demonstrating that this is a Mega that you still want to be afraid of.
Yes, it's so scary. I've said it before, Mega Charizard X, as in the actual Pokemon, not necessarily in Unite, is a Pokemon that scares me quite a bit. Something about this hues of blue that just makes me shiver. But I gotta say, Tuzi, they did not look scared of this Charizard for the majority of the game. We can have a look at this graph and see how close the points were during the majority of this game, and overall they found ways to shut down the Mega Charizard X, although in the final stretch, just the way that Force Gaming navigated their focuses and their targets might have been just a little bit more polished than Tuzi's.
Oh, 100%. I feel like Tuzi's early game was actually quite well. We had some great combinations from the Crustal and that Scyther, and I mean the fact that they even had such a close graph to begin with really just demonstrates, you know, that mentality going on in. But yeah, there was a point where Force Gaming getting that Mega Charizard online, it was just very, very tricky to deal with, especially with that Blastoise on Solto. I think that was just such a great engage from them, knowing that they were able to take their hits and stall out the team.
And it worked out really, really well. And we have news too that for the second game of this best of 3, Tuzi has picked Purple Side, and Force Gaming has chosen the Groudon map, which has been just the, you know, most prevalent choice yesterday, but not today. Today we've seen quite a lot of Kyogres, though Groudon is still one of the favorites.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see whether these game plans ended up changing moving on forward, whether we're going to see any mix-ups and compositions. I know we've seen some Scyther bans come out here and there in the Latam region, even in the EU region a little bit earlier as well. Will Mats end up picking up this Scyther again, or do you think they might end up pivoting to something else?
Well, we know that Mats has just really good speedsters. They have really good carries in general. Any Pokemon that is very focused on going for carries, especially if the type of carry is getting into the backline, having access, just going for those weak points and the squishy Pokemon in the enemy team. So something along those lines might be where we see here as we get into the second draft of the best of 3 with Mewtwo Y, Alcremie, and Mega Charizard Y banned on the side of Tuzi Esports. Meanwhile, Cerulege, Psyduck, and Mega Lucario are Force Gaming's choice.
Yeah, which means Blastoise is still available, Mega Gyarados is still available there as well. So along with this Mega Charizard as well, which Tuzi Esports are hovering over, but no, they're going to prioritize Marzo on this Mega Gyarados instead.
Exactly, and we know too that Marzo is very proficient in these types of Pokemon that have like a very high skill ceiling where you just gotta really know how to play the Pokemon to make it work. And I feel like this is the case. Tuzi is setting up for the crowd control necessary to make this Mega Gyarados work, and Crustal has been such a good choice all throughout the regional season. Now, rounding out at least this round with the Hoopa, you allow as well for a lot of mobility and a lot of potential healing.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether we're going to end up seeing a trick Phantom Force Hooper or whether we're going to end up having that hyperspace hole. But Force Gaming, are they going to pick a Meowth this time round? Yes, they are. You know what? The gold mine from the previous set manifested this cat.
It did. It really did. And I was thinking that on the side of Force Gaming, Falb plays a mean Blaziken as well. So maybe that was something that they also picked up on when I was thinking about it. Speaking of Mats being the player to go for backline access and a lot of high explosive damage, that is your Zero Aura pick, the highlight of Worlds 2025's Brazilian region.
Yeah, but not only that, we're going to have 2 electric Pokemon on the side of 2Z Esports. So did end up trying to bring the Thunder that time round, but they're the ones that ended up getting shocked on down. It's just a matter of whether 2 Thunder Pokemon, electric Pokemon, are going to be better than 1. But rounding off this composition, it's going to be a triple defender comp for Force Gaming here, picking up this Mamoswine.
All right, so with a lot of crowd control, with a lot of survivability, given the 3 defenders you mentioned, Kelly, that will allow for the Blaziken to shine on those secures, and we know that Kiluki has that sharp finger in regards to getting last hits. But I'm looking at this pick of Meowth for Falb, and it can be a little 50-50. On the hands of this player, I feel like they can perform really, really well. Although the early game from the Zero Aura on the side of 2Z is also really, really strong.
Yeah, that's really interesting to note. I feel like when I see Mats, I instantly pair them up with the Zero Aura, considering the previous plays that they've had. So I think Salto, we have seen it time and time again with that Piloswine. Sorry, the Swinub invade. So whether we're actually going to see Salto make their way across the map to try and shut Mats down earlier on.
Yeah, these are good options overall, and especially because having a Blaziken on your team, you're waiting for the 3-tier evolution to actually come online and have that bigger impact compared to the Zero Aura for Mats, which we mentioned that doesn't need to evolve. Same thing goes for the Hooper, not having to evolve. They do really well in defending and even enabling these invades to happen. And going into game 2, will 2Z Esports be able to make this a tie of 1-1, or will Force Gaming once again continue their undefeated run and take this in a 2-0?
We will have to wait and see there. Well, looking at their mini-map, no invades. Well, they ended up stopping each other in their tracks. Instead, they're just going to put some pressure up in this top path, waiting for this Magikarp to fill up that effort gauge.
And with the Hooper on their side, we've talked about it, Kelly. Astonish is just such a good ability to secure wild Pokemon in the early game and to set up for those attacks. Though Falb goes in already with an eject button, being very aggressive in how they approach the stop side.
Yeah, I love Meowth's passive in the terms of getting an extra random item. It's pretty much random roulette. You don't know what you're going to get, whether it's going to be an eject button, whether they do have that full heal, but it can just really work out in their favor. But they are able to get out just by the skin of their teeth. The Crustle Rock Tomb wasn't able to reach him there.
No, it was just out of range, Kelly, but I was out of breath as well, because honestly, that was scary. Now, Mazo on the top side on that Mega Gyarados, dealing pretty well with 3 members of Force Gaming, while on the bot side, a lot of good dominance from 2Z themselves, as in scoring on this bot tier 1, and since Force Gaming has left their war total alone, 2Z has been taking advantage of it.
Yeah, take advantage when you have the numbers on hand. We do have 10 seconds left until a Regidrago does end up spawning on in. We can already see 2 members from Force Gaming making their way there, but 2Z Esports looks like they're just sticking towards their paths.
And Regidrago has spawned with Force Gaming all over it already. 2Z Esports decide not to contest it. They don't want the extra scrap right now. Now, though, Falb might be interested in that. They have quite a bit to offer when they have backup, especially from a Vaporeon.
Yeah, providing that disruption in the healing for the team. We do have that Combusken online, just waiting it on out. But 2Z Esports, they have the numbers advantage up here in the top path, and it looks like they're going to go make a push for it.
Yeah, caught between a rock and a hard place. Lel on that rock team has to retreat while 2Z Esports scored quite a bit of points, 93 to 51. Still 15 seconds for Reggie to spawn.
Yeah, Hooper is going to make their way downtown. Meanwhile, we can see on the picture-in-picture that Force Gaming are able to get in some extra dunks in that bottom path, leaving it on 12 points. They didn't have enough to break it, so they don't have that space. Otherwise, X's are to go in for the engage, unable to save their Hooper.
Ugh, that was so much damage layered onto that Hooper. Crazy how Force Gaming managed to do that on a split second, and that allows for them to take Reggie Rock uncontested. Well, on the top side, Mazo is soloing that Reggie Lecky as we speak.
Yeah, and there's nobody from Force Gaming to go and contest that. It looks like they're just going to focus their efforts down in the spot path, but Andros has something else to say about that as they fight back with an X-Scissor. Meowth does end up coming out with their payday, knocking out that Alolan Raichu, but we have our defenders needing to retreat because they're quite low.
They definitely are going onto pad for safety. And now Soto will be going down pretty soon, or are they though? There's the backup coming from Force Gaming. 2Z Esports is falling at the seams when Falb gets to connect the damage on Meowth, although Angel Z might have been more than they could chew. And they have to retreat on the side of Force Gaming after having lost one player.
Yeah, losing the player, they just need to go and focus on getting wild Pokemon back, getting their Unite moves back as well, considering they only have a Vaporeon Unite move available to them now.
2v2 here on this bot side, and a bit of a fight happening in the central area too, as a Mamoswine has found a bit of danger as they were trying to get some vision across central. Not a lot of yellow dots around the map, so both teams just trying to gather information more than anything.
I think that's a tricky part, considering both of these teams have managed to defend both of their tier 1 so well. They don't have those Indeedis that end up spawning on the sideline, so it does make it tricky, and it means that these players need to try and make some moves, make some space on the map, which Force Gaming are attempting to do up here.
They definitely are frozen in place. Mazo might be falling in. They do. 4v1 here. The Hooper with the Phantom Force is able to stop at least the first attempt of scoring from Force Gaming on the top side. But we also have retaliation from 2Z Esports on the bot lane, doing the exact same on that bot tier 1. But much more points were scored by Force Gaming in this trade comparatively. Now with Falb coming in as well with Soto, they might be able to stop this push for the moment. But you gotta be careful there, Mazo. There's a lot of crowd control that comes from a Blastoise and a Mamoswine. They're still trying to get some damage layered onto Soto. Finally, they go down. Angel Z using that surf to get away. And the Hydro Typhoon. Okay, that is interesting. Just trying to buy some time. And it worked because the Blaziken did confirm that Reggie Alecki.
Job well done by Force Gaming, using their defenders as a distraction, allowing Kylux to go and shred down that Reggie Alecki, who is heading towards tier 2. Thunderstorm Aerial is going to come out by that Raichu, but they're going to quickly retreat because the cat is here to come and clean on up.
They are. They're very much proficient in that. Tentatas, though, is still standing strong for a good time, as a defender should, but eventually goes down. The Reggie Alecki still pushing on the top side means that 2Z Esports have to focus their attention there. They have just finished to clean it off, as Force Gaming is using the time to take wild Pokemon themselves.
Yeah, considering they have lost both of those tier 2s, they do have a lot of comeback experience over on their side to go get their levels, hit those power spikes, especially at that level 13. The thing is, they are on the back foot in terms of points, 176 to 274 in the favor of Force Gaming.
And Thaddeus is on 50% HP, just triggering those Electro Balls that are laid on the map. And Josine is fighting between 3 members of 2Z, and they will go down, but there's still 1 minute left for that final stretch. Big defense that gets joined up here on the top side. 24 points out of 80 scored here on the top lane of Force Gaming. 2Z is not going to overcommit, they're just going to reposition.
Reposition, we do have the option of either objective in the top and the bottom that are spawning in at pretty much the same time. But Falb is going to opt for some vision in the tall grass and is diving straight onto Kenneth.
Wow. Well, that is some good vision and positioning there that Force Gaming had, because Tuesday was right there to back it up, but they were just a split second away from being able to do so.
I mean, thankfully, they do end up respawning before Groudon does end up appearing, but Force Gaming, they have control of this central area, as we do have Tuesday Esports trying to make an entrance, but the Surf is going to block them out.
Oh, but there's a good Rock Tomb there on that Blastoise. Maybe the Hydro Typhoon here would be the greatest choice ever, and it is. All the members of Tuesday Esports on the ground as Force Gaming is still layering the damage onto Antares. This Crustle is not going to stand for much longer, although when you have Mazo coming in as the Dragon Current is flowing onto this Blaziken's face. 3 KO streak for the Mamoswine, really, as this Gyarados is still chasing Falb, but Falb will survive. And this is such an interesting move that both teams have had so far. Nobody has touched Groudon.
They haven't touched Groudon. All resources have been used. Groudon is going to get poked at by Agelcene as Mats gets pushed on back by that Vaporeon. They are able to Volt switch their way out of that, but Volt Tackle has now locked onto that Hooper, and Meowth is able to pick up that KO.
Meowth has a 2 KO streak in a 1v3 while the Groudon is being taken through shreds, and it's Force Gaming with that Blaziken who take it down. He looks once again with that last hit secure, just always on point. Falb takes down the bot tier 2 as now Force Gaming is looking to get that 2-0 completely sealed. 500, 600, and 792 points to 176.
Force Gaming have done it again. A force that is forged in steel, unable to be broken. They go on to continue their winning streak, 8-0, soon to be finalized as 9-0 in the Latam regional leagues.
Unwavering Force Gaming, almost on a 1,000-point leaderboard score. 10 seconds to go, a couple of resets, and Unite moves to be used just for the flair, just for the looks and the fashion. They wrap it up 2-0, clean. And here for Force Gaming are still undefeated Latam top 1 of region.
That is absolutely incredible from Force Gaming. Nonetheless, that was a really great match once again from Tuesday Esports. But yeah, it just came down to these final fights. I know earlier on Meowth being able to knock out that Alolan Raichu, but the ability to come back and knock out 2 further members of Tuesday Esports while the rest ended up going and shredding it on down. But also, Blastoise, Angel on the Blastoise, pushing back Tuesday Esports into that chokehold over and over again was insane.
To me, the play that really stuck out was that Falb Meowth going into the backline 1v3 and almost getting a 3 KO streak. That was absolutely nuts. And that is your MVP from Force Gaming for this game 2 of Tuesday Esports and Force Gaming. 278 points. Hold on. Let me just breathe while I say this KFA. 10 knockouts, 0 feints, 6 assists, 83,000 damage.
Just want to highlight that's 0 feints. They didn't get knocked out a single time during that round. I know there were multiple times where they were really close, but in good old cat wavering fashion, they were able to land on their feet and make an escape. So 38% of the team's damage total.
Absolutely crazy performance. And just the top 2 of that damage was the Blastoise. It was Soto on 28% of the team's whole damage. Crazy. Honestly, Force Gaming overperforming, showing that they are totally ready for their ACL appearance in a couple's, weeks time. Don't quote me on that. Don't know exactly when that's going to be. But Japan, are you ready for the unwavering force that is Force Gaming?
yeah, they're going to have to be ready considering their performance so far in the regional leagues. They have really just demonstrated why they deserve not only to be here, but also to be able to travel overseas and go and take on teams from Japan and see.
Honestly, what a performance, what a spectacle, what a delivery. I don't know, everything that this team is showing in regional league. All of the players in this team with their combined experience on lands and worlds and everything. I am so excited to see them play in the East.
I want to make note of this average experience per minute. If I'm remembering correctly, in one of the previous weeks, Zoink said the benchmark for him to be impressed is over 1,500 average experience per minute. Don't quote me on that. I could be wrong because I'm not good with numbers, but average experience 1,510 is actually quite a large amount they are getting. And really, I mean, this just goes to show how they were such a powerhouse throughout this set. Being able to get those KOs, being able to farm up 35 wild Pokemon. This is one speedy cat indeed.
They are. Absolutely, they are. And I love to see that, for example, the gameplay, like the speed and the sneaky that is involved in Meowth just kind of reminds me of maybe what people wanted to do with Sableye once upon a time. But the time is gone, and it's all about Meowth now, and the amount of damage that this Pokemon can do on the late game is really interesting because it requires a lot of build throughout the game. It's not just you having that amount of damage from the get-go. It's all about getting those levels, being on the lead, having as much of those points scored as possible. 278 definitely feels like a good place to stand on.
I feel like this is all that Meowscarada ever wished they could be, but unfortunately they are not. Meowth has taken over that top speedster cat in the meta currently. And you know what? I love it. I love Meowth. Meowth. That's right.
That's right. How is it in Portuguese? Hold on. I think it's...
Ooh, yes. Teach us.
Hold on. I am... Hold on. Let me try to think. I really want to know what it is. I forgot.
It's okay. It'll come to you, and you'll just have to tell us then when the tabs are buffering on in. But sit tight, folks, as we do end up getting prepared for, I believe we're going to be doing a winner's interview here, as Soph is going to find that out. But yeah, some incredible matches from the Latam region. That does end up bringing us to the end, which means we do have NA next on the table. And I see a smile from Soph. I think she's ready to teach us a lesson or two.
Oh, I wish I didn't find it, really. I have a couple of things like in my head, but I don't think it's the actual like quote. It's a shame. Google wasn't that helpful this time around, which is, it's okay. That's fine. It happens. But we can still talk about this match, right? It was incredible just how much Force Gaming has grown, how we saw them perform at LAIC, getting that third place and being able to get the invitation for ACL finals. I want to see them play in Japan, which at the same time we saw from Tuesday being at EUIC and getting their own top 3. So congrats to both teams on how they're performing so far. But we have that interview ready with Soto from Force Gaming, as I am so excited to ask them about how things have been. Soto, tudo bem? Parabéns!
Oi, obrigado, thank you.
Do you want to do the interview in English? I can accommodate you with Portuguese, no worries.
We can do it in English.
Sounds good then. So, Kelly, would you like to start?
Yeah, I was going to say we have Soph in backup if we do need that translation anyway, but I guess we'll kick it on off. Solto, Force Gaming, you have not dropped a single set. How are you and the team feeling about your performance in the league so far?
We're feeling really good. It has been an amazing performance, but I have to be honest, I get kind of nervous because I don't really like being the undefeated team, if that makes any sense. because it makes me really nervous. But we are managing to do really well coming into week 2, so hopefully we can keep this going.
You know what? I totally get that. There's a lot of pressure to try and keep that win streak going, but so far it has just been absolutely incredible getting to watch you.
Thank you.
And I think, Soto, honestly, with the fact that you feel, the pressure of being the undefeated team, how are you feeling in regards to going to Japan soon? Because that will be your next challenge. So how has the regular league prepared you for this next challenge?
Oh, we're really we're really excited for Japan. It's always like we went in 2023 and did an alright campaign, but we're really hoping to do much better this time. The other teams in the region, I feel like LA is the most competitive region. Like in regards to any team can win, like the team in the bottom spot can take a game from us and any other spot. So it has really been helping. The teams here are really good, and we are hoping to do really well.
Well, I hope that for you as well. I'm so glad that you have been having a good campaign so far. And do you have any last questions, Kelly?
No, I was going to say, are there any shout outs you'd like to give out before we wrap on up to anybody that might be tuning in and supporting you from home?
I want to shout out my parents because they are always watching. They get really nervous because they don't really know what's going on in the game, but they still watch. And shout out to the entire Force Gaming organization. They're always watching. I feel like my phone is being bombarded with messages right now. But yeah, anyone who cheers for us, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you
so much, Soto, for coming in and chatting to us. I guess all the best with the rest of the regional leagues, but also all the best with your trip over in Japan. Definitely looking forward to that one. But thank you so much, Soto.
Thank you guys for having me.
Oh, of course, it was a pleasure. Thanking the parents is always something that makes me feel so happy. It's a lovely, it's adorable, and can you imagine the amount of pressure these players are facing, not just with being undefeated, but going to Japan soon? They're performing so well, and it's wonderful to see Brazil representing the West in that regard, on top of the fact that I agree when he says that Latam is one of the toughest regions right now.
Yes, it has been very much difficult to get a read on them, and especially looking at the standing board. But that is time to wrap up Latam for now, as next up we have NA and A Match 1, Lunex Gaming versus Citadel Gaming. And not only that, we're also going to have another interview with Chef and Celeste from Lunex. So don't travel too far, folks. Don't get lost in the tall grass, okay? We'll be back very soon.
Hey everybody, we are back with Celeste from Lunex, who we had a chance to talk to yesterday, but a lot has happened since yesterday. Some, I would say, impressive matches. That's actually a huge understatement. So congratulations being one of the first teams, actually the first team to take down an undefeated team in North America. Any thoughts on how well the team's been playing over the past, I guess, 24 hours?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very proud of how everyone was playing. I wasn't sure if we would come out as strong as we did, but we came out really strong, and it felt good, right? Everyone's morale is pretty high, obviously, so we're just looking forward to the rest of the league.
Yeah, I mean, of course, obviously that match was great, and then the match that you had after that as well was really good. But there's still more matches to come. You are certainly breaking out of the pack, which is very impressive. Now, do you feel that anything changed, or is this just lucky timing as far as when the team has come together to click?
Yeah, I think it's definitely, we've had more time to get used to each other. We had close games with Dignitas before as well, and I think we finally were able to figure out how we want to play together instead of just individually, and we're playing more as a team finally. So
it's certainly showing, and now you get to prove it. Your next match, I believe, is up against Citadel. How do you feel about that match?
Yeah, I feel really confident in the Citadel. We played them, I believe, last week as well, and it was pretty smooth games. So we're all feeling quite confident going into the Citadel match as well.
All right. Well, great things from the team, and it's just going to continue to get better if you stay at this pace. So congratulations once again on some recent success, and good luck in your next matches.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the PUCSRL's week number 3, day number 2. We are now into the NA region. That's Zoinks, I'm Doob Snacks, and we've got a heck of a matchup to kick off, like I said, the NA region. Walk us through it.
Yeah, we got a really hot team right now. Lunex Gaming are going to be competing against Citadel. This is a team that had some amazing momentum. Exactly. Looking to continue that one from defeating Root Dignitas and handing that team their very first and so far only match loss in our season. Some really incredible performance from our players across the board. I think Oblivion Celeste really leading the team, at least in terms of the damage numbers for this squad. But But don't forget, Lunex Blaziken, very pivotal in a lot of those major moments. His team's looking sick right now, Dupsnex.
Yeah, great, huge wins for them yesterday to catapult them into that 3rd rank, and they're looking to keep that rolling here today. That being said, it's not always easy for these teams ahead, because across from them is Citadel Gaming sitting at rank number 5 here, but a lot of players right there are used to playing in some high profile matches. Aquilo, Immortal, Flareon, So Sad Sam, and Fui, and Flareon's electing to hold the Tinkaton with the hammer pointed to the sky.
Yeah, the debate is out there about which is the proper way to hold the hammer so far. We have a few examples in photos. I think we've seen wrong examples at least a couple of times up until this point. You can be the judge if you think Flareon's hammer position is correct. But either way, I am excited to see what this team, Citadel Gaming, is going to bring to the table. They're always one of our most exciting teams in the North American region, especially in terms of Pokemon selection. And that's what they're going to do here, Dupsnex, in our draft screen.
Yeah, pick those Pokemon, but first I gotta pick the ones that nobody's gonna get to play. Slowbro, Mega Gyarados, Cerulege, Mimikyu. It looks like we're gonna get a Blastoise band to round out Lunex Gaming. They're going Mega Mewtwo Y, which means now Citadel Gaming has to see if they're gonna allow Blastoise to enter this game.
It's a really interesting choice, right? Because Citadel Gaming very likely would be putting Fui on the Blastoise and playing it more like a damage carry in that top path. Have not seen Immortals playing very much of the Surf Blastoise, but with Lunex committing a ban to the Slowbro, they do have the option. Here it is, the Mega Charizard Y, going to be a very solid pick. Slowbro and Mimikyu, 2 of those lockdown Pokemon Unite moves, are going to be in the ban phase, so this Mega Charizard Y might kind of live up to that Wildfire title here, Dupsnex.
Well, we're gonna have to find out, as Vaporeon and Blastoise are selected by Citadel Gaming, really looking to become water gym leaders themselves here, and 2 strong Pokemon in their own right. However, will they be able to stand up to the heat of the Mega Charizard Y? That's the question.
I was curious if we were going to get a 3rd water type into the mix if it passed over, but no, Lunex Gaming is going to deny that opportunity as well. The Psyduck will be locked in for Tie-Dye, and IMAX going to pick up the Crustle. So far, no healing supports built out on the roster of Lunex Gaming. Oblivion, though, playing that attacker role, will be able to play a little more passive play from range, but they are going to have to contend with constant poke damage from Flareon's Mew, probably their most iconic Pokemon.
Without a doubt, and if it wasn't that, it's what Celestial is eyeing up right now, which is the Inteleon. Flareon's really solid on that Mew. Celestial going to grab that Inteleon. We saw some liquidation games yesterday. Okay, Ludier grabbing the anchor. Gonna be playing that all-rounder. It looks like in the top path. I don't see IMAX or Tie-Dye taking that. So we are going straight up damage anchor here, and So Sad Sam is going to round it out with a Alolan Raichu, which has had some very high games and some very low games so far this weekend.
And I feel like Lune's pick is based a little bit on what they expected Citadel Gaming to round out that draft with. So Sad Sam, a phenomenal central area player, but they do have a very strong proclivity to playing those attacker-style Pokemon. Pokemon like Decidueye, Alolan Raichu, and even something like the Gardevoir from time to time tend to be the most common picks for Citadel Gaming, not to mention Flareons on their range attackers as well. Lunex Gaming, they want to bring that range a little bit closer with this Delmise pick.
It's gonna be a fun one. They got to get some deep hooks with that anchor shot, and this, like you said, this doesn't feel like a fly-by-night plan. This feels like that's something that maybe Lunex Gaming has sculpted based on the drafts that they've seen so far. Of course, Mega Charizard Y not getting banned, targeting different players there in that draft, getting themselves a Mega Charizard Y, and you have to take a look. They banned Slowbro first, so this might have been in the cards with some of the studying they've been doing of these teams.
Yeah, someone look at the corkboard that they have with the red strings all over it. There has been some theory crafting done in the Lunex locker room. I think so far this is really exciting. We'll see how it plays out. I like that Delmise on paper, but you got to remember, Lunaire is going to be pivoting from a damage role to a utility role. Let's see if it works out in game number 1, Dupsnex, as Lunex will be your purple team, Citadel Gaming your orange team.
Celestial going into that central area, wanting to get Inteleon online as quickly as possible, and then I imagine we'll see Oblivion rotate back through and start getting some of that experience themselves. Meanwhile, while we've got a little bit of a scoring mission here from Oblivion, we've got a Kilo sent on a denial mission in the central area, forcing Tie-Dye to come through and check the legendary Pokemon Hoopa.
Yeah, so far, no last hit secures for a Kilo, but obviously going to be buying a lot of time and it's doing a lot of damage to that poor little Sob, like you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. They will be peeling back. Immortals gets a very early evolution to this Umbreon. Been saying for a long time, the early game of some of these defender-style EVs, like Umbreon and Vaporeon, are pretty tough, but this Vaporeon getting to that evolution is massive.
Lunex Gaming winning their last matchup against Citadel Gaming 2-0, scoring over 1,000 in both games.
Okay, so Citadel Gaming looking to make the run back a bit prettier than last time. Lunex Gaming maybe entering this one with a bit of confidence after that last match score. That is diabolical from this squad.
Big swipe there from the anchor. That is a knockout, and Charmeleon getting the support they need to collect a knockout as well. Now, they were sent packing, but able to take somebody with them on their way out at least feels like a consolation prize.
Absolutely. A 2 KO streak for Alolan Raichu is going to put Sam definitely ahead of the pace, especially over Oblivion's Mega Charizard Y for quite some time. Celeste the one picking up that central area role, though. We'll see if they can catch up as they have just hit parity at level 6. But as I say that, Sam skips ahead to level 7. Immortals making sure that Celeste has no easy entry to this 8-minute battle around the birds.
Yeah, Muddy Water Vaporeon there is going to help to get a knockout on the Crustle, pivoting right back into the middle. And they want to put pressure on. There's a well-timed headache, enough to at least save Celestial, and that's the least you can ask for there out of Tie-Dye given the circumstance.
Yeah, Citadel Gaming, the first couple of minutes, all theirs so far in this matchup, finding great spots to earn little cheeky KOs, even KO streaks from time to time with this Alolan Raichu, but most importantly, just getting a solid experience lead. But now Lunex Gaming is starting to get some of their damage threats online. Celeste has hit that Inteleon stage, Oblivion just shy of the Mega Charizard Y.
A lot of damage there on Immortals, and that liquidation has just enough in the tank to track down and get the knockout. That means the birds are going to belong to Lunex, and the pressure is on. Poor Flareons has to babysit this thing by themselves. Portal is down. Nice little resets coming through out of Citadel Gaming. Now that's an X-Scissor out of IMAX picking up a KO. So Lunex Gaming is definitely in control down here as they go for an early break. They saw the Portal Hoopa and they say, let's limit your transitions from top to bottom.
Yeah, not to mention, I think they really want this bottom, Reggie. It's going to be that team-wide experience and buff. And again, these late-game scaling Pokemon would absolutely love to have that on their side. They're going to try to rotate up. Currently, it's only Lunaire going to have to defend this Tier 2 on the Delmise, which I did talk a little bit about the end of the draft screen. It's more utility than it is damage focus. So Fui is going to be in a dangerous spot as this Blastoise is going to get more powerful and more powerful as this match goes on.
We do have the Mega Charizard Y with their Unite move, something to keep track of here. Immortals doing a great job finding spacing, though, for Citadel.
Yeah, this Vaporeon playing the flip turn allows them to be a lot more mobile. We've been seeing a lot of Aqua Ring Hydro Pump Vaporeons in today's matches. However, this flip turn and Muddy Water really allows you to just be a presence all over the place. Play for positioning more so to defend your own team. You're a forward offense Vaporeon this time around.
Yeah, great call out. Fui, as well, as you mentioned, going to be playing this Blastoise as a damage carry role, going to be spinning to win. We've got the Rapid Spin, and I believe it was Hydro Pump there is what we'll see out of them. So that's just that constant flow of damage that's going to be in the mix. Tough to stop once they get spinning. So we'll see how Lunex Gaming contends with that.
Oh, it feels so weird to not see a Surf Blastoise in so long. But yeah, you're right. That spin will add some extra damage. And I think one of the most important factors, a lot of damage reduction. Once we get to that Rapid Spin Plus a little bit later on in this matchup, this Blastoise is going to be able to shrug off so many of those Liquidation Inteleon attacks, or even some of these Mega Charizard Y empowered Fire Blasts and Flamethrowers. Or at least that's what it's going to be like on paper. We'll see what happens when we get down to practice. We're hitting the 5-minute mark of this quiet game so far, and the Reggie's going to be spawning in top and bottom, both teams playing for what path they already have the advantage in. Tie-Dye just with a bit of a recall on this Psyduck is going to see if they can spot Immortals, and they do get a little stun with the Psychic and get the pull. So pulling them back just a tad, but now the Mega Charizard Y focusing on the Regirock. Again, both these teams just playing to whatever path they already have the advantage in. Easy experience for one with the Goal Zone break, easy Regieleki walk in the other.
Well called out. Regieleki is walking. Lunex is going to have to take care of that as the Delmise. Now, the team-wide experience was taken by Lunex Gaming, and we'll see when they finally decide to engage. I feel like we haven't had these teams really meet up to scrap in a minute.
It feels like we've had Unite moves ready to go for like 3 minutes at any point in time. I think I called it out before, but like a Cold War situation, mutually assured destruction. Who knows? Either way, these teams are afraid of something on the other side or have not seen that perfect opportunity in which they want to strike. It was not the case the last time these two teams matched up. A quick reminder that our stats team told us these were 4-digit game wins for Lunex Gaming in a 2-0 fashion. Last time these teams squared off, Citadel Gaming at that 4-4 record would love to right that wrong.
They're attacking this goal zone now. Decent pull straight up to the skies. Now the Unite moves are being used. The Alolan Raichu Unite moves, Rings Unbound Unite move, Charizard Unite move, Rebel Rouse. Everybody's throwing everything in the kitchen sink in this. And it really seems like we're scrapping 1 for 1. Back into the action is Citadel Gaming. They traded 1 knockout for 1, but they're fighting from the pad, which gives them a small advantage here. Great knockout on that Vaporeon, and it looks like that is enough work for this team to escape. Trying to get the Psychic down. Good surf separation. Well done.
Yeah, nice work from Tie-Dye, and honestly, shout out to both of the supports. I think a Kilo with a really heads-up play when they use that Hoops Unbound to use a really safe Hoopa portal. Actually electing to put that giant ring behind the goal zone allowed So Sad Sam, when they were caught by a Crustle with the Rock Tomb, to actually tap down on that control stick and teleport away from the battle. Really cool play from a Kilo, where sometimes we see Hoopas just throw that portal aggressively and play for that forward pressure. Heads-up defensive play.
I'm throwing that aggro portal every time.
Me, on the other hand, we're going in.
I'm sending my team through the blender every time they walk through to fight. Looks like we've got another like ships in the night type scenario. Citadel Gaming focusing on top, Lunex Gaming taking bottom, and really these levels are looking solid for both these teams.
We're even keeled across the board. I mean, to be fair, maybe that one team fight that we've gotten in this entire matchup could be shades of what we're about to see. And if Lunex Gaming's going to take any lessons from it, they're going to need to protect Oblivion's Mega Charizard a lot better. That Pokemon used their Unite move and was almost immediately deleted thanks to So Sad Sam's Alolan Raichu damage, and same with Flareon's Mew. So we'll see where the level up is here as Immortal spots out that Mega Charizard, and great poke by that Flareon Solar Beam. That is going to be great spacing, and what this double attacker composition allows you to do. Reminder, Lunex Gaming, no healers to mitigate this poke damage. Instead, gotta rely on some of these big plays and forward offensive pressure. Hopefully Lunair can set up one of those.
Quite a bit of damage going on Rayquaza here. Celestial goes in, they expose themselves, forces out the Vaporeon. Unite move catches 3. They're going to go in there from that opportunity, and they're going to burn down. No Unite moves expended, but the rip is on because of that. We're pulling into the middle. Big Unite move by the Delmise on the backside, but Akilo's too busy securing this objective to care about what Lunex Gaming is doing. Can Lunex Gaming get knockouts before Citadel Gaming can bucket these points in? That's the question here.
Okay, well, Lunair did break the Rayquaza shield on Mew. However, it might not matter. No one recalled in time, and I don't think the Psyduck respawn's going to be there in time to stop the score. It won't. Hundo Burger in from this Mew. A score attempt on the bottom side. You can see the Hoopa's going to stop it. There is no score for Celeste, but they can still battle with this Hoopa. 40 seconds, and currently Citadel Gaming with the lead.
Good leash on Vaporeon. Gonna need more damage than that. Tie-Dye uses Psychic. There's just not a lot of damage between these 3 characters for Lunex Gaming. And with Citadel Gaming's ability to space out and this Mew to cover, they're gonna have a good job, a good effort on taking this down because of the stalwart defense. Spinning to win on top. The Hydro Pumps are there. There's an extra layer of damage, and that's gonna prevent Lunex Gaming from getting any points in. What is NA cooking this weekend, Points? Because Lunex Gaming, who took down some of our best teams yesterday, just lost to the 5th ranked team in NA, Citadel Gaming.
Yeah, Citadel Gaming get a bit of that salty run back. Double defender, double attacker, and conceptually it shuts down this Lunex Gaming offense. We saw that split push at the end. 3 players, well, starting with 2 players from Lunex Gaming towards that top tier 1, and Celeste Intellion down towards that bottom tier 2. But So Sad Sam's Alolan Raichu able to fend off one, and Immortals Vaporeon able to fend off the other. Really incredible work, and honestly, Immortals Vaporeon was moving this game, 1v3ing and buying so much space. What does Citadel Gaming do with that space? Well, they rip red.
Yeah, I mean, out of sight, out of mind, right? We were following that Vaporeon. All of Lunex Gaming lost sight of what the real prize is, and that's that boss monster in the middle, Rayquaza. And because of that, Citadel Gaming, I'm not going to say they had the easiest time, but they certainly had that weighted flip in their favor. They took it. They got the points in that they needed. Listen, don't work harder, work smarter. And Citadel Gaming leaves with 1 game up on Lunex.
Wow, impressive stuff. And our MVP award will go to Flareon's on this Mew. 4 knockouts, 2 assists, but that major score at the end game, giving Citadel Gaming the cushion they needed to defend those goal zones and hold off Tie-Dye just moments away from being able to stop that one via the jump pad. Citadel Gaming's jump pad timing working out a little bit better with So Sad Sam's quick defense on that bottom side.
By my look here, Flareon's leading the lobby in damage, and really, Mega Charizard Y, not the difference maker we anticipated, at least not the one that I anticipated. Really kind of a ghost in this fight.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, I really do think Citadel Gaming's double attacker angle was a good response to it. Mega Charizard Y, it does have that Unite move, and it leaps into the sky, but it's still susceptible to damage. And So Said Sam and Flareon's both committing Unite moves almost immediately after that Pokemon happening. And Citadel Gaming, they had this game plan going into this matchup. You gotta remember, they knew Mega Charizard Y would be an available first pick. They are on orange side. Oftentimes, we find these powerful meta-defining Pokemon demand that last spot in the ban phase, especially when you're on the second pick slot, which is what Citadel Gaming chose to enter into this game with. So, an entire draft strategy to allow Mega Charizard Y through, and it works out. Citadel Gaming, with the help of a great tank push, take down the Ray, and they take down this first game.
Very well done by Citadel Gaming. A win that I believe they just needed, right? Just for momentum, just for, you know, like confidence, self-confidence. And Flareon's is no slouch here on this Mew, so it's awesome to see them get the nod on one of their, like you said, premier Pokemon, what they are known for. And that heat map just shows that Flareon, once they got online, was everywhere on the map, doing what they could to support this team.
My favorite spot on the heat map, of course, is they're right in the top right corner of the Rayquaza pit. Flareon's understands when that 2 minutes hits, that is their job as this Mew. Show up, float right there, and make sure there is nothing to stop your secure opportunity on this major objective. In fact, I think if you took 4 to 5 members of this team and overlaid those heat maps, that red circle would remain on every single one of them, except for the Vaporeon, who was elsewhere. But great work from Citadel Gaming, playing to that major out of Rayquaza secure. They had a points lead even going into that moment, but they knew their board position was just that much better.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned it, Immortal with the great job getting into the face of Lunex Gaming and pulling 3 players away from the pit, leaving just the Crustle just floundering in the middle, right? Tie-Dye floundering in the middle. And because of that, hey, it's a weighted flip. Is it guaranteed? No. But do you have the advantage? Yes, the Mew is there. You are rings unbound Hoopa. You can put the stuns in the middle. And although the Hoopa was going for the stuns, they secured the darn thing anyways. Citadel Gaming up 1.
Yeah, they're looking good. And Doofsnacks, I think it's time we start talking about one of those picks. What did you feel about the Delmise? Because I think it had moments, I could kind of see the vision a little bit. Oblivion was honestly waiting a long time to use the Mega Charizard Unite moves and try to get the easy pickup after a nice anchor shot. You pull a target that is normally playing really far away into melee range, allows for Oblivion to enter into that sky burn the countryside down stage a little bit safer, but it did feel like that lack of damage became an important factor without having that top side damage that Lunex normally is bringing to the table. How did you feel about it?
Yeah, I think it's an easy thing to scapegoat here, but I don't think Lunex Gaming executed on their strategy particularly well.
Fair enough.
You go Mega Charizard Y, you weren't fighting. What are we doing here? You're trying to use the Delmise to set up your Charizard, but you aren't fighting. What are you doing? You have Liquidation to lay in damage so you can have like that big power whip once you yank stuff in, but you're not fighting. So what are you doing? So that was my problem. You know, when 30K is the most damage you laid down and everybody was scattered across the map, nobody was fighting, and you only got to use 2 Charizard Unite moves, you're fighting. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Go fight.
Okay, I like that pick. I kind of have to agree. They didn't hear no bell, and I don't think they heard a bell to start the fight. No. They missed both bells, unfortunately. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. Citadel Gaming going to be banning away that Sarah Ledge, one of Celette's best Pokemon in recent months, so it makes sense to be taking away that hyper carry, but we're sticking to the draft side screens. Of course, Groudon going to be the new map, though, and Oblivion will return to the Mega Charizard Y, hoping to have a bit better of a performance than they did in that game number 1.
Well, Citadel Gaming, the path has been laid the same, except Vaporeon has been eliminated from the equation here. So Citadel Gaming does have the opportunity to go back into the Blastoise. We'll see where they end up. Flareon's really prioritizing this Mew, wanting to get that selected, but no. Mega Lucario, which found a ban earlier, is getting selected now, which means Immortal might actually have to carry this Blastoise.
Yeah, I was talking so much in that game number 1 about how that roles-wise and stylistic-wise likely wouldn't be the case, but Immortal's changing my mind. Going to be locking in the Blastoise. We'll have to keep an eye on the moveset and item builds to see where they want to go with this one. On the other hand, Lunex Gaming going to make one swap of their own. Snorlax going to be the choice for Lunex Gaming. I do like that in partnership with the Mega Charizard Y. Either Crustle or Snorlax can fill that role pretty well, but it's also a decent option, especially when a Kilo is picking up that Hoopa.
That has to be a preference for IMAX. We've seen way more Crustle than we have Snorlax in those types of spots. Lumiere going to the Machamp, which I think is a very solid pick. A little less saucy than the Delmise here. But Celestial on this Talonflame has a great opportunity to crash land on top of So Sad Sam and get some quality knockouts.
Now, I'm curious if Flareon's is picking for themselves or if they're picking for So Sad Sam in this position, you know, because the Inteleon from that player is obviously fantastic. It will be the Darkrai lock-in. We'll have to watch if either of those players swap up those picks or if they will remain the same. But again, this will likely be more of that double attacker style of gameplay. I know Darkrai fills that speedster role, but with that safe damage that it can pull off with that Dark Pulse, it does feel like it fits into that attacker slot time and time again.
I tend to agree. I want to see Tie-Dye be more in the mix. I mean, Lunex Gaming built a fighting machine, and like you said, didn't hear either bell ring, the one to start or the one to finish, because I think they have a lot of things in their toolkit to create problems. And if Citadel Gaming doesn't want to fight you, run through an entire path, just 5-man it, bowling ball it, wreck it in half, and take everything under the sun. That's what I want to see Lunex Gaming do. You're building a hurting bomb. You got to put it on somebody, and you got to detonate it somewhere.
Yeah, I think that's the #1 game plan for Lunex Gaming. If I slipped into the planning room, I would write detonate as big as I could on a whiteboard. In my mind, everybody's room has a whiteboard in it. That's the world I live in, and it's the world I wish upon everyone else as well. So, but that's what I'm writing on their strategy meeting. Let's get detonating, because come on, these Lunex Gaming and Citadel Gaming squad expected a heater of these constant team fights, and it was so quiet, very, very safe. Neither team ever wanting to play from disadvantage or take any risks. Normally something we applaud for these players. Let's see what happens in game number 2, Dupesnacks. These teams will be reprising their roles on either side. Let's get into game number 2.
Lunex Gaming, your purple team. Citadel Gaming, your orange team. And I want you to know, Zoinks, that I actually put away my whiteboards before we start broadcast, just so I'm not infringing on your trademark.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay, yeah. Trademark. That's actually better than this virus that I've been trying to consider my whiteboard presence to be. So I will take it. Thank you very much.
Oblivion quickly knocked out. Immortals and Flareon's on the scene there, so we didn't have a rotation.
Yeah,
that means So Sad Sam is on this Inteleon. We'll see what mode they select. As Celestial has hit path and they're looking to put pressure on Immortals, taking a ton of damage, and they want to get this knockout. Yes, although the K opener was taken by Citadel, a reactionary one was able to be cashed in by the central area player on Lunex.
Good protection mode there from IMAX as well, making sure they're body blocking the Darkrai, not only for the auto attacks, but mostly blocking those hypnosis attacks. That could be devastating if Celeste gets picked up by one of those. You see another one end up just shy of hitting that Talonflame. Again, Talonflame, the strongest attack stat in the game from level 13 onwards. But early on, the defense is just not there.
Not there at all. However, a great job by Celestial to be knocking on the door of that level 7. 30 seconds now. Of course, we do have Regidrago in the flow because this is the Groudon map. Rayquaza doesn't have Regidrago. Groudon, Kyogre do.
Yeah, we got a little bit of flexibility in what shows up on the map. Also, Groudon and Kyogre, the major change is the top and bottom paths are randomized about which set of Regis will be showing up in them. Regieleki or one of the other original trio. More on that later. First and foremost, Dupes, next, we got Regidrago, and it's Lunex Gaming. The first one's on the scene, and not even going to start doing damage. They will allow it to naturally path downwards. Ooh, Celestial picks up a big KO on a Flareon's.
Heavy slam eject button to buy enough time for these points to go in. So really trying to get these stacks online for Lunex Gaming, and IMAX doing a great job purchasing time at the low rate of one heavy slam.
Yeah, it's true. The eject button comes for free in that exchange, I think. So impressive stuff there. Also, we got to see Celeste's choice on this Talonflame, one of the 2 fire flying Pokemon on their side. They are going with the Brave Bird. So Talonflame absolutely crushing it in the top path. Looks like Lunex Gaming looking to put an impact on both sides. They got the Mega Charizard Y farming up down here, and a ton of points going in for Lunex Gaming on the top side as well.
A completely different pacing here out of Lunex. They're doing great on their levels. Level 10 out of Celestial, and it's not even just ticked over to 7 minutes. You want to talk about hit 9 at 7. How about 10 at 7? Looking good right there. However, Oblivion gets their Unite move as well, and now they're burning things down. Secured by Mega Lucario, but a ton of damage being put in our picture-in-picture. Tie-Dye is there for the support, and so is the rest of the team, looking to keep the screws tightened on Citadel.
That Fire Blast is so massive. It's always crazy to see, but there it is, Oblivion. Yeah, putting off the Looney Tunes Fire Blast so far, but does take a nasty snipe shot. Interesting to note, So Sad Sam is playing that sniper build, but Talonflame sweeps into the back line.
I don't know if they clipped the wall or not. I'm going to assume they did. As now we are firing off our Aura Cannon Unite move, and Fui is going to help the rest of Citadel Gaming collapse on Lunex. A snipe shot rings true before the power-up punch close combat combination can do any work, and that means that goal zone is going to belong to Citadel Gaming. Immortals walking their way back.
Yeah, that Charizard tick damage can be tough if it's giving you that slowing effect, but they make it to the score, and they make it to the portal. So very important for Citadel Gaming. They now have that score lead after back-to-back impressive fights. One on the defense, one on the offense, but Flareon's in some danger.
Good little psychic catch on Flareon's there as they were just kind of hang out trying to see if they could steal themselves a buff. But look, they see that Oblivion is low, and they're going to have to drag the Snorlax into the Nightmare. Not a premier target, if I do say so myself. We're going to keep putting down some damage, but it's not enough. Celestial knows exactly when the Nightmare is over and creates one of their own.
Yeah, you can see Flareon's actually trying to not use Dark Pulse while in that exchange, so that maybe they could actually use it right as soon as they come into that one-on-one. But Lunaire, wise to their tricks. That's a wall, and unfortunately, no player swept with it either, so let's not going to fight anybody, but Mega Charizard here to make up for it.
Big Brave Bird back in as they want this engagement. Inteleon steps up. A couple good snipe shots are going to put the damage down. Immortals bubbling out a bunch of players here as we're going to keep this thing moving. Inteleon marching forward.
Yeah, another one of these exchanges, Dupes, but that Hoopa portal is so perfectly placed. It allows Citadel Gaming to play aggressively and then get their attackers back in great range position every single time, like this kind of breathe in, breathe out situation we have from Citadel Gaming. And now is the time to keep your focus, as we are halfway or over halfway to this match, and we are so close in scoreline, 186 to 183. Levels looking pretty similar across the board, the exception being, of course, Celestial on the Talonflame.
Yeah, and they're going to keep trying to push that advantage. You message there's a really solid break point for Talonflame at 13, and that has been met with 4 minutes left in this game, man. We are like humming if you're Celestial. Lunex going to try and get out, dodge some snipe shots. Oblivion providing cover in the form of offense right into the middle, pinned against the wall. And that was just well executed by Lunex Gaming in tandem to get a quality knockout on So Sad Sam. The portal is open up top. Now as Immortal's going to go through it, not quite yet. They're caught in that gargantuan fire blast. And Oblivion's going to keep just putting the pressure on. Another big fire blast on pad. Ekes out the surf. Here's Celestial to clean up the trash.
Oh man, Immortal's holding it down for quite a long time, trusting in those surf shields, but let's see how the backup can fare. Celestial making quick work of that short ranged backup.
Yeah, able to get out of dodge, which is exactly what they want. You can't give up a knockout now. Tida unfortunately misses their psychic, which allows Flareons to enter the Dark Pulse. Nobody can collapse on them just yet. And in a heartbeat, you see that there are 3 minutes left in this one.
Yeah, and Lunex is so happy about how that situation played out. They get the Regieleki, and they make the perfect play call that Sam needs to be farming up their Unite move. They are likely alone in the central area. Oblivion and IMAX strike well together, set up that play. Very, very big for them. Allows them to score a ton of points in bottom path if you follow the flow chart. So love that from Lunex. They're going to have a strong lead going into this final stretch, but Citadel Gaming could change that with this topside push. You see Hoopa and Lucario, Aquilo and Fui looking to put in a bunch of points.
Honestly, Lunex Gaming does not care about Regieleki at all. They've avoided it now for 2 consecutive games. They want that team-wide experience. They want everybody on their squad to be as large as possible at all times. They'll even up the score on the backside. But in this particular case, they're doing both roles pretty darn well, as that is a great, great KO on Inteleon late in the game.
Yeah, that's worrisome.
Oh, no.
They know where Flareon's is too. That recall animation not going to complete, and Lunex, they smell blood in the nightmare. Taps one Pokemon, Mega Charizard in the 1v1, but here we go, Groudon.
Citadel going for the rip straight away. Brave Bird in and secured by Celestial. They get one bite at the apple and they eat the whole darn thing. Citadel Gaming gets eviscerated in the middle, and Lunex Gaming, their day is saved by one Brave Bird out of Celestial. The biggest thing moving on the map makes the biggest play for Lunex.
Incredible rotation. Yeah, I think we saw Snorlax and Psyduck trying to get within range, but when you need somebody to get there quickly, trust in that Gale Wings Talonflame. The incredible Brave Bird, big secure. I mean, at level 15, this Pokemon is doing just monstrous levels of damage with those Brave Birds, and they explode that Groudon. Big points lead, but we still have a minute left on the clock, Dupesnacks. But currently, with Darkrai going down, this is just getting harder and harder.
Yeah, it certainly is. Great catch and well worked. You know, you saw the submission right into the heavy slam knockout before the Dark Pulse can be used again. Huge fire blast. And now Citadel Gaming's may be wondering, is this Mega Charizard Y still the problem, or is it just Celestial?
Yeah, I don't know. We might have to go back to the drawing board yet again. But shout out to Lunex Gaming for reading their whiteboard, in which, of course, it said detonate. It did a great job there. They are probably going to be a little bit shy of those 4-digit point totals that they got in this team's last showcase, but getting pretty darn close, Dupesnacks. 927. We might see a little bit more pocket change get thrown into the mix, but how about a bit of a damage farm as Lunex start teeing up even more blows?
Yeah, I mean, Lunex lining up a big-time Machamp Unite right there. I feel like we didn't see much out of Lunex this game again, unfortunately, mainly because we were just tracking Celestial the whole time, right? I mean, the Talonflame was a huge difference maker here. Lunex Gaming, great bounce-back game. Didn't lose faith in that Mega Charizard Y, but I like the adjustments they made in their approach across the rest of their draft.
Yeah, me too. Some big flexes there, and just obviously trusting in a meta power pick. It works out quite well. So Lunex Gaming, 961 to 183, but don't let that landslide point change up fool you. This was an extremely close game number 2 between these two teams. A lot more fighting. Clearly, Celestial wanted more action in this next game as the Talonflame was getting to work, but so said Sam's Inteleon was a pretty major factor in my mind, Doomsnacks.
Yeah, it was finding some quality targets. Yeah, I mean, just allowing these defensive stands to happen. You know, you see that big ring around the Inteleon after it used its Unite move. And unfortunately, right here, Citadel Gaming, a couple players caught out. Hydro Typhoon is down there, but it was way too early to go for any sort of secure. Citadel Gaming, unfortunately, losing 2 key players immediately going into that Groudon fight, and the pressure was just too much. Lunex Gaming comes out ahead.
A couple of big sweeps in that moment, too. We talked about the Brave Bird actually getting this secure, but Lunaire also teeing up some nice things, had a nice Machamp Unite move that covered basically the entirety of the Groudon pit, or at least anyone within range. So great coverage there from the all-rounder player. But Oblivion is going to be our player of the game with 9 knockouts, 4 assists, a 13 cough. Very respectable, but I think the shining number on their stat sheet is going to be that 89,000 damage, looking a lot better in this game number 2.
Yeah, I think tripling their numbers on this same Pokemon from game 1. That is called flipping the switch. They didn't miss the bell this time around. They actually caught them both. So hopefully they stay on this trajectory here. Citadel Gaming, on the other hand, they've got a mystery to solve, and is it start with not letting this Mega Charizard Y through?
I mean, that's always going to be my recommendation. Dude, I feel like you and I have talked about that Pokemon. We've talked about Blastoise, but in this particular set, it feels like that Mega Charizard Y might just be too devastating of a threat to let happen, especially if it's going to be putting up 90,000 damage numbers like we just witnessed. At the end of the day, though, I think the major factor might be Celeste's Pokemon choice and how Citadel Gaming wants to draft around it. A Talonflame, a very different look in that last game, and it looked pretty amazing.
It really did. And the pressure they were able to put on the Inteleon, So Sad Sam, in those opportunities cannot be understated. But also, Oblivion and IMAX and Oblivion and Tie-Dye finding their way into the backline as well to get some quality knockouts for themselves. So really stressing on multiple angles here. Great draft, not shying away, like you said, from the meta picks, and Lunex made it look a heck of a lot better in game 2 than in game 1.
So obviously, Lunex has been one of the hot stories of our week 3, at least for North America. Big wins over big teams in that first day. But now, if you really want to be considered one of the best in the region, you also got to win the games you're predicted to win. You don't have many matches left in this season. We're past the halfway point. If you want to fight for a top playoff spot, which again, our gauntlet format for these playoffs is going to be very important. Seeding is literally the whole thing. So you're going to want to get up there. You got to win these matches as well. 1-1 is fine as long as you're walking away with the match score win. On the other hand, Citadel Gaming would love to be the force that stops Lunex Gaming's momentum. That would be huge for them and honestly help put them into that top 5, top 4 ranking as we continue on throughout this season.
If our rankings on screen are accurate here, which says Lunex Gaming at number 4, I believed them to be at number 3. Might have had a little bit of switch up based on how some of our matches went today that we haven't quite talked about yet. But Citadel Gaming still at number 5, properly reflected. It is worth noting, if Citadel Gaming wins right now, they advance to 5-4. Lunex Gaming drops to 5-4. And as we know, the team that wins the head-to-head, well, I guess this would bring them even. We'd have to go down the tiebreaker lane here. But there's an opportunity for Citadel Gaming to leapfrog Lunex.
Yeah, I actually don't know if map head-to-head is the next tiebreaker, because then Lunex Gaming would feel awesome about the 2-0 win they had in the first matchup. Sure, yeah. But surely I'm not in charge of this anymore. But it sounds like they are truly tied in terms of where their match score are. Here we go. Oh, I see. That's what predictions are like. IX and Lunex are now in a dead even tie in terms of where they are in rankings. Well, let's get into the band stoops next. Ooh, Lunex is now targeting out Immortals very heavy with the Slowbro and a Vaporeon ban, but they're going to add Hooper to the mix. Mega Charizard Y left through yet again, as is Psyduck, as is Blastoise.
Lot of awesome options for both these teams. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Mega Charizard Y again. I know this Hoopa ban is targeting Aquilo here, but Aquilo has been in the game for a long time. You can see by the jersey they're wearing in this picture. They've been around the block at the World Championships here. So I'm pretty sure they've got another Pokemon or two they can play.
Yokohama jersey is sick, but if Citadel Gaming is going to do what they did, Doopsnax, and choose the Rayquaza map as a contender, I think taking away the Pokemon that secured Ray in that game number 1 might be a worthy call out. So they are going to ban away the Hoopa and give Citadel Gaming a little bit less of a presence around that major objective. They do, however, give up that Blastoise, which the Hydro Typhoon makes it so difficult for melee Pokemon to get a big secure on the Rayquaza.
It sure does, and Mega Lucario selected for Luneair. So we are just building hurting bombs on both sides of this map here between these two teams. Tie-Dye grabbing Psyduck again, unsurprising. So Sad Sam insta-lock on the Inteleon, and Immortal grabbing Snorlax.
The Sam feeling it after that second game. They maybe didn't walk away with the match win or the game win, but they did have a great showing on that Inteleon. Lunex Gaming have a couple more decisions to make. IMAX in which style of tank Pokemon they will be playing, and they will go with the Mr. Mime, 2 yellow borders, and Celestial going to take a page out of So Sad Sam's book and lock in the Decidueye.
Okay, Aquilo going to round this thing out, and they get their choice of any supporter they want. Right now, they're hovering Eldegoss. Is it going to be this? Is it going to be a Blissey, perhaps? We've certainly seen Aquilo pick that character up. No, we're going with the traditional, the day one Eldegoss to round out Citadel Gaming's draft.
Ooh, this is going to be an interesting matchup, Doopsnax. I think Celeste and Oblivion making the choice because it's Mega Charizard Y, but I think Celeste making the decision for this Decidueye based solely on the fact, would you want to play a melee Pokemon into Blastoise, Snorlax, and Psystrike Mewtwo Y? I don't think so. So I would much rather play something that could do damage from range, and that Decidueye is going to be their option. Going double stacking with the attack stat, with both the attack weight and the Excel Bracer. So keep an eye on Celeste's scores and their KOs/assists. That is going to be an important factor for them to get their stats online as soon as possible.
Celestial grabbing this Decidueye also helps with their secure tools, since we are back on the Rayquaza map. If they do go with that Spirit Shackle, it doesn't quite have the range of a Snipe Shot, but don't forget, Snipe Shot can be body blocked, whereas that Spirit Shackle can run through targets. So might give them the securing edge, because behind that Citadel Gaming, behind their Snipe Shot, they have a Spin Pump Blastoise, because it's in the hands of Fui. And on the side of Lunex, they have this Mega Lucario with that power-up punch. That's a great secure option as well.
Yeah, it is so strong. Mega Lucario, just in these final team fights, it is so powerful. Of course, you mentioned Power Punch, it's secure. Close combat just for damage output and HP restoration, and its passive also helps. So let's get into it, Doopsnax. Our first Game 3 of the North America region today as Lunex Gaming and Citadel Gaming bring this one to a third. Lunex, your purple team. Citadel Gaming, your orange team.
IMAX sussing out the invade by Aquilo and just walks straight at the Gossifleur, decides to smack and clap it right there, see what else they can do. And Aquilo's fine using Leafage, using everything they've got in the tank to deal some damage here, because all they're doing is buying time for that Rowlet to clear.
Yeah, exactly. If they can get that spacing, force Aquilo out, it's just one less thorn in that poor little Rowlet side. Aquilo laying out quite a bit of damage, though, as IMAX is going to try to retreat to the tall grass, get out of vision, but it's Celeste with the KO, but her surprise attack for the Dart Tricks.
Eject button through the wall into the berry to save themselves, and IMAX doing everything they can to bring parity. Now we've got a 4v3 as we have Luneair rotating early, and the Inteleon is going to get a knockout on IMAX, however.
Yeah, that 4-on-4 favoring Citadel a little bit more just due to all that early damage that had been done to Lunex Gaming. So they're going to try to rally back a little bit, but it's going to be Citadel Gaming's runway to utilize. So said Sam, putting in a dunk of 16 and getting very close to that Inteleon evolution. Almost at 6, just needs 7.
A lot of damage coming in on IMAX there. Barry populating just in time to make sure they don't get knocked out. However, Citadel Gaming living in the central area, and they're finally saying, we're going to bully you until you become real characters, and they're doing a good job of it.
Yeah, that poor little Charmander is getting attacked by quite a few members of Citadel Gaming, but it makes sense. Pokemon Unite is a game of advantages all the time. Advantages and disadvantages. And when you're playing out of advantage, you gotta make sure you do everything you can that doesn't slip out the other direction. Especially in this endgame. Reminder, everybody, this game 3 will be decided by the fate of Rayquaza, one of the most powerful endgame bosses we have.
Will boil down to that secure. Again, on the side of Citadel Gaming, you have the Snipe Shot Inteleon. You have a Spin Pump Blastoise. On the side of Lunex, though, you're going to have this Decidueye. We're going to confirm what moveset it did select, as it's getting beat up pretty darn well here, trying to survive, and it is unable.
Yeah, IMAX is only at this level 4, just doesn't have enough tools in the belt to actually push off all these enemy Pokemon and help out that Decidueye in the end. Celeste just has to go down sort of unceremoniously on this Decidueye. Oblivion, at this point in the game, also desperate for experience and stacks, so they will just go down themselves, looking for an attack weight buildup. Get this Mega Charizard Y leveled up a bit faster. Citadel Gaming off to the races in terms of EXP. Points-wise, it's close, but levels-wise, they are crushing it.
Yeah, especially because Lunex favors these basement Reggies, right? The one that provide team-wide experience. Oh! Celestial able to clutch it up under Citadel Gaming, and that's worth everything for them right now because they were behind on that experience.
Yeah, that's massive. And not even a long charge on the Spirit Shackle, by the way. You saw Celeste basically shoot that arrow from the hip. They knew they had to fire now or not at all, and they play it off perfectly. So said Sam, and the Centellion's been doing a fine job of getting wild Pokemon so far, but kind of struggling to get all these snipe shots to land. Oblivion getting a little more confident as well on this Charizard, actually starting to start the central area invade. And that red buff, that one comes from Citadel Gaming's central area.
Able to dodge. Wow, that Spin Pump came out of nowhere. Tons of damage in, putting damage down, and finally knocked out by Snorlax. Heavy slam by Immortals with the eject button is trying to reposition. Hydro Typhoon doesn't hit anybody. Knock Arrow in a tumultuous place, and they are taken care of. You can't be that close when you use that maneuver.
You found Knock in a tumultuous place. That is a challenge that you cannot overcome, I think. Citadel Gaming, great work from this Snorlax to keep this space open for these scores. And now the Unite moves come out. Again, this Mega Charizard Y is not always safe in the midair, but they are dangerous.
All right, KO Shrika 2 for Lunier. Big close combat, gives them a ton of HP, and they're going to be able to take the Regieleki because Tie-Dye provided space. So a good little reaction here out of Lunex Gaming, given the circumstance. They have a great opportunity for an over. They could have tightened up their math a little bit, but I don't think they're that upset with where they ended up.
Yeah, I think if anything, the clock is ticking now about getting down to that basement objective. You don't want to allow Citadel Gaming to go 2 for 2 on those basement Reggies. Instead, get that Regieleki in your favor and start bringing the momentum back towards your side. On the other hand, Citadel Gaming taking a lot of time to farm up in that central area, but Aquilo just trying to help out So Sad Sam with the quickness. Eldegoss in the back pocket of Inteleon, trying to clear that central as quickly as possible.
Citadel Gaming tried to secure the first one, but don't forget that Miracle Spirit Shackle came through and saved Lunex Gaming. Maybe their entire game. Good power nap. Stuns 2 pops up 2. Lows Regirock, and Celestial pulls through for Lunex Gaming yet again. This is going to be the impetus to fight. The Hydro Typhoon is down, and so is the Knock Arrow. Showtime, Mr. Mime is going for it in the back line. They're going to see if they can get more. Now it's Celestial popping pumpkins with these Spirit Shackles. And Citadel Gaming is looking at what just happened here, and it's nothing but question marks above their head.
Ooh. Yeah, that was amazing. Top to bottom, except I gotta stop it just shy. Again, another really tough math situation in those goal zones. In that goal zone was at 38. Someone dunked 39, but someone else had 37. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, people. Let's get back to the abacus. But either way, Lunex Gaming still very happy about the team fight. That's an objective, again, stolen by Celestial, and a lot of EXP earned in the following team fight.
Yeah, don't forget, Snacks and Spraggles does have a Pokemon Unite branded abacus that we are selling. So if Lunex Gaming, if you need one, reach out to your team and we'll line up a purchase there for that product. Back into the action here, 3 minutes and 20 seconds until this match between these two teams will be decided.
All right, that's a Regieleki secure, and there's well over a minute until the final stretch. So yeah, I think this is what we would come to expect. An offensive push from Lunex Gaming with the responses there from Citadel. 3 out of 4 members already there.
Lunex using a late Unite move for that Mega Lucario right at the 3-minute mark, and now they're fighting. They want this Regieleki to go in. The Mega Charizard Unite was used as well. We are finding good targets. So Sad Sam is striking them down with these snipe shots, and IMAX barely makes it out.
Yeah, you are right. This is a scary spot for these Mega Pokemon. They are going to need to get a lot of experience or last hits quickly. The Unite move charge going to be paramount for both these players. Now, good news is the top wild Pokemon have spawned in, as are the bottom. So likely one player, the Mega Lucario, going to get the Path Pokemon. Mega Charizard Y going to go for the Central Area Pokemon. Celeste, maybe a bit of a bait play towards this Registeel. Or is it, I guess, when you consider this Decidueye so strong to get the last hits?
Spirit Shackle is there. IMAX peels back. They know if Celestial goes down, it's like a critical loss. Okay, Infinite Cyburn goes down out of Citadel Gaming. Blastoise has already been taken care of.
Ooh.
That snipe shot is just a bit shy. We're going to have to reset here, and it is going to give Fui some time to get back into the mix.
No Mega Unites. Okay, just now Lunaire does get the Lucario Unite move, so that could be a big exchange. But oh my gosh, the poke damage being traded either way. Inteleon versus Decidueye, a tale of our two snipers, already off to a great start. This poke damage going to be very important, but Rayquaza already getting down to about half.
Celestial chunked right there. Knock Arrow is down because we have the Mega Charizard Y Unite into the Hydro Typhoon. Snorlax bites the dust. We're spinning to win in the middle, but now it turns into a full-fledged retreat. Showtime over the wall, but the rip was on the entire time. They put down the knock arrow and they use Oblivion to frontline, and they easily snatch the snake out from the hands of Citadel Gaming. And Lunex just needs one hundo burger here, and it's easy work. Tie-Dye leaving with the KO streak of 2 as well. 10 Jack, Queen, King. Citadel Gaming just got aced.
All right, well, Lunex Gaming on 2 Rayquaza maps in this match. They will get 1 loss and 1 win with this one. There's a full minute left on your clock, but reminder, these buffs not being transferable usually spells the end of the series when they are set up in such a way. 7:37, Lunex Gaming absolutely crushing it in that team fight. You're right, that Mega Charizard Y creating a path, and I guess a path backwards. So everybody for Lunex Gaming went, great, we'll just take this Rayquaza. Great play call.
Very well done, well executed. The knock arrow was tons of damage. Couldn't have Citadel sustain in the central there around that Ray pit. And because of Mega Charizard Y, of course you have to go scrambling after that. Well executed. Lunex Gaming, they're going to improve to 6-3 in our NA Regional League.
All right, and the question, does Lunex get back to their 4-digit victories over Citadel Gaming? A reminder, one of the best teams in the league at average score. When they win hard. We'll take a look at what the final result is, but what really matters is this is a 2-1 victory for Lunex Gaming, and they will advance to 6-3, rapidly climbing the ranks of the North America Regional League here in Week 3 especially.
A lot of fighting in this game today.
Yeah.
I really like So Sad Sam's snipe shot, and Talion looked pretty darn good. But this is when Lunex Gaming finally seemed to find their footing in that top path push. Now we had just raucous, just pure calamity down here. You saw this Unite moves one after another, but it's Lunex Gaming that gets the positive of that exchange.
Oh, this got so scary. You saw that Decidueye going, all right, I think I'm going to be within good range. I think that and the Charizard Y being the major damage components to break through that Snorlax. The Eldegoss just holding onto the Unite move, hoping to find a better opportunity to use it, and there is none that arrive. Instead, Lunex Gaming from this point on just crush it. Oblivion going to get your Player of the Game award with 70,000 damage on the Mega Charizard Y.
Yeah, a little bit less damage put down this go round, but I don't think they're too upset with that given the result here. 70,000 damage you mentioned, 4 knockouts, 8 assists. That's 12 divided by 3. That's a cough of 4. Let's get it.
Okay.
Now, what I'm impressed with was I really liked Mr. Mime, the Mr. Mime play out of IMAX.
Yeah, me too.
You know, when we have seen Mr. Mimes, you have to have a lot of confidence to bring it to the Thea Sky Ruins. And when these teams do, it looks pretty darn solid.
Next, we are same brain. I was going to say the exact same part about the Mr. Mime, and what impressed me about IMAX's play was their confidence and their quick decision making. That fight that we saw where it was all the shenanigans around that basement Reggie, a lot of that is set up by IMAX kind of seeing a couple of weak targets and decides just to jump into the fray. They're the first one to use their Unite move. They stun a ton of targets, and they make for some really incredible moments there. So huge shout out to the Mr. Mime play, and for setting up, the rest of the team with a really confident call.
Yeah, really, I don't want to say quietly, because I feel like Celestial had insane Spirit Shackles all game long, but they were able to deal 94,000 damage on that bird, and it really seemed to be the perfect counter for what Citadel Gaming was trying to put together.
All right, so now we start asking the question, how good is Lunex Gaming within this North American Regional League? Obviously, they kind of started the first half of the season with a fault to IX, I believe, and then bounced back with some big wins in yesterday's matches. So this team having a hot weekend, some not so hot weekends. I guess the future of this team is still question marks for me. Where will they end up at the end of the season? And then how prepared are they going to be for playoffs? If it's anything like this weekend, Snacks, I think fans of Lunex are going to be feeling really good.
Yeah, this was definitely a show out weekend for that team specifically, but don't forget they have improved to 6-3 here, which might move them up the rankings, but nipping at their heels is IX. So this is Lunex, but now we're talking about IX Gaming is nipping at their heels to try and take over that number 3 rank in NA, and I'm almost positive we're going to see IX a little bit later today in the NA portion of our broadcast.
Yeah, it feels like these two teams have become the rivalry, like I think our social team calling it the X marks the spot match. So that was a fun one. Excited to see a little bit more of those. But right now, Snacks, we get to talk to our player of the game, Oblivion from Lunex Gaming. Oblivion, congratulations on a huge weekend for your team and your Mega Charizard Y looking incredible. Amazing work. I gotta ask, I mean, you had a great result against Citadel Gaming the last time you guys played each other in the league. This one was a little closer, but your team's able to pull it off in the end. What was going through your all's head in that game 3? What was the mentality in those final fights?
So we noticed they've been like kind of playing a lot more to like just kind of do the objective and get the control and all that stuff. So from game 1, we noticed that, right? So we didn't like our whole goal going forward at that point, don't let them do that. So game 3, like at a certain point, I called for the top T2 push. And they used all of their Unite moves there. So then in the final moments of the game, we were able to just run them down. And that's exactly what the plan was at that point.
Excellent. No, that makes a lot of sense. I have to touch on Mega Charizard Y. We almost never see it because it's banned so often. 2-part question here. Is not banning it a mistake? Number 1. Number 2, if it isn't banned, are you always picking it?
I think it's definitely a mistake. The character is kind of ridiculous. It has so much tempo power and it like can lane really well. I mean, you could just tell just from how often you can press its Unite move and just the amount of damage it can do. So yeah, I mean, like we're usually like looking at it. I think most teams are really. I'm surprised when it goes through the draft. Honestly, I don't think it makes much sense a lot of times.
Makes sense. Well, it's great to see you picking it up then when given the opportunity because you're playing it expertly well, of course. Oblivion, we're now in the second half of the season. We're starting to enter into rematch territory. Obviously, you get that huge win against Redignitas. I'm assuming the team's got their the sights set on Evil Geniuses for a future matchup in the next couple weeks. Is that the team you're most looking forward to play next?
I think absolutely. I think there's a little bit of a grudge there for some players.
Okay,
for sure. So I think we definitely want to take them down.
Fantastic.
Oblivion, one last question for you. Anchor, what's the deal? Is that real?
think it was. I think we like hesitated a little bit using it because we don't use it that often. But against like the way that Citadel plays in particular, I think it has a lot of utility because it's really easy to dive with, and it's hard to actually like KO. And they play kind of a low damage comp outside of like their backline, which you can just run at, right, with the ult. So that was like our thought.
I gotcha. That makes sense. Glad to hear it wasn't a complete joke and there actually some thought in the process. That's what we assume. But you have to ask when you get the opportunity.
Like we do.
You have to ask when you get the opportunity. Oblivion, thank you for the interview. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Lunex Gaming on a phenomenal weekend in the NA Regional League. We unfortunately are going to send you packing because we've got more matches coming up here. Zoinks, do you know what we have coming up next?
Yeah, we do. We are going to be looking at some more North American matches, of course, but don't worry. In the meantime, we got more content for all of you enjoyers of the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Wonder Chef has got a couple of interviews lined up for our next matchup, which is going to be a fun one, Evil Geniuses versus Extinction. So enjoy Wonder Chef in the break. We'll be back on the other side with more NA action.
We're here with Bora Reach from Extinction, about to play their next match. How you doing, Bora?
I'm doing good, Wonder Chef. How you doing?
I'm doing great watching these matches. But all right, so I got a couple questions for you. Of course, the first one, I feel like I kind of have to ask. Of course, I have to preface this. I like every player on the team. I think the team is great, but I think the results have maybe been a little bit lower than some people have been anticipating. Do you feel like there is still something that the team is looking for, or do you think that it's something that it's just going to click? Any thoughts so far on the results this season?
Yeah, getting off to a little bit of a slow start, making some changes, moving things around. I think our performances have kind of been not up to our standard. We were losing a lot of close sets, to be honest, or close games. Bit of unluckiness too, even though we really think games should be going our way. So we're hoping to get all of that out now. Hopefully get things out the way before these playoffs start. We're still very confident in ourselves to perform against any team, but definitely just still figuring out, how can we close out some of these games a bit better.
Yeah, definitely. There have been some close calls. Another close call is how many weeks ago was that now? But the previous match that you had against the team that you're about to play, Evil Geniuses, I believe that was a 1-2 where they just barely closed that one out. How prepared are you for this next match?
Oh, we're really prepared. We know the implications of it, especially owning tiebreakers are really important in this league. So we've been, really focused on them, whatever iteration they might be showing this coming around. I know there's some talks of Pikachu playing, but regardless of who's playing, I think we're ready for them. Last set, we really felt like we should have won. So we're going to feel even stronger about coming into this set.
So many matches have been so close. Last thing, so there's been some slight like roster shifts that y'all have had. Do you feel like you're getting closer to kind of deciding like what everybody's going to be playing, who's going to be playing, or do you think that maybe it's still a little bit up in the air?
I think we kind of have the iteration we want. I think we know what we do best. I think sometimes at this point, we're just kind of straying, trying to figure out what might be a little bit better to do. But I think at our core, we know what we need to do, who we need to play through, albeit trainer, metallic. So I think as far as, comps go, if we don't iterate too much and we don't get away from what we're doing good, I think we'll be fine. So.
All right. Well, like I said, we're all huge fans of all of you, and we know that, there's a championship potential within all of you. So good luck. We're looking forward to see what the team can do for the next half of the season, and good luck with your next match because that one is going to be awesome.
Thanks, Wonder Chef. Appreciate it.
We are here with Roland from Evil Geniuses, about to go up against Extinction. But since you're here, Roland, your interview is always great. I have a special Zapdos lightning round interview for you. I'm going to ask you 10 questions, and you have to answer them as fast as you can. Don't think about the answer, just first thing that comes to mind. You good?
Yeah, okay, sure. Hit me.
All right. I got my trusty book here with my questions. All right. Ready? And favorite pizza topping?
Pepperoni.
Favorite color?
Black.
Coffee or tea?
Coffee.
Favorite Pokemon?
Snorlax.
Choose one Pokemon to be added to Unite.
Giratina.
Ooh. Most overrated Pokemon in the game?
Urshifu.
Most troll teammate.
Mate.
Your teammate.
Oh, Vin Diesel.
Okay, choose one caster to duo queue with.
Deuce X.
Who on your team would win in a foot race?
Chris Metz.
And how is your next match going to go?
We're going to win.
All right, and last bonus question. Any shout outs to any of the fans out there who have been cheering your team on this season?
I want to shout out Unk, Kratos. I love you, bro. Thank you for always supporting us, man.
All right, well, truly good luck. We've loved watching the team all season, and this next match should be very exciting.
Should be. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have anything on here. That's why.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series NA Regional League. I'm back here with Kelly, and we're going to be covering a very special match with Evil Geniuses that are now on 7-1 record, tied for their first place there with Dignitas against Extinction. Kelly, how are you feeling for this one?
I I'm quite excited to see how this one ends up going. I know in terms of earlier on, Chef did that coverage for Extinction, did end up losing to TI Gang in that 1-2. So very much surprised about that, but we'll see if they have got their affairs in order here to come back against one of the top teams in the region. Rank number 1, Evil Geniuses there, Curios, Vin, Roland, Pika Diff, and Ducky. So for all you Pika Diff fans out there, they're coming in, subbing in for Chris Smith here today.
And it's really cool to see them play back onto the Sky Ruins and just helping out Evil Geniuses today, substituting that for Chris Smith, like you said. And on the side of Extinction, they are currently on that 3-4 record. Oh, now 3-5 because of that off-screen match you just mentioned. So ranking 6 right now, a little bit more towards the bottom of the standings. And that team is Rex, Metallic, JL, Burrich, and LG. Not Train LGC anymore, just LGC. Although we are used to calling them Trainer. And this team leads in NA for average points, KOs, damage, and healing per game, which is very interesting considering that they are ranked 6. If I'm not mistaken, that was something that Chef also mentioned earlier on an interview.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to lead in terms of their stats, I feel like, are they stat damage farming here? I mean, KO farming, you know, I mean, the fact that they're just able to go and rack up all of these numbers there is quite impressive, but numbers only tell part of that story. You can have the most damage, you can have the most KOs, but ultimately it comes down to having the most points at the end of the game. So not those average points, it's the ones at the end. So it's just a matter of whether Extinction can get the most points dunked in against Evil Geniuses for this set.
And it's a very difficult match for them to be up against. Yesterday, we had a very interesting match as well between Rudig and Evil Geniuses. So the two North American teams that were and are tied for the first place here on the North America Regional League. And today, Evil Geniuses, having lost yesterday, we'll see if they have revised some of that strategy or if they already feel confident from the get-go, considering that they're facing an opponent that is lower in the standings.
Yeah, it's a new day, it's a new hour, so I guess it's just calming their nerves before heading on in, and we'll just have to see what they end up rolling with here against this tough opponent. I mean, we start off with that Rayquaza once again, so you know, how are we going to see these team compositions come together when that draft does end up picking off? Are we going to end up seeing any Mega Charizards? I'm surprised we're even seeing this Mega Charizards let on through in draft.
I totally agree, Kelly. And as we get into draft, we shall know soon, as the first Mega that has been banned is the Mega Gyarados, and going against the Scyther Sizzle Mimikyu ban. One thing I'd love to mention is that Extinction is on the purple side that they have chosen there as their first pick, and we have been seeing a lot of these Pokemon on the first pick, the Blastoise and the Mega Gyarados, and they're not going to be available.
No, there's still one more ban left here for Evil Geniuses, but they have picked up that Mega Gyarados along with the Inteleon, only rocking that 4% ban rate. And wow, having a Pawmot ban as well. So very much two targeted bans to the side of Extinction rather than just these top meta picks that we have seen time and time again.
And we talked about it. It's going to be in-game, Kelly. That's the Mega Charizard. Why? And it's so powerful that even sometimes the Mega Charizard X, we are seeing a lot of power coming from them too. Evil Geniuses decide to go for their carry first with that Miraidon pick and a Mega Lucario, so good presence there on the top side and good damage per second with their attacker. On the side of Extinction, they're hovering two supporters right now, one more of a utility and the other one a little bit more of the crowd control. That's the word. That word.
Yes, crowd control, 100%. Psyduck does definitely bring that to the table in terms of their kit. But you know what? Another Pokemon that does bring that is Ducky, who has locked on in this Crustle. We have seen some incredible Rock Tomb plays here today. And look at that, switching over to the Vanguard belt, Vanguard Bell, just to go and counter the CC that Extinction are bringing to the table themselves.
And pairing that with a Clefable too, so plenty of healing and a lot of survivability to that Mega Lucario on Kyrios too. Now with a couple of hovers happening here for the side of Extinction, including Mewtwo Y, the extra bit of range damage alongside it, and a OG Lucario too, that's going to be facing each other on the top lane. The last pick for Evo Geniuses is a Cerulege, so there's plenty of rip potential on the side of Evo Geniuses, but a lot of survivability too.
I feel like the question is in these Pokemon names. Mega Charizard Y and Mega Mewtwo Y. Why are they both on here is absolutely a wild business there. But I don't know. We've already seen, just because we have two Megas, just because you have a Mega on your team doesn't mean that they are indestructible. Kyrios is also rocking that Mega Lucario as well. And it's really just going to come down to the way these teams manage to strategize throughout this whole game. It's 10 minutes. Might have a rocky beginning, but it comes down to that final stretch, the final 2 minutes, and who ends up winning that one.
Absolutely, and they have a couple of options as well, because on top side they also have a Lucario, so good early game that is going to be fighting against a Mega Lucario, but not Mega until they actually get their Unite move available. So a couple of things to take into consideration in regards to that early game you mentioned, Kelly. And as well, I am curious to see what's going to be the path of having two supporters on the side of Extinction, because they have the Psyduck and the Hooper. I think there is a room where you can have the Hyperspace Hole to apply more of that healing to your squad as we get into the game one of this best of three. Extinction on your purple side versus Evo Geniuses on the orange.
Yes, we are going to have that Char Cadet, soon to be a Cerulege, heading into that central area for Evil Geniuses. Otherwise, on Extinction, it is going to be this little Charmander soon to turn into that Charizard and Mega Charizard. But it's just a matter of securing these wild Pokemon. No invades from the Hooper, no threats from JL this time round either to try and shut down Trainer here.
Nobody feeling too aggressive or overconfident right now, but we have a view here on the top side. Ooh, a very good KO opener there for the side of Evil Geniuses, and Vin has also come here to the party, and they're going to be able to at least be whoa, so close. That was so close. Oh my word,
I know Clefable has the Wonder Wish where they can use that explosion, but that's to themselves. You don't want to get exploded by a Hooper there, especially earlier on. But up here we have a 4v4 happening with Evil Geniuses needing to retreat because they're at quite low HP.
They really are, and it is confirmed here that we have a Hyperspace Highway Hooper on the side of Extinction, which makes sense with the fact that they already have the Psyduck in a more utility role. And like you said, with their 4-person rotation to the top side, they now need to return to their own lanes and actually get some XP gathered.
Yeah, 100%. It's just about getting these levels on board. I mean, even then, in terms of these points, it is quite low, meaning that many of these members on either side haven't been able to get their attack weight stacks in. I believe there's a total of 4 attack weights equipped between these two teams as well.
Oh yeah, and that means they need to get their Eos energy and they need to dunk, most importantly. Right now, Evo Genius has collected all of those birds in central area, and they're defending pretty well here on the top side. Oh no, actually, never mind, they're not defending pretty well. They're outnumbered, and Metallic goes for that berry as well, stealing that away from Evil Geniuses, and they make it a 2 KO streak for JL on this Hooper, and they're able to score even more.
Ooh, I'm actually loving this look from Metallic. We have the Lucario that has opted for the E-Speed combination. So does end up having that choice, whereas that Mega Lucario is locked to that close combat combination. So I think just being able to provide a little bit of extra maneuverability when weaving in and out between evil geniuses. We'll just have to see how this one ends up panning out in their favor. But so far, level 7 in comparison to level 6, they are definitely topping this Mega Lucario so far.
We got to be careful with Evil Genius's Cerulege and that level 8 that JL has right now, as they have already started the fight here on the top side, but it doesn't look good for Evil Geniuses themselves. That Lucario has been taken down, and back to the Pokemon Center. Vin has started the Regieleki. Maybe it's going to be stolen here. No, it's still Extinction who takes it with that Hooper play from JL.
This goal is left on 10 points, so Evil Geniuses aren't not too fussed about losing that one, because that's only going to end up being a 10 over dunk. Instead, that allows Lucario to go and get these Indeedis, but JL is aware of this. They just want to harass him a little bit more and steal away that comeback experience from them.
Yeah, and it's so important to do so because many of these Pokemon are hyper carries and they need to get those levels to get there. Right now, all of the players are just gathering that energy and those points. Some vision as well that's being acquired by Evil Genius's Clefable, but they need to be careful. There are two members of Extinction just right there. Vindo has eyes on Metallic and they've seen each other. There's a hyperspace hole that goes out to help out if necessary. Straight onto the Clefable. And Roland takes a big beating here. Now JL also low in HP. 3v2 for the side of Evil Geniuses as they're trying to get something on Metallic or a cannon. And it looks like Metallic is just soloing everybody. And it doesn't even matter if they don't have that Mega Form. OG Lucario is delivering.
Oh, and there we go, folks. Evil Geniuses have won 2-1 against Extinction during the first week. Their score difference per game was over 207, minus 366 and plus 361. So I guess, yeah, it's the plus ones that ended up bringing those wins there.
It's a very interesting stat. I love the amount of depth that we can have with these stats. Shout out to Icarus in our stats team for providing all of this and the amazing sheets for us to bring amazing storylines to you. Now, with 10 seconds for top Regi to spawn, we see a majority of both teams gather around that side of the map. A 50 Gubbins Charizard, a 40 Gubbins Cerulege as they face each other. Curious in a very bad spot there, just trying to get away from Metallic on that level 11 Lucario in comparison to Evil Genius's level 9 Lucario.
It's not only just the level 11 Lucario. I'm looking at Trainer here, rocking a level 12 Charizard. All Unite moves are on hand if they decide to use it. But look at this. We have the Rings Unbound coming out from Hooper. Unfortunately, they weren't able to secure that Regirock, and that is still going to go over to the side of Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, it was pretty close though. Good attempt there. JL has to use the eject button here, but they are not going to be able to escape. It's a certain knockout for Evil Geniuses. Overall, a good attempt there from Extinction to try to navigate Evil Genius's rotation across the map. That said, full power Sayai here to try and disengage from Evil Genius's taking any dunks on this zone. And fair, it's 80 on 80. No goals have been scored on that zone. Now Kyrios has finally found an AK opener there for the side of Evil Geniuses themselves, because this Mega Lucario was honestly starving so far.
Oh yeah, they were starving so much, but now being close to that level 12, Evil Geniuses being able to get more Eos energy onto the board. Yes, they are still behind, but slowly catching on up. And it's important, especially because I feel like this Cerulege just been hiding away, getting whatever wild Pokemon they can, and they've already managed to reach that level 13 mark, which is what we want to see.
Yeah, the levels are there, absolutely, but we got to talk about as well the fact that Extinction has accumulated over 100 points in the lead compared to Evil Geniuses so far. So where exactly is that Eos energy going towards? Well, there's a question. Now you got a nice knock up there by the side of Reach onto Evil Geniuses just to zone them out and say, okay, we see you. You're not going to overcommit on our central. There are no Gubbins to be found, no wild Pokemon. Just stay where you are.
Now, this is the win condition here for Extinction. There's 30 seconds left until the final stretch, and Evil Geniuses have recognized this, considering they don't have a tier 2 to go and protect them from a Regieleki. So it looks like they're going on in. Lucario is trying to close combat, but thanks to that hyperspace hull, that is going to go and save 2 of those members from Extinction.
Doing pretty well. JL was caught there on the rock tomb. On the backline, Metallic goes, but they're alone at this point. They gotta be careful. There's the infinite side blend as well that comes from the side of Extinction. And they were chasing Evil Geniuses, although they were shut down themselves. It was a 1-for-1 in this trade. Maridon is at the Pokemon Center. Lucario as well for Metallic, just the same, as both teams are gathering back here in the central area.
But one thing to note is they did end up using 2 Unite moves on either side, but both teams still have resources available. Evil Geniuses, they're the ones that are behind in points currently, so they have to make a move. There goes the Clefable, using the only straight onto the side arc, and Mega Lucario is able to finish them off.
Oh, looking for that Seismic Slam as well. The Rubber Rouser doesn't hit anybody really here. JL's trying to escape from Evil Geniuses and is already 2 members down on the side of Extinction. This Charizard is trying to escape, but even the Crustle is giving them a hard time, trying to fly over the wall here. Rayquaza is getting attacked. There's the damage a second coming from the Maridon, and it's actually Extinction who takes the Rayquaza at the end of the day.
When you can't go under it, you can't go over it, you have to go through it. And that is just what Extinction did. The Flames went through the wall, got the secure, Trainer LGC picking themselves up a 4 KO streak during that kerfuffle.
Yeah, that's the word. That's the special word of the day. It's the kerfuffle, and it's continuing here. It's still 45 seconds to go, but the numbers are so much on Extinction's side. Over 400 in the lead compared to Evil Geniuses, who are trying to defend this base in all that they can. Metallic, though, is playing with them as they are just using Aura Cannon in between 4 members. 1v4, just buying time and just waiting for the clock to tick. Full power Sai here by Extinction. There's a Seismic Slam that comes from Extinction as well, as they are going to continue by themselves, as the Mega Charizard Y would do, as you would expect. That Fire Spin is just too big. Please nerf this Pokemon right now.
Lock it up in jail. We have said this time and time again. They do actually end up getting taken down. But I feel it a little bit like a Psyduck right now. Psy-I-I-Y-I-I. Are we seeing this Mega Charizard Y-I-I?
It's headaches everywhere. We're all Psyducks here. It's headaches everywhere. But Extinction, what a great comeback there at the end, managing to, with that Mega Charizard Y, not gonna take, the proper recognition there from the player, but that was some damage that Trainer RGC was doing on this Pokemon, allowing them to continue further. But Metallic, to me, has been a highlight this match, Kelly.
Oh, 100%. The fact that they were running the original Lucario as well, just demonstrating that they don't need a mega form to go and elevate them. I think these E-speeds actually work so well in their favor. Just being able to weave and dodge between these players and just provide that damage over time while we have that Charizard pretty much just burning down the house.
And it makes sense now that, well, it's the Mega Charizard Y that gets that MVP. 211 points scored, 10, 2, and 3 KFA, and 87,000 damage. And what I was going to say, Kylie, the fact that we saw that fun fact, this team has the most average number of points scored, most damage in the region. It's starting to finally come into those victories they needed.
Yeah, the victories they need in order to try and take down Evil Geniuses and have their redemption arc, considering the first time they ended up going up against each other, Evil Geniuses were the one to defeat them 2-1. So whether Evil Geniuses can try and do a repeat here, take this to game 3, we'll have to wait and see. But even that, yeah, Metallic on the Lucario, 72k damage. That's pretty impressive for just a regular old Lucario that player there.
It really is, Kelly, and it's come very close to how much damage Trainer LGC had on the Mega Charizard. Why? It's so much that they were able to do, and when we looked at Evil Genius's stats as well, if I'm not mistaken, the highest number of damage was around 35,000 on the hands of, it was Miraidon. So really low compared to what we saw, for example, yesterday against the Rudig squad. So what exactly changed here? Was it the Mega Charizard? Why? Do we have in a specific, like, maybe they got flustered because OG Lucario was beating them up?
I feel like it's a combination of things. I know we hound on Mega Charizard Y a lot, but in the end, it really just came down to the team coming together, working together really well to go and take advantages where they could. I mean, you know, obviously it was a bit of a messy fight towards the end there for Extinction, and they were outnumbered there, but yeah. Trainer coming in with the Mega Charizard to as I said, just pretty much burn the house down. Rayquaza's house down in the middle there.
Yeah, there was nothing left. There was nothing left, and I have to say, it's every time I see that fire spin, I'm just like, it's so big. It's just as big as a fanciful firework coming from that Delphox that we know and love, and well, we don't see in competitive for a while, but I do love that Pokemon quite a bit in Unite. So I want to see the Mega Charizard Y band. There's just nothing that could rival this to me. It has to happen. Please make it happen. I know Evil Geniuses probably thought, okay, we can let that slide. We're going to take the Mega Lucario. We're good. There's no Mega Gyarados available, but we can still do good with this Mega. Please. Ban the thing.
I guess, yeah, either ban the thing or depending on what side they end up opting for, if it doesn't end up getting banned on out, they can potentially steal it for themselves. If Evil Geniuses do find it to be a valuable pick, maybe they just want to make a statement here. Hey, we can win a game without a Mega Charizard Y. We've already seen it here happen once today where that Mega Charizard Y did end up getting defeated. So it isn't unbreakable. It doesn't have that 100% win rate, you know?
Doesn't. It really doesn't. Even Mega Charizard X as well does not. Let's have a look at the average recovery numbers here for NA, because the top one is rolling on Evil Geniuses, just followed up by Bora Reach on Extinction. So our two members that two squads that are playing right now in this best of three, but include in that two more members of Extinction, Kelly, with Rex and JL on this top 6 as well.
Yes, pretty much just having that recovery, allowing them to go and sustain these fights. Obviously, you have Rex and JL rocking those supporters there, those tanks to just go and do that. But, you know, the fact that Bora Reach, in that last game, they ended up playing that Mega Mewtwo Y. So clearly, it's not just the recovery they're receiving themselves, but the recovery they're able to provide for their allies.
Absolutely. It's just all about how you coordinate with your team to actually make it count on the final stretch. Of course, getting a lead is good and doing a lot of damage is good. In this case, for this graph, taking a lot of damage and tanking quite a bit is also something that defenders really want to account for. Extinction JL is the top one in this graph in particular, and you have once again another member of Extinction that is part of the same top 6 graph. It's Rex on this damage taken graph.
You know what? It makes sense that JL is here. I feel like in terms of their gameplay, normally end up seeing like going in with an invade earlier on, just being an absolute nuisance in and amongst the mix of wherever the action is happening or getting caught off all alone. But it's really just these sneaky plays, being able to get away, to go and rack up these average damage taken stats.
Yeah, and getting into our second draft, Callie, we have a Groudon map for Game 2, and Evil Genius is choosing that purple side for the first pick. So far, yes, I'm happy. What do I see, Kelly? What do I see? Tell me. What is just in front of my eyes?
I'm wondering, is it the Palmot ban? Is this what you're excited about? Is it the Intellion? Oh no, I think I know. It's this Mega Charizard Y finally going on in there and not getting free parking on the roster.
Oh
NJ.
no, I don't want to. Yes, exactly. Don't want to let it come through. Honestly, Mega Lucario, Mega Gyarados, do you just send them all together on the same bus to prison? And that's what they're going to be saying for this game in particular. Now, first pick here. We know that Psyduck has been in one good position of priority to be picked as Purple's first pick, and that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, especially considering how much of a nuisance Rex was on this Psyduck last match. Being able to secure this over on Evil Genius's side, definitely can see why it needs to be prioritized. But more reach going and locking in this Miraidon for themselves. So I guess it's an eye for an eye on either side.
Yeah, it really is. Because unfortunately, therefore, Evil Geniuses, we didn't see that much damage coming from Picadiff on this Miraidon, but Extinction is very confident to choose this one as their own first pick. Evil Geniuses go for the Mr. Mime plus Clefable combo here, while Extinction is choosing their supporters now will go for the Blissey plus a Crustle.
We have seen some triple defender comps come on in, but I think we are yet to see a triple supporter composition be rocked in draft. So Evil Geniuses, yeah, rocking that Psyduck, Mr. Mime, and Clefable. I feel like I know Mr. Mime is fitting in that supporter role, but they do have the choice specs, the wise glasses. So I'm thinking we're seeing a damage Mime here.
Agreed, 100%. That confusion damage we saw come through in a couple of games in different regions during this weekend, and I definitely stand by it. Metallic now with the Serena pick. That is a specialty for them for sure.
Yes, going on in, looking to make some stomps there. Whether they can just get online. But one other thing, Vin, on this Glaceon, I've really been enjoying seeing Glaceon. We've seen a mixture of both, haven't we, as well? I know we were talking about this before, both that Icy Wind Freeze Dry to go and provide that maneuverability, or whether it ends up being an Icicle Spear for that sure hit lockdown chase maneuver. We'll have to wait and see. What are you thinking Vin's gonna rock here? So
let's have a think about that. So their own team is the one that rocks Clefable, so they don't need to worry about gravity. But if we look at the other side, having the Crustle, having the Serena, the Mimikyu, I kind of feel like the Icy Wind might be the best option, considering that the enemy team has so much maneuverability. You kind of need to match it in some degree. And because you have the Blissey, the Serena has a lot of, lifesteal and shields with the passives and how you stack up with the abilities in order. It makes sense that you would have something that does that burst damage, because it's going to take too long to actually take them down with the Icicle Spear. They are a little too bulky. But getting into this game too, Kelly, Evil Geniuses, your purple team, Extinction, your orange team. Well, Extinction is trying to get themselves into a 2-0.
Yeah, so they were defeated by Evil Geniuses previously in that 2-1. So whether they can do it with a 2-0 sweep, that would definitely demonstrate their growth here in the league so far. But down in this bottom path, we do have this Machop that is trying to come online, being paired up with Ducky, literally on a little Ducky here, the side Ducky.
Oh my god, this makes me so happy. Thank you for noticing that, Kelly. That is incredible.
It was meant to be for Ducky.
It was, and it was meant to be for the both of us to be casting this game in particular. Right, Extinction, having Mimikyu there in the central area, will spot Ducky on the Psyduck, which we mentioned. There might be a big rotation there for the top side. 16 Gubbins were taken there by Trainer RGC, so they have guaranteed those Swablotaria. Now, for this top side, you have the evolution there from Clefairy to Clefable. Now, Roland having access to that Moonlight, they are able to sustain their carry much better.
Gotta say, Soph, you were on the ball because you called it. Finn has rocked that icy wind, and we can see why. Straight dash over the wall that JL tried to build. There is just no stopping them there, but great headache from Ducky to go and save Curious on the little Machop there.
Oh, they were so close to being sent to the Pokemon Center. That was not even funny. Ducky, though, eats that laser to the face. And they got to be careful with just how much Miraidon can chip away. But with Regidrago spawning in just a little bit, we're going to see these teams start to rotate as they now level 7 on this Glaceon and level 7 on the Mimikyu for Extinction.
But we do have that Regidrago in the middle currently being contested. Psyduck is able to wipe down this Mimikyu, but they're going to have to retreat considering they don't have any backup. Instead, we have Vin circling about looking to replenish this HP on that pad and with that berry. But even then, Miraidon actually decided to go and leave that Regidrago to pivot to the top path.
Interesting choice here. I think they were a little bit scared of contesting, playing right now against the Evil Geniuses squad there. Finn can do a lot of damage with the Icy Wind Glaceon. So 4 members of Extinction go here to the top side. Serena is finally online on that level 6. Trying to dive in here. Trainer with that Trick Room Mimikyu. They are going to go for the zone and score themselves as they don't want to overcommit.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. They were on 0 points for the first 2 minutes of that match. Metallic being able to finally get in 2 attack weight stacks and a third if they are able to bypass this Clefable.
They're still staying here on the top side, and there's a sneaky Blissey even from Extinction, just trying to get even more vision, while Evil Geniuses were able to take down Registeel on the bot side. There is a Regieleki available. It gets started by Extinction, and it doesn't look like it's going to be contested, especially given the rate at which it was taken down.
Oh, but look at this. This goal is perfect. 20 crashes on in, leaving this at 2 points. This does leave option for a pretty big overdunk, but looking at the points that they have on the side, they don't really have enough. I mean, Serena does have the most at 27, but I guess with Extinction currently prioritized up in that top path, it's going to give opportunity for Evil Geniuses to go and get in another 40 of their own.
And they equalize it pretty well, Kelly. 136 for Evil Geniuses compared to 105 for Extinction. But it doesn't stop that Serena from Metallic from stealing away the wild Pokemon there on the top side because of that tier 1 having already been taken. Now, with that safeguard, just trying to keep the Serena in a good position, but straight in that submission with the Ice Skull Spear coming through as well. Vin is trying to get the damage in, but the healing from the Blissey with that Unite move is huge. Finally, Metallic will go down.
Yeah, even with an Eggs boost there, it just isn't enough to go and sustain that Serena. Roland trying to run away from the claws of Trainer there. They're deciding to just retreat on out, considering there is some wild Pokemon in that central area for the taking.
Yeah, and it's very important to do so right now because we're getting into a point where the level 13 is very close to in the horizon. Level 11 for that Glaceon, 10 for the Mimikyu, and they really have their eye on the ball because in regards to score, that's pretty close so far.
Yeah, we're only reaching that halfway mark in terms of scoring. It's quite close. In terms of this leveling, it is also quite close. But looks like Clefable's just going to go and get in another 20 dunk. Meanwhile, Curious is flipping that Serena upside down.
It wasn't even the Queen Ascendant to flip somebody upside down, it was the Machamp. Now this Registeel has gotten started and immediately the Machamp gets completely evaporated. Trainer goes in with that Trick Room, gets the extra movement speed, and Extinction will secure that Registeel. Now this pad, it is vulnerable right now, though that wall with the Showtime will stun Drainer LGC in place. Now JL stuck between that wall, is going to go down, that Crustle follows, and now Extinction has to disengage.
Yeah, Extinction recognizing they have the prize of the Registeel. It's better to just go and retreat, farm up whatever wild Pokemon is available on the map, considering there's a lot of yellow dots available on that minimap.
Ooh, Rex, gotta be careful here. very close to enemy territory, but there's a Regieleki on the top, which is important for both of these teams to contest. Rubber Rouse on 3 members, Green Ascendants straight onto that Glaceon, but not able to really finish them off. Now Metallic is still going for the stomps, trying to take Vin. Vin is down, so no side duck available. 4 members, 5, and there's a Blissful Assistance as well to make it Extinction on top. It's almost an ace. Just not an ace because Mr. Mime is bot path.
Yeah, Mr. Mime was out of action. They were in another universe there, allowing Extinction to go and break this tier 2 pad. Now, this is a massive threat to Evil Geniuses, considering if secured by Extinction, which no one from Evil Geniuses is around to try and contest, this is going to be heading to that home base.
And Extinction not only win that fight, they take this Regieleki as well. 2 home base, as you said. 30 seconds for bottom Reggie, though that could get contested. But both of these teams, they gotta be careful. A bunch of Unite moves were used. JL almost taken down there, but it's Machamp that has to run away.
They have to run away because they know that they're not going to have the backup from either the Mr. Mime or the Glaceon that have to go and shred down that Regieleki. But considering they are now out of action, Extinction have the numbers advantage going into this team fight at 3 versus 5.
Oh, a lot of damage onto JL. They used that Rock Tomb to engage on the Machamp, but backup from Evil Geniuses was huge. Extinction has full control over Regice. They're able to confirm it. Now they need to move for Central because there's 15 seconds for final stretch.
Yeah, getting close to this Groudon that is soon about to spawn. We do have JL that doesn't have their Castle Unite move available just yet, nor does the Machamp on the other side. So at the moment, it's a close battle. So really, at the moment, I think the ball's in anybody's park here.
It really is. It could go either way. Now, some damage comes through from that Miraidon, popping their headache, so Ducky's not going to have that available if they are in the middle and in the thick of it. Now, caught between a rock and a hard place, going on to Vin. They use their full power Sai with the Rubber Rouser, will go on to Roland. Now, Curios has to flash away because they were under huge fire. Now, trying to get some more damage. Borrow Reach is poking Evil Geniuses, but the Moonlight is just able to get everybody back up to safety.
Yeah, that is the benefit of Moonlight, to go and replenish the AoE healing, but Vin able to make a dash and escape, sliding on that ice like an ice skater. They ended up surviving that one.
Oh yeah, Alicia Lu all the way skating on that glacial stage as they are pushing here Evil Geniuses to try to come back on this 1-0 that Extinction has built already. Borrow Reach though is saying nah, they are going to make this happen. It's 50 seconds to go.
Yeah, and Extinction is, funnily enough, they're not actually going to go all in on this Groudon. They want to take care of the rest of Evil Geniuses, but it's only Pika Diff on the Mr. Mime that is remaining, and JL is on the job of blocking them out. But Extinction securing the Groudon, this is going to go and give them that boost that they need to go and take this game to 2-0 against Evil Geniuses.
Well, 25 seconds to go, and they have doubled the score. Now Evil Genius is just trying to defend this one. Queen of Sanders goes to the back, and that is a dead Glaceon. No! Vin survives for a little bit, but almost gets their time to continue. They're not able to do so. Extinction is on top. 10 seconds to go. All the numbers reined in, and the rank 6 of the leaderboard in NA takes down Evil Geniuses. The top one that was on 7-1 now is on 7-2.
These are the storylines that I absolutely thrive for. Just being able to make that comeback in that second half of the season really just demonstrates the growth, the persistence, the determination, the hard work that Extinction have put into the league so far. We love to see it.
We definitely do, Kelly, and they are building a very good strategy overall that consists in having such good mental to play against the biggest, most important enemy right now, who were the top 1 seed. And they had a lot of good composure, nerves of steel. They were not phased by how much firepower they had there. Evil Geniuses, a couple of good plays and setups, but Extinction with JL, with the Rock Tombs, and just how much Trainer was able to do as well on this Mimikyu made such a huge difference.
Oh, 100%. And you've got to give it to Rex on that Blissey as well, just providing the shields and the helping hands when the team needed it. Like, they just did incredibly on there. But Bora Reach, the MVP for this match, is going to be on that Maridon, dishing out 72k damage with a 5-0 and 6 KFA. No feints this time round, just shows how well protected they were.
Oh yeah, and that is coordination. That is just a team that knows exactly how they need to play. In comparison, we saw just a little bit of, cracks and openings in the defense walls from Evil Geniuses, because there were so many times that Vin had to use the glacial stage defensively to get away or force out those Moonlights to come in clutch, the follow me's for the shields and all of that. It's just Extinction showing that they know how to read their opponent really, really well.
Yeah, really just showing their evolution here today. No time for Extinction to be extinct just yet. But even then, gotta say, looking at this graph, it was pretty close between these two teams, especially coming into that final stretch. Not knowing who is in the lead. I mean, Extinction may have known, considering they managed to remove both of those tier 2 pads, but I don't know, unless they have a maths whiz on their team, it's close battle. You just gotta roll with it.
Yeah, and you gotta have all the focus and know exactly what the team needs to do to make things happen. But the highlight to me, those rock tombs coming from Extinction were so incredibly good, setting up so well for that Trainer LGC engage with the Shadow Sneaks, especially having that extra back damage from Bora Reach.
Yeah, I think having Trainer on the Trick Room this time around as well, knowing what they were going up against in terms of that Clefable, the Psyduck and the Mr. Mime, just turning those slows into their benefit actually paid off really, really well for them.
It definitely did. And I'm happy to see as well that it felt like Metallic was just running in the breezy field of flowers every single time, because that was the case with the OG Lucario, that was the case with the Serena. But enough about Metallic. Let's talk to Bora Reach. We have an interview ready, just lined up to talk to him. Congratulations, Bora. That was such an incredible game.
Yeah, thanks guys, appreciate it.
Oh,
okay.
Bora. Yeah, you go first, so.
All good.
Yeah.
So, this was an interesting game overall. You played the same Pokemon in both of the games of this series, but it felt like there was a little bit of a change in how the team was playing overall. I do want to talk about Metallic's picks. The fact that you guys were facing in game 1 a Mega Lucario and you still chose to go for the OG Lucario. What was the thought process in that? Like, a lot of confidence?
Well, yeah, I mean, Metallic's been practicing it. It's something he's been working on. So anytime he's been wanting to play lately, we have a lot of confidence in him. Confidence in him to get to the back line. It's, such a great answer, even though it's a Season 1 mon. It really does better than most mods about getting to backliners. So especially with Dawn on the map, it felt like a really strong pick there and definitely showed out to be.
Oh, 100% definitely showed up and made those plays, but headed on into the second half of the regional leagues, you've already defeated one of the biggest titans of the NA region, being Evil Geniuses. Is there another team that you are very much looking forward to going up against and maybe getting that comeback arc once again?
I mean, I feel like the easy answer here is Dig as well, as long as EG, being the 1 and 2. But I think we're really confident in beating everyone. We just need consistency to do so. I think we've shown that we can beat top to bottom. So I think regardless, we just want to end the second half of the season pretty strong so we can set ourselves up for a decent playoff run. And I know we'll beat anyone.
Yeah, and speaking of consistency, Bora, we know that the numbers for you guys have been just high up there. The top of the league in NA for damage dealt, for recovery, for points being scored. So tell me a little bit about what has changed from being this team that had a lot of consistency during the games but not actually reaching the victory to a team that has now just beat the top one?
I think talking to each other and really listening to one another. At the end of the day, all these guys have gone to Worlds, placed well, so it's just we know we are capable of beating anyone and everyone. But even when we have games that we're really far up, it seems like we can't come together to close out. So I think we're really trying to focus on listening to one another, hearing what we want to do, and just following through with comms and our game plans that we put a lot of effort in and making in advance. So
100% making those improvements along the way, learning from those lessons. Love to see that you are working on that as a team. But thank you so much, Peruite, once again for coming in with an interview. Congratulations to you and Extinction for taking that victory here today. But we're gonna say goodbye to you as well. NA isn't finished just yet, Soph, because we still have one more matchup to go.
Yes, we do, and that would be the just mentioned Root Dignitas against IX Gaming. So the top one, they were tied with Evil Geniuses, now untied because Evil Geniuses has lost that specific series, and we're getting things ready on the way for the next match. But before that, we have an interview to throw to. So give me Chef with an interview from Root Dignitas.
We're here once again with Riker from IX, and I'm going to give you the same Zapdos lightning round questions that we gave to Roland a few moments ago. It's going to be 10 questions. You got to answer each one quickly. Don't think about them too hard, okay? You ready?
All right, I'm ready.
All right, this time I'm not going to pretend that I'm holding a book. All right, first of all, favorite pizza topping?
Ooh, pepperoni.
Favorite color?
Blue.
Coffee or tea?
Oh, tea.
Favorite Pokemon?
Cinderace.
Choose one Pokemon to be added to Pokemon Unite.
Gallade.
Most overrated Pokemon in the entire game.
Megazard Y.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah.
Most troll teammate. Maybe you.
It actually could be me, but I'm gonna say Liko. It's Liko.
All right. Choose one caster to duo queue with.
Ooh, I think Doob Snacks would be really fun.
That's what Roland said. True, accurate. Who on your team would win in a foot race?
Ooh, I say Smuglex.
All right, and then last one. How's your next match gonna go?
We're gonna win. We're gonna win. We're gonna win.
Easy confidence. And then I'll give you the same bonus that I gave to Roland. Any shout outs for your fans that have been supporting you this entire season?
Oh, the biggest shout out goes to David SP, the owner of IX. I know he's watching right now.
All right, that's good. That's a good shout out. You can't go wrong with that. All right, well, thank you for playing our game, and good luck in your next match. It's going to be a tough one, but we've all been enjoying the way that team's been playing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And we are back with our classic interview. Inder from Root Dig here to answer some questions for us. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Chef. How are you?
I'm great. We're almost at the end of the day. It's a long day of Pokemon Unite. So first question I'm going to ask you is a little bit of a meta question. There's a lot of megas that are very strong in the meta right now, whether they're banned or picked or whatever. Their encounter rate's super high. Which one do you think is the most impactful between Mega Charizard Y, Gyarados, or Lacrio?
Well, when a all-balanced player, you shouldn't be getting nothing done with all the movement and crowd control. That character was countered by all the enemies. Also, no screen time for him. I know you made a lot of mistakes, but Mega Lacrio would be after me my number one.
Yeah, it does get counted by a lot of enemies. It makes a lot of sense, but thanks for that. Hopefully that didn't give away too much of the team strategy. But going into more serious questions, obviously we saw both teams yesterday from North America that were undefeated now be defeated. Do you feel like anything has changed as far as mindset? Obviously the lead kind of stays in a similar area. Do you think your team feels different from before that, or do you think you're feeling kind of the same just moving forward?
I think it's definitely a good wake-up call for my team that, we need to sort of get in better shape going into some of the more bigger in-person events. Also want to give a shout out to Slashcan. He did say that NA is a pretty weak region, and I guess, I don't know if it's showing that it's weak, that the undefeated teams are losing, or if it's competitive, but just wanted to, yeah, he did mention that.
It's definitely a weird region. So, not a weird region. Every region is weird within the current meta, is what I should say. So, do you have any feelings on which regions you think are looking the scariest? Obviously, you just had an amazing showing at EUIC, but are there any other regions out there? You know, we've seen all of Asia, we've seen Latam do amazingly. North America obviously has some great results as well. How are you feeling about all the regions?
Yeah, I mean, within the Western sphere of Unite, I think, all three of the major regions, EU, NA, LATAM, they're definitely, they have their top teams. I have a good showing. LATAM definitely seems to be one of the deeper regions. On these weekly UCS matches, it's really hard to predict which team is the best team, though Force being completely undefeated, they look really strong, as they did at LAIC as well. And then on everyone's mind is Japan, right? Like, which region is going to be the region to test Japan? Are they really as good as people make it out to be? Maybe Japan is just the best, and maybe everyone else is, one step behind. And I think this mid-season ACL is really going to show kind of which international region between East and West has what it takes.
Well, you have a pretty quick match at ACL to, I think, maybe make a little bit of a decision there on that one. So we're all looking forward to that one a lot. But last question, any shout outs, any words for any of the fans that have been cheering on Root Dig all season?
Yeah, of course. Shout out to everyone in the Twitch chat that comes to support us, the members from my stream, the tier 3s, all the Root Dig girlfriends, the staff behind Root Dig, Zero In, and the amazing products that Root has to offer. They do a great job for us, and just Dignitas as general as an org, they've been really helpful and really able to allow us to focus on what matters most, and that's winning. And that's what we got to do tonight as well.
All right. Well, apologize to the org for me calling them Root Dig all the time, but good luck on your match. It's going to be a great one to end off tonight. So appreciate you talking with us, and good luck.
Thank you.
And welcome back, everybody, to the North America Regional Leagues for the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. We are at the end of week number 3, just one match left here for our NA squads, and it's going to be Root Dignitas versus IX Gaming. What's up, everybody? I am Zoinks, joined with Doomsnacks. Doomsnacks, we got a fun one for this next match.
Great way to close out the weekend. Of course, Lunex has been on a tear. IX has been on the chase. Root Dig is trying to maintain their one loss in the NA region, because we just saw EG lose to Extinction, who lost to TI Gang in the same day. Yeah. What is this region, brother?
I don't know. Specifically this week, I would say leading up the first 2 weeks of league play, it was a pretty straightforward region. We had a couple of teams at the bottom, a couple teams at the top, and then a lot of teams contending in the middle. Well, we have upset the apple cart this weekend. Root Dignitas hoping to get a little bit of that produce back on the right track. That is our stat. If they can win here, they can take that first place position. For IX Gaming, though, ranked number 4, currently at 5-3, ranks 5th in average KOs per game and damage, so just below their ranking so far, but are performing in the top side of our bracket, or at least in playoff contention in some of our major stats for this one. Reminder, these two teams have played once before, and IX Gaming was the team that put a little bit of pressure on Root Dignitas and pushed it to a game 3 before. Definitely getting a lot of good looks for this roster and set them on some great momentum to start the season. We'll see how they can do in the second run back.
Yeah, and they have to do it here. Like you said, the second run back is an important one for them if they want to try and keep pace with Lunex Gaming, who was behind them in the standings for quite some time, but has roared back with a monster week 3 weekend.
Yeah, and maybe Extinction now too with the win over EG. I don't
know, man.
This middle section of NA is tumultuous to say the least. But hey, why don't we start off with some interesting banning phase? And Deucenax, we have a Machamp getting banned, 1% ban rate in our regional leagues, but it will find its spot there. Zealot not going to have that option, nor the Mega Lucario. Side deck available for Ender though.
Yeah, also Mega Gyarados available as well, so we'll see who they want to prioritize here. I do want to shout out Waylord. Her picture there, her esports picture, taking the selfie with the Altaria is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely crushing it. We have good pictures. We have not great pictures. Liko is killing me right now.
Didn't Riker say Liko's the biggest troll on the team?
Yeah, well, they did. To be fair to them, Riker did volunteer for themselves first as the biggest troll, but then Liko was immediately after. But all right, Waylord will be on the side deck, and Riker will be picking up that Mimikyu. So Toon have playing a lot of this Pokemon in the central area throughout week number 3. Not going to have access this time around. Zugra going to go to the Crustle. Ender going to pick up that Eldegoss.
Okay. A lot of options remain open here for Root Dig, not tipping their hand too early. Liko and Smuglax. Smuglax going with their namesake potentially. Snorlax, yes. Liko gonna lock in Inteleon. We saw the item switch and locked in quickly.
Yeah, item switch before the locked in, by the way, is crazy work from Liko, but they will have that Inteleon and, of course, the Snorlax for that backup. Root Dignitas still have 2 pretty terrifying damage dealers to lock in their Pokemon selection. Otter has been phenomenal on some of these attackers, and this might be the first time I have seen Toon picking up the Meowth, a Pokemon that in Latin America has been tearing it up. Specifically, Fulb on this Pokemon has been making the newest speedster look amazing, but Breezy's going to bring out the Palmot for the battle.
Yeah, a high stocks up on Palmot in the last couple weeks within the league and at EUIC. Meowth, on the other hand, having, we'll say, a back and forth type of presence here in the Thea Sky Ruins. We've seen it be not so great, and of course, today you saw Fulb have a great game on Meowth.
Yeah, it really does take a special kind of player, I think, to bring out the full potential of this speedster. He honestly is probably the biggest role of that variety, where you really need high-skill players to be pulling it off. But Meowth, even with its sure-hit abilities, a lot of decision-making moments with that Pokemon, of course, built in with the battle items, but I think the biggest one being, when do you use that Unite move, and how often do you use it? And Meowth with an energy amplifier equipped with Toon, I think they're going to get the chance. If they see that Inteleon, it is on site. Coins are going to start flying in the face of this intel.
Oh, yeah. They're going to be spamming that at every opportunity. I know Toon does not shy away from the battles, and if they're packed with energy amplifiers, they are using it because they want to use that Unite move. So hopefully that'll get spammed off cooldown, and we'll see some pretty intricate and fun Meowth play from this Root Dignitas squad.
I can't wait. It's going to be a fun matchup. On the other side about IX Gaming's composition, I'm curious about where these Pokemon will be ending up in path, but I don't have to wait too long because we are headed into game number 1. Root Dignitas, your purple team. IX Gaming, your orange team. And it will be the Palmot headed into the top path to contend with Zealot's Mega Gyarados.
Yeah, Zealot going the long way there on that Bunnelby, skipping the 2 and then jumping the path with Ender. Definitely have identified the best way to get this effort gauge up on the Magikarp. You're going to see under the HP bar that little light blue line grow and grow as they struggle to try and get to that Mega Gyarados.
Yeah, Magikarp not going to have a lot to contend with. Just flail and splash like the good old days. However, already over halfway full. Once that gauge is at the top, you already mentioned it is a terrifying evolution. A bit longer until we can get to the Mega Evolution, though. First goal of the game, going to go over to Meowth. First KO, going to go to Crustle.
Well done here. Sussed out by Ender. I think they saw Riker enter the tall grass there. Gonna make sure that Zealot doesn't get into too deep of waters. And Ender, not quite evolved yet. It's gonna have to hang tough as this Gossifleur, as the 8-minute birds are there and the engagement is quick by Riker.
Yeah, going with the play rough Mimikyu. It has not been my favorite option. However, into a waterfall Gyarados, it does have the ability to avoid a lot of that damage and kind of wait out some of these big burst moments. moment. So we might see some of that happen, not to mention they are going to be relying on the Inteleon and Palmont to be dealing that upfront damage, and Mimikyu can then sweep in and clean up any KOs immediately after. Not an easy task against Root Dignitas by any means, but I think on paper that's going to be the stratagem.
Waylord able to get one of those middle wild Pokemon for themselves, working back to path here as they are going to go with the Bubble Beam build, so no Surfs out of them quite this game. Zealot already moving through with this Mega Gyarados, able to hit Gyarados very quickly, and that's going to be an awesome thing for Root Dig to start in this game.
Yeah, they're going to have it for this first set of Swablu and Alterias, and I say had, and well, they certainly did by the time code, but those wild Pokemon already deleted. I think Otter's Alolan Raichu making quick work of it, who's at a casual level 8, by the way, already on this Pokemon, out-leveling their path opponent in the Inteleon already by 2 levels. So a huge advantage for Root Dignitas to work with. There's a Pokemon that have been struggling to find levels, though. That Meowth only at level 6 so far, but getting a lot of the scores early game.
Yeah, so Meowth actually went to the bottom path first, allowing
that makes sense.
Allowing, holy smokes, Otter to get that central area, get to level 8 quickly, and then they obviously swapped right now to try and get that Meowth online as quickly as possible. We are going with those electric landmines here. We're going to be putting those all over the place. Nice X-Scissor into a mine that was set. Reggie Steel hits the map here, and quickly dispatched of was Zugrug. So this Registeel is getting worked on. Smuglax has to eject out, but they still get knocked out. And that is a rough look for them. And all of a sudden, the Registeel agency, I believe, will belong to Root Dig, but no, this Liquidation Inteleon Liko, no trolls today. Riker and Liko getting it done between the two of them, getting some quality knockouts here, and Waylord's in for the support.
Yeah, Liko starting that entire fight with a KO onto Toons and Meowth. So basically punishing the focus on the Snorlax. The acrobatics stuns them just for a moment, and the Liquidation able to follow up. After that, they're able to dodge Inder's Eldegoss, make it back to the goal zone the entire time that's happening. Riker's Mimikyu is getting into position to do just what they was asked of them in that sweeper role. So great option for them, and will be a big objective over to IX Gaming. However, it's Root Dignitas holding the score tempo right now with a Regieleki push on top side.
Yeah, we don't want to undersell this IX Gaming team. They are a Worlds qualified team. They qualified for Worlds last year in the home of the world's largest marble, Anaheim. So these players are used to playing good, and they are leveling up from their big-time regional kind of last chance qualifier run last year into this league this year, and now scrapping to remain in the top 5. So, you know, definitely a threat out here is IX.
It's a bit of a double-edged sword, though, right? With IX Gaming having these big level-up moments. So maybe in tournaments past, they'd have a chance to kind of take teams by surprise where they weren't expecting the level of gameplay that they did. Well, that's changing pretty quickly with this team.
Wow, Zealot knocked out very quickly. Inteleon Unite is used, and they're going to use that to bully and close out a goal zone. Did we do our math right? It was close, but I do think we're able to shrink that goal zone a little bit before the 31 went in, and at least make it an overcap of about 10. Our score currently tied.
I know a couple of guys who got some abacuses to be selling out, but either way, I think IX Gaming can be okay with an even score line right at the middle way point of the match. And they're not done yet. You can see Psyduck and even Mimikyu poking their heads into the enemy central area, seeing if they can pick up any EXP. Smuglax just shy of their Unite move, but they do spot Zealot's Gyarados, and they're going in.
Good heavy slam, pinning Zealot against the wall. We have the Alolan Raichu Unite on top of Regirock, but the chase is on Liko here. They can't quite get to the back line. They're paying their attention to the Regirock, and they are able to secure. They're looking to convert quickly. Waylord taking a ton of damage. The Palmok goes down first. The rest of IX collapses on pad. Waylord's not going to be long for this world, and on cue, they are dispatched up. We are still pumping in some liquidations here, but Zealot is putting the pressure on Smuglax. They are able to close the goal zone. Score lead back in the hands of Root Dig, and a nice little push for their effort.
It's an interesting play call by IX Gaming to kind of give up that goal zone, right? They had the Snorlax Unite move with a buddy barrier to maybe keep Waylord in that fight. They elect to not give up that one and try to keep their Unite moves ready for this next team fight around the Regieleki. It's a pretty big risk. Root Dignitas getting a solid overdunk on that top side. We'll see if it pays off here.
Another isolation attempt there by Smuglax. Mimikyu Unite does get a quality knockout on Otter. We're going to roar forward. Breezy moving back. Gets back onto Patton here because they're looking for their next target. Breezy wanting this palm mat to get some action. We are going to have just enough distraction for that goal zone to be sieged. And now it is gone. And now IX Gaming takes the lead.
Yeah, huge overdunk as well. With Mimikyu getting into that level 12 range, they can now carry 50 points of Aos energy. So that is a big surge back into this game, not to mention a Regieleki will start walking. However, I think it might be a bit of a fool's errand to try to guide this Regieleki towards the tier 2, seeing as we are a minute away from the final stretch, and any knockout here could be devastating to deal with headed into the end stages of this game. Root Dignitas will be able to clear it quickly, but most importantly, IX Gaming will know that their points lead is very safely positioned currently.
Waylord working on the Swabloon Altaria. Riker kind of caught in the rock tomb here, but not enough pressure back the other way. Heavy slam, good cover again to make sure that Riker isn't plucked too early. And now Toon has an opportunity. Good bubble beam, pollen puff down, and the pressure's on. Waylord gone. Their timer is strong enough, or excuse me, low enough, that they will be back at full strength here for our Rayquaza, the first objective here in map number 1.
Good setup by Zugrug to set up that rock tomb. So Psyduck, since they're not going with the Surf build, there's no mobility options. It just doesn't have a chance to get out. Maybe if they pop their Unite move there, they can survive, but at what cost, right, is the biggest question mark. These two teams will be postured up with a very close score line and very even positioning up outside of this Rayquaza pit. IX Gaming kind of having the favor of the poke damage with this Liquidation Inteleon, but the Alolan Raichu from Otter has yet to make a big mark, already setting up some of these very devastating landmines. Riker not going to find anybody with that first Shadow Sneak, but keep an eye on where that Mimikyu plays around the tall grass.
Heavy slam, isolated, pinned to the wall. Eldegoss takes to the sky, tops off Otter quickly, forcing out the Alolan Raichu Unite. Now Zealot moves forward, tons of damage on Riker. Riker picks up the Buddy Barrier off the Unite move and pops their Unite move themselves. Meowth does take care of Breezy. Riker goes down, and now it's the Toon show. We said there's no commercial breaks, and there certainly isn't there. We're working on Rayquaza immediately. The rest of IX Gaming is nowhere in sight. They've been completely bullied by this singleton Meowth. Meowth, that's right indeed. Rayquaza taken, Root Dignitas in charge.
Yeah, IX Gaming blasting off again as Root Dignitas are going to have a great start to this series. One Rayquaza shield broken, I believe, on Zealot. Nope, that is still the green bubble. So the Mega Gyarados still has it, and with those tier 1 goal zones still available, it will be a pivot by Root Dignitas to score on topside. IX Gaming have rallied back, but they have so many points to make up and no buffs to help out with the goal zone siege. Instead, all they can hope for is a last-second push and a few Ray shield breaks.
Yeah, tons of damage still going in because of this Meowth, and they want that action. Riker, you can see they're carrying the coins, and they have to go back to base so they don't get dealt with. We're doing a counter Hundo Burger score here out of Ender on this Eldegoss. They're going to be able to base and run the defense with the rest of the squad as they are crash landing on the heads of IX Gaming and flattening them and their opportunity in this first game.
Wow, well done from Root Dignitas, playing around this heavy damage Meowth so extremely well. I think Zugrug setting up a few fantastic plays with that Crustle, but in the end, it's Root Dignitas picking apart IX Game's positioning little by little and setting themselves up for a fantastic game number 1 win. Root Dignitas off to an amazing start.
Yeah, Root Dig off to a great start. Amazing team fight there at the end. IX Gaming did have a solid game plan themselves and weren't too far off. So it's unsurprising that IX gave Root Dig some fits early in the season. You can see right here where they were able to have this big time counter punch once they get the knockout on Meowth. If this is that opportunity here, I'll be keeping an eye. I believe that's when that went down. Now we have the Inteleon Unite that was able to be leveraged with a push because Breezy got the KO streak of 2. A lot of good damage here and another goal zone that's going to be broken to give them the lead.
Yeah, Breezy and Riker had a lot of really cool combo dives. I think this is where it gets scary. Otter gets caught by that Shadow Sneak from the Mimikyu and drops the Unite move immediately in response, but also is able to KO the Snorlax, who's not able to use their Unite move. Very important. A lot of shields, but most importantly, one less Buddy Barrier that was able to be used in that fight. That meant Root Dignitas just made that damage stick a little bit more, especially from this Meow. Fury Swipes Assurance. That's Toon Slim. 7 KOs and 6 assists.
7 KOs, 6 assists, a great cough there out of them. I have to point out, unfortunately, Brazy and Smuglax did not use their Unite move in that final fight, and you hate to see it because it seemed like they weren't that far off from being able to turn the tides, and leaving 2 Unite moves unused on the table has got to hurt.
Yeah, I think just at least in the Snorlax's position for Smuglax, just a bit of an overthinking moment. You know what I mean? You're hoping to get close to one of your teammates to drop that down and be more of a supportive moment. But if you go down, it is also not going to do much help. Breezy, on the other hand, they might have even used it early and got it again. Just how Pombat's mechanics work with that Unite move. It's hard to track sometimes. But either way, they go down while having that yellow dot up. So IX Gaming going to have to go back to the drawing board. I don't really dislike a lot of factors of their composition, but just Root Dignitas kind of outplaying them in that final fight so extremely well.
I have to agree. Really a low damage game compared to some of the ones we've seen today. This almost seems to be the way that NA is approaching the game. Like one more slow, calculated game, and then it's just like an absolute flurry in the next one. So maybe we'll see the battle numbers grow a little bit here in game number 2.
It's interesting you point that out, Doopsnacks. I wonder if it's a symptom of these teams now having just so much more experience against one another compared to past seasons. I mean, the Regional League, not only are you playing against each other, it's the main thing that you're seeing on the broadcast every time. And I think these teams are getting very good at exposing the mistakes that they see commonly from these other teams, prepping for it, planning for it. And so now these teams have gotten to the point where they're so afraid of making some big mistakes. They're trying to play a little more cautious, a little more passive, and the teams that can play more expertly in those situations are the ones that are going to prevail. Root Dignitas so far, the namesake there. We are going to be moving over to the Kyogre map next to Doopsnacks as IX Gaming have selected that map.
So IX Gaming has selected that map, huh?
Mm-hmm.
IX Gaming selected the map instead of the side.
I believe that's the information I've, which is interesting. Yes.
Interesting indeed.
Maybe this team does prefer the second pick position anyways, and thinking very likely that that Root Dignitas will pick first pick, seeing as that they did in the game 1 when they won the coin flip. So, hey, we want second pick anyways. Let's just pick our map, and we'll probably still get the side that we want. Could be. I might be just reading too much into it. If we get an interview with
I love
IX
that.
Gaming after,
I like that.
we can ask them.
You know, I want the map selection, side selection to become a factor in when the choices you have to make when you win or lose. So if IX Gaming is leading the charge on that, I'm all for it. I'm going to say they want the second side. They'll let Root Dig pick whichever side they're on, and they're going to get the map they want in Kyogre. Shades of Team Peps from EU grabbing the Kyogre map here.
I was actually going to say, in that same vein, we might see a composition from IX Gaming that follows that direction a little bit more. Maybe some double defender action, or at the very least, maybe Wailord's Vaporeon makes a showing on this map. A Pokemon that loves all the extra healing available at any given time. Could see that opportunity. Root Dignitas are going to be flexing their own strategies a little bit as Mega Mewtwo Y, but now the Mega Gyarados is also going to hit the ban block.
All right, IX Gaming still targeting down the Machamp. Mega Charizard Y is going to be banned. And of course, Mega Lucario going to be banned as well.
Shout out Mega Lucario. Will also hit the ban block, which of course leaves a few powerful picks up and available. A Pokemon like Mew we've seen in these first pick positions a couple of times, but yeah, the Psyduck is going to be the first and foremost one. Would not be surprised to see Wailord pick up something like that Vaporeon here again, like I mentioned before, and Smuglax could make the rotate onto the Trevenant. It has been a great pick for them.
All right, we'll see where we end up. We see the hovers. Is this what we're going to lock down? Vaporeon makes sense to me. Hoopa makes sense as well, right? Try to get it out of the hands of Ender. Because Zugrub can flex to the duck as well. They've 100%. Had some cheeky switches like that before, but they're saying Mimikyu and Hoopa.
I'm pretty sure both Toon and Otter have also played the Psyduck in some offensive manner. So yeah, I do think it could show up at any given moment. That is a great call. Zugrug will play the part of Crustle for 2 games in a row. I think they looked so phenomenal in that last game. And Zillit, if they banned Mega, if their own team banned Mega Gyarados, fine, very well. We will go to the more standard build of Gyarados. Smuglax gonna change over to the Trevenant, though. I'm pretty excited about this. I think the major highlight reel moments from Smuglax have been on the tree. So this is gonna be an all-star player on an all-star Pokemon. And Liko taking the Meowth away.
Countering with the Meowth into the face of a base model Gyarados, a Crustle, and a Psyduck. Now, Root Dig did have the Alolan Raichu last game. We'll see if they grab it this game. Venusaur into Alolan Raichu. We're doing stuff out here, brother.
What on earth is this Toon Slim build? I am genuinely excited. I honestly believe it's probably going to be some kind of anti-dive, so I think we're looking at like Pedal Drain would make the most sense to me. If Liko and Riker want to get up in your face, and now even Breezy on this Dodrio, hey, how are ya? That's going to be a tough Pokemon to actually take down in time before that healing factor can start to take root. Speaking of root, we might not be that build. I mean, Muscle Bend would make me think that build, but wouldn't you put Big Root on it? Just all in? Maybe not. Who knows? We'll see what Toon Slim decides to lock in near the end.
Whew, okay, this is what we're doing. I'm excited. A lot of Rocky helmets. You know, we're just doing it. I love this.
The Hellraider meta has shifted. If you want to look at week 1 to week 3, we are looking at some brand new stuff. At one point, EXP share went away, but now it's kind of back everywhere. Rocky helmets, there's a new bell. There's a lot going on.
So there's a potential Petadance Giga Drain Venusaur in the mix. Meowth is seeing play and doing solid. You love it. You love to see it. And that's what's fun throughout these regional leagues. As these teams get this more information, they're kind of like evolving around each other to kind of get the next level up. And it's a lot of fun to see that go down.
It's my favorite thing about these regional leagues, the constant adaptation, and then of course how we slowly build a little petri dish of individual regional metagames, and sometimes even individual match metagames, which I feel like we've headed into now.
Just really fostering that innate bacteria in our petri dish here. As we get into game number 2, Root Dignitas, your purple team, IX Gaming, your orange team in game number 2 of this best of 3.
All right, here we go. It will be that standard Gyarados for Zillit this time around. No form of Mega Evolution. However, Waterfall and Dragon Breath receiving recent buffs have made this Pokemon still extremely powerful. But this time, Wailord has a little bit more to say on the offensive side of things. With this Hoopa, the ability to stun with Astonish, like you just witnessed, helps a lot in the early game. Not going to be taking that red buff, though. Riker needs all of it to get this Mimikyu up and running quickly.
Breezy trying to keep that sprint gauge up and doing a pretty good job. However, cutting off the Hoopa, Wailord goes down to a quick attack by Otter and company.
Yeah, great little play by that squad, that trio that's moving up towards the top side. Of course, Otter with that first clear, both buffs ready to work with, and is going with the Electro Ball, that minefield setup again. One of the best secure options in the game. Multiple mines plus a Thunderbolt. I swear it does half Kyogre HP.
It's gargantuan. I like how Otter always has the mine down before the birds pop up, like just kitting up a huge explosion. Really makes it hard for IX Gaming to even step into the mix. And forget the K opener back-to-back with 2 knockouts on that Hoopa is Root Dig. So they're feeling very comfortable here in the first part of this game.
Yeah, it's been an interesting area of the map to try to target out, right? Of course, Dodrio being that speedster Pokemon, and Breezy having a tough time knowing when to do that damage, especially since the wild Pokemon is brought into the tall grass, making it invisible. Breezy having no idea where the HP bar was at, had to take a risk, but didn't want to risk it as much as getting stunned by Ender and then getting coincidentally KO'd. Bottom side, we do have that Meowth trying to path against an Ivysaur, a sentence I didn't think I'd be saying headed into week 3 of our regional leagues.
Neither did I. Gyarados did get online in the top path here, and so did Dodrio. Pressure's on. Nice knockout on the Crustle, by Liko. So they're actually doing reasonable compared to the Meowth play that we saw at Attune in game number 1, where the early parts of the game were tough for them. Riker getting the Reggie Drago for IX Gaming. Zealot is so low, nice counter engage. Waylord gets one, and then all of a sudden, the Dodrio goes back down.
Yeah, Otter just able to use that Surge Surfer passive of Alolan Raichu. These auto attacks able to move well during them, but also chaining that damage between enemy Pokemon who are standing close to each other. It's so hard to play around, but great job by Otter. With some nice trades here, as Liko with the full heal is going to take down the Alolan Raichu.
And then they rolled the eject button to go back through on top. And so those battle items becoming incredibly useful here for the Meowth, and great early work by them. Still haven't quite seen what type of Ivysaur we've got yet. I don't know if you've noticed, as I haven't. Working on this Regieleki.
Yeah, I was just going to say, do I get to talk about 2 passives in a row? Is the Color Caster dream come true? Well, pick up for Meowth, already paying off a ton. Let's see what they can do with this eject button, as Riker actually getting on the board with a big KO on to the enemy Pokemon, and Regieleki will land. And there it is, the Dance of Petals, Dupesmax, as Toon Slim is going with the anti-dive Venusaur.
An unfortunate even break here, so 80 points is where IX will be. However, I think they're okay given that moment and the team fight wins they're able to get in back-to-back moments. Great game 2 now, good response from IX Gaming, and we've rolled a potion here on Liko. So they're okay to scrap for a little longer, as we are Fury Swipes Meow.
Yeah, Fury Swipes and Assurance, I think, is the most common moveset we're seeing from that Pokemon. We're probably going to see that one again today. Ooh, long-range Shadow Sneak will catch out the Intersonic, but mostly just being used for information, because it will pop up on that mini-map.
Looking for an opportunity, and Riker barely dodges Zugrug's pressure there. Waylord going to see who they want to trick to dive back through. Liko puts damage on Regice. Good bubble beam on Smuglax into the back line. Here we go. We're playing a little rough. Riker getting cut off. Forces out the Alolan Raichu Unite, which opens up the window on the Regice here. IX Gaming is going to take that. Mimikyu is yet to go down, and they're going to actually get a knockout in that intense exchange. That is the regular Gyarados Unite move, swirling up and looking for knockouts, and they are going to take care of Riker in this flurry. Smuglax is low. Smuglax is going to be gone here in short order because Breezy already bit the dust. Smuglax doing the best they can with the Trevenant to hang tough, but unfortunately they're not a new kid on the block. Back through the trick is the Meowth. Couple bubble beam ticks, but nothing to be worried about just yet.
Well, Pokemon Unite, you were correct. It is a close battle. This one is really tightly contested at the moment. Liko being the major difference maker for IX Gaming, but Zealot's Gyarados being the major difference maker for Root Dignitas. KO's being traded either way, but the Gyarados on one side of the battlefield, the Meowth on the other. These speedsters can just make these fights so disjointed, and that favors really neither side when at the end of the day when the dust settles.
Big Rubble Rouse, decent stun, going straight towards the Regieleki, secured by Riker. Good cover fire by Breezy, doing a little try-fi action with that tri-attack. More damage in on Zugrug here. Ender gets the headache, doesn't hit anybody, but at least creates space so the rest of Root Dig can work on this Regieleki.
Oh, big Hoopa portal up here from Waylord to get a push onto the top tier 1 since they got the Regieleki going the other direction. These scores are going to rapidly fire in. Breezy really needing some stacks clearly, as that is another very close to even goal zone break. IX Gaming's points lead is not going to be gigantic, but at the very least, they're starting to hit some of these power spikes, namely that Dodrio getting the attack weight stacks online.
Petal Dance on Smuglax, Giga Drain is there, Woodhammer is out, and we're trying to trick. Nice, we're marking him with the Forest Curse. That Trevenant Knife pops up. It does just mark Ender, however, good reposition Woodhammer. Can't get anybody with the Horn Leech, but we're still scrapping here in the mix. Stepping up is Riker, looking for some more damage, popping that Mimikyu Unite. Right around the corner, though, is Liko, looking to cash in and deliver with those golden nuggets, and they do. This Mimikyu Meowth tandem looks great, my friend.
It's so deadly, and even the Mimikyu call out, grabbing Venusaur right after the Unite move. So maybe you don't negate that explosion damage from that Verdant Anger, but at least you slow down that Pokemon from its amplified damage post-Unite move just for a little bit, and then as soon as that play with me ends, Meowth gets the job finished up. Man, there is essentially it's a triple assassin composition when you really play it out that way. Dodrio, Meowth, and Mimikyu becoming such a tough duo or trio to deal with. I keep saying I wanted to say duo, but it is this trio that is dominating right now. IX Gaming off to a great lead, and we're 45 seconds away from the final stretch already.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a barn burner. These teams have scrapped a ton. Breezy feeling good with their speed. Okay, just going after this wild Pokemon takes a huge chunk of damage, and Inder moves forward in the tall grass. Meanwhile, Regieleki is getting worked on by IX.
Yeah, they're going to knock out that Regieleki, so another objective goes to their favor. But again, reminder, this clock is going to be an important factor, but with the speedsters on this side, namely Dodrio, potentially Meowth, that Regieleki landing, it will keep the debuff on the goal zone into the final stretch. Both those Pokemon very capable of backcaps, and it looks like Lico's Meowth's going to get started with it, but Smuglax actually wants to get this fight started now.
Yeah, straight into the rip, right into the middle. Rings Unbound, Kyogre's getting shredded. We're have to putting all our abilities there. Forest Kirk is marched right into the middle is the Dodrio, but it's secured by Otter, and you can see the damage absolutely deliver back through. 2 players down at the snap of your fingers, and Root Dig is the one in the control of those phalanges on the end of your hands to snap. They are making the calls here. Now they just got to go in and score because they are down still. Getting a couple knockouts, those Zoinks, guess what? That helps.
Yeah, Riker, the only original member from this team fight who's still standing, and Zealot deals with that. So not a single Kyogre buff taken away. Root Dignitas have a lot to work with. They still going to get this score lead, but it is going to be tough to push through, especially with those Kyogre debuffs on the goal zones. Here comes IX Gaming's rallied up defense, but Root Dignitas is getting a bigger and bigger lead, and they're showing no signs of stopping.
No, 454, 3-1-2 on the side of IX. Root Dig, of course, in the lead here. They've got 55 seconds to make some magic happen. They want to rip some of these buffs off of these players, but the sustain looks very real. Meanwhile, Root Dig's just taking more KOs. Meowth is down. Trevenant is down. The flow is continuing. Hoopa's down. The points are going in. And unfortunately for IX, this looks like the end of the road for this match against Root Dig.
Yeah, Kyogre buff is so powerful in this situation, and IX Gaming's composition really pays off when they can split up Root Dignitas to kind of force these little skirmishes. Well, Root Dignitas is not going to let that happen, especially when they got this HP recovery situation to work with. They are bulking up, they are teaming together, and with 15 seconds left, I don't know if anybody from IX Gaming sans maybe Dodrio can even make it to an enemy goal zone. This timer will tick down, and Root Dignitas, with a late game call to rip the Kyogre, are back, and they are going to take down IX 2-0.
Putting everything on the back of Otter there to go for the secure with this Alolan Raichu. They have delivered for this Root Dig team time and time again. And here in game number 2 is no exception. You take the weighted flip against IX Gaming, a team that for all intents and purposes was kind of controlling the back half of that second game there. Take the agency out of their hands, go for the full rip, and they're on the right side of variance there.
Yeah, I think it's a good call. They know for a fact that one Pokemon is away from the team fight as Meowth was going for that back cap. And genuinely, I think Root Dignitas says, I don't know if anybody on this enemy team can jump into the midst. Like Meowth, Mimikyu, and Dodrio will have a really tough time surviving for long enough to secure the Kyogre while we're all throwing damage on one concentrated area. Real hard to dodge that impact when you see all of those damage abilities flowing in and around that Kyogre pit.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that we tried to slow that down, but I couldn't see a thing.
Yeah.
They were just chucking everything in the kitchen.
The only thing I did notice out of that one was, I mean, Riker had truly an impossible choice, in my opinion, on that Mimikyu. Like, who do you grab with the Unite move to hope that maybe they'll stop the secure and make it go the other direction? I think they potentially grabbed Toon on the Venusaur, not even sure. But at the end of the day, our player of the game will be Toon Slim on this Venusaur. What a throwback. The Giga Drain, the Pedal Dance puts them ahead 4 knockouts, 8 assists. They do get knocked out 3 times in this one, though. But leading the lobby for KOs, Doomsanks, we got Zealot on the Gyarados.
Yeah, just that base model Gyarados quietly doing what it needs to. Yeah, definitely leading the charge for Root Dig, but I mean, Liko Meowth, 7 knockouts on the other side. One thing I do want to say about IX Gaming, if they could tighten up a little bit at those boss monsters, their first 8 minutes looked good. Both games, you know, there were some moments where they looked behind, but they rebounded well. They found quality opportunities, and when you're doing that against the team of the caliber of Root Dig, you have to think that there's something there. So IX Gaming is down right now, but they are not out, and there are still more strides forward for them to make.
100%. Yeah, this is obviously going to be a tough one. I think even with IX Gaming have a great season, if they won this one, you still would have to consider it the upset victory. So IX Gaming, I guess, predicting to probably not win this one, but of course, you'd love for it to go the other way. But they do have other matches throughout the rest of this league season in which they can contend with teams closer to their ranking and try to climb that ladder. We'll see if they can do that. But this Root Dignitas team looking just absolutely excellent. I know they had some major matches this weekend they needed to put away. They were able to do it against Evil Geniuses and now against IX Gaming. Maybe not a flawless record anymore, but I think this Root Dignitas team looking excellent once again.
Yeah, they have to also feel good that Extinction was able to upset Evil Geniuses. So not only did they, grab the #1 spot here in NA, they kind of see a big falter from, as you have mentioned, their in-region rivals in EG. So Root Dig comfortably on top right now, but it's the perfect opportunity to fall asleep at the wheel and let somebody sneak up on you. So pedal to the metal, grab some caffeine, and race to the finish line.
Exactly. Now is the time to get to work. You got another, in a couple of weeks, you got another event to play out for these regional leagues. And then basically right after that, we're taking off. You got to be competing out in Japan. Incredible stuff. Again, ToonSlim just playing a much more of that attacker-based role in this game, trying to be that counter dive option and let Otter get to work in the central area as much as they can with the Alolan Raichu. So good stuff from Toon, playing the Venusaur in one game, the Meowth in other. I don't think you can really pick 2 Pokemon at different mechanically as those 2 on the spectrum, but either way, Toon made it both look great.
So now that we saw some back-to-back Meowth games that were both of pretty high quality, what's your thought on Meowth?
I'm loving this Pokemon. I do think there is a little realm of some RNG every now and then. We saw Liko maybe get away with a situation or 2 where they shouldn't have due to a pickup passive giving them an eject button in a couple of spots, you know. Maybe not as many goal hacker rolls as we have seen in the past. So I think there is an element to that, something similar to Clefable and the natural randomness of its Unite move. But I think when this Pokemon works, it works. It is extremely strong, and we're also hitting that era of the competitive league where these players have gotten a lot of experience on it. So let's take a look at the slow down final stretch moment here at 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the rip is on. They know Meowth is there. They know that Smuglax tried to pull Zugrug as well. Rings go unbound, get everybody into the middle. You can see Otter right there just sitting in the kitchen. They know what their task is here. They put the Alolan Raichu Unite down. Look at all those mines just sitting on top of Kyogre. And we're waiting for the opportunity to detonate those in a way that's going to do massive amounts of just hanging out. Watch Otter hanging out and bang, setting off that gargantuan explosion. And I mean, that damage was undeniable, and there wasn't much IX Gaming could do there. Watch those 3 orbs on the left-hand side of your screen.
Watch Smuglax with this Trevenant right now, by the way. Pulls 3 members into this Dodrio push at the same time. Like, they literally took out every other threat except the Alolan Raichu. That was the only option that they couldn't wipe off the board due to Otter playing outside of that range. That is so devastating. I mean, also, ToonSlim using that full heal to kind of get out of that Trevenant lock, but still, that is a pretty scary moment. That is a close call. IX Gaming, that Trevenant pull, this Dodrio damage goes another way. If Mimikyu grabs the Venusaur, maybe, I don't know. There's some contingencies, but at the end of the day, if you don't take out the landmines, That's gonna be kind of it. But Dupes next. We got another look at that one, but now we get to talk to a member of Root Dignitas. We're gonna bring in Zealot to the call after such an amazing game. Zealot, how are you feeling to end the week with a 2-0 win?
Feeling pretty good. The games didn't go as ideal yesterday, but this one went pretty good.
Good.
Obviously, sitting on top of the standings here in NA is yourself and your team, Root Dig. Obviously, you can't rest on your laurels here. Moving forward, is there really anybody that you are concerned catching you? We've seen some teams have some very hot weekends like Lunex. We've seen teams have bad weekends like EG. So where's your headspace at just on the regional league as a whole now that you're sitting in that #1 spot alone?
I think we definitely should treat every team like their competition, even if they don't seem like they are, because anyone can have a good day.
Makes sense. Yeah, a good heads up call out. I like that. You're staying locked in. And so let's talk about your individual performance here a little bit in this game. I thought you were playing lights out so well that IX Gaming is actually dedicating 2 bans to you in this phase. And Zealot, it feels like teams kind of pick on you in that ban phase a little bit when they're going up against Root Dignitas, a Machamp ban, which we almost never see, and Mega Lucario. Does that, like, do you feel like teams have the ability to make you uncomfortable in your Pokemon selection? Or are you comfortable with enough of the roster that you don't really feel like those are worth it bans?
I feel like both those picks are strong enough that it's not really like a target ban, in my opinion.
Sure. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
I want to ask Zealot real quick, kind of following up on these bans and weird formats or weird selections, right? Kind of getting picked on. How do you feel going into the Fearless draft that you're going to be having to deal with at ACL here in a few short weeks?
I think this format might actually be better for us with the Fearless. I think we like to cook with picks, but sometimes we cook too much. But maybe in Fearless we actually just, maybe it's better for us, yeah.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, I think a lot of people would consider your team to be a strong one in that format, and I mean, points at Venusaur is maybe an option. So that's my last question, Zealot. Where does this Venusaur pick come from? Was it practiced at all in scrims, or was Toon just saying, "Trust me, I got the answer"?
Toon had the answer.
Toon had awesome. Just as short as that answer was. Zealot, congratulations sitting on top of the NA rankings. So congratulations to you. Congratulations to Root Dig. And because we're talking to you, we're going to stop that so we can send you packing. So what we can do is close this show out. So Zealot, thank you. Take a hike, get on out of here. And I'm going to wait for production in my ear. Can I bring in other casters? Not yet. They thought I could. I thought I could, but that is not true. That's not what we're doing. So Zoinks, the pressure's on. Fill some space. We're bringing them in now. I just was kidding. Wow! The fear of me throwing to Zoinks to talk more was enough for production to go, bring everybody back. Send it, send it, send it, send it.
They're like, he's going to talk about another passive ability. Go, go, go. Turn him off.
Of course, welcome back, Soph, Shefsky, and Kellosaurus. To wrap up our show, I see on this thing it says, bring back all talent. Talent. We have done that. So let's take a look at our regional standings here after week number 4. Throw those up on the screen. And Shefsky, talk to me about Europe, please, where we sit.
BH3 still looking amazing. I feel like Kamai and BH3 is going to be the rematch that we really need to see during these next few weeks. I'm not sure which week it's going to be, but the middle of the pack, they are very, very close. Peps has certainly escaped that, but Volticons, Los Catacados, and Engage, they are still all in very close contention for not qualifying. They've got to fight for those 2 qualifying spots, and unfortunately, I mean, one more bad week, and I'm just going to say that Gem de Poulet and Avalanche may be out of the running.
I think that's a pretty darn fair assessment. So, talk to me about Latam, please.
Of course, Kirk. Force Gaming on 9-0, remaining undefeated and not letting anybody even get close to that. Closest would be Stamina on 7-2. And there is a very huge step from that to Infamous Gaming 2 on 4-5, tied with Peru as well. And unfortunately, therefore, a couple of the teams that have been doing well on ICs. CACM, Tuzi, and DreamHack now tied on 3 and 6 alongside Entity 7. Just like Chef mentioned, these teams are in danger of maybe not making into playoffs.
It's crazy to me, though, that in LATAM, so many teams are technically still alive with this 3 and 6 record because of how much they've cannibalized themselves. And of course, Kello, walk me through North America, please.
Yes, at the top, we still have Root Dignitas there at that 8-1 record. Next up, Evil Geniuses being that 7-2, taking their second loss today against Extinction. Lunex Gaming, IX Gaming, Citadel Gaming, all in the middle of the pack, but there are some variations there. But yeah, down in that bottom side, we do have TI Gang showing some signs of life, I've got to say, today. But they are still at that second last spot. Aftermath Esports unable to take a game win today still yet.
Yeah, definitely the anchor in North America here. We'll see if they can turn that around with any signs of life in the back half of our season. Let's throw up our NAIC hotel slide, which the note says can read off the slide, but if I recall, there's not that much text there. So why don't you go on and throw that thing up for all the folks at home. Production, let it rip. Bang, Zoinks, talk to me about why this is a good thing.
Yes, I wanted to talk about the slide so bad because I love NAIC. I love NAIC so much, and I like to have a comfortable stay, and I know everybody at home is going to want to do the exact same. If you plan on attending this event as a competitor, as a player, you are going to want to check this out and beat the crowd. Reserve your hotel for NAIC now. Scan the QR or go to pkmn.news/NAIC26 hotels.
Is that Mega Blastoise a hint for our game? Who knows? No. Bring us all back on screen because we need to promote week 4 of league play. And I'm assuming there's something that's going to be on the screen around us. Oh, it's just in our face. I love it. Here we go. I'll talk about that. That's where our regular season is. Of course, week 4 is going to be March 14th and 15th. All those other weeks are done and dusted, and week 5 is going to be April 11th and 12th. Of course, those top 5 teams are going to be playing in those playoffs, and that's why you want to land upon the top 5. Now are we bringing everybody back is my big question, because production said something in my ear and I didn't hear it. Bang. I think if we throw something up into this corner, I think it's this corner, go on and there it is.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Tune into week 4 action, March 14th and 15th, of course, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, whatever time that is in Kello land. Be there, tune in. Checking my flow here, sign off, so I got to get closing thoughts. Kello, we're going to start with you, which is right here. Bang!
Well, first of all, catch all the action here. Pokemon.com/broadcast and bang! Look, you got to know where to tune into all this action here, Doom. Oh, but you know what? Whoa, hold up. Production surprises us again. We have more things. Follow us on our channels. I've just taken your job. I'm sorry.
Please. I clearly can't do it. I clearly can't do it.
Follow us on all these socials. X, previously Twitter, YouTube, all of that. Unite Esports. That is where it is at, of course. Now, are we done, production? Are we done? Can I now say my piece?
Let's go with final thoughts.
They're going to end up surprising me here again. Final thoughts. What a great day today. Definitely some surprises all around. We love to see the growth from these teams, especially in the NA region. I really feel like it's starting to heat up and starting to get amongst that mix in terms of, there's not so much of a clearer picture of who's on the top, who's on the bottom. Anything can happen moving on forth. But no, wonderful day. I'm going to go sleep for 2 weeks. Until the next
because you haven't slept in 2 days. That's how that math's out. Chefsky, you're up. Wrap up the weekend from your point of view.
Lots of great matches, but no fights quite as good as you, Doob Snacks, fighting your way through all of these graphics like a hero in a martial arts movie fighting his way up a building through a million different henchmen. But you made it, and I feel like you took them all down in the end. There was a little bit of assist there from Kello, and she's going to steal your job. But no, great matches from everybody. Give everybody a round of applause for Doobs here this weekend.
Hey, let's
that's
go.
all I got.
You know what?
That's all I got.
That's all I've got. Well, I'm glad that's it. That certainly didn't attack me specifically for a very long time. So please, welcome to the regional leagues, and now please wrap up your weekend with hopefully some non-disparaging things about me. A lot of great UCS action on the horizon, without a doubt. Zoinks, put a bow on this thing for yourself.
This has been an amazing weekend. I think it's been dawning on me all day, too, that we are over halfway through this point of the season now, which is just absolutely bizarre. And at this point in the season, it is do or die time for all these middle table teams in the regional leagues. Things are going to get more exciting, more action-packed, and I cannot wait for week 4 and 5. And then it's playoff time after that. I mean, what a peak time right now for UCS.
That is without a doubt well said. Of course, I will say my final piece here. What a phenomenal... Okay, I'm fired, so that's the end of the show. Some of you will see us in 2 weeks, some of us won't. So I'm fired. Good night. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.